I'm in second place and you pass me, what place are you in?
First.
First place.
Yes.
I'm in second place and you pass me. Well, how would you be in first place?
Because I passed you. I passed you, so I'm in first.
I'm in second place, though.
Congratulations. Now I'm in first because I passed you. I passed you. Are we running? Are we driving? It doesn't matter. I passed you. I'm in first.
Turn that down. I always be messing with the sound effects before I actually get to the background music. Hey man, shout out to everybody. Let me what somebody said say during the purge. Hey, drop the shield. Let me go ahead and drop the shield here. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday. You know what I'm saying? We're actually simulcasting at both the home of the official YT Purge as well as Auntie's The Boiler Room. Before we even get started, I want to remind everybody, make sure y'all like, share, subscribe. All right, make sure you guys hit the notification bell. Cash App's available too. Y'all hear that background music? It's like real, and it is real chill. So if y'all remember, approximately 7 days ago in last year, things was a little. We didn't do Sunday coffee and chill. You know what I'm saying? It's a little wild. It was a little wild. What up, Tootsie Web? You know what I'm saying? See you. You know what I'm saying? We see you. Yeah, it was a little wild. Yeah, a little wild. You know what I'm saying? Pretty damn loud. You know, all of that stuff. So what we doing is now we back to boring. as they would say. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? We chilling. The link is pinned if anybody wants to come up. Y'all can tell me what's going on, in the space. Yeah, that's what we're doing. So I hope everybody's got their coffee ready. We're gonna open up whatever type of conversation. And of course, you know, we're gonna be doing a lot of cool shit. For the year 2026. Myself, just my 5 cents, and other YouTubers also have a few collaborations planned, and we're gonna get back to content. Everybody, I would hope that everybody got everything out of their system, and actually, use the purge for its intended purpose, which was to purge, which was to cleanse. Get that out of your system, and for the year of 2026, at least start from a clean slate. Tigers ain't got to change their stripes or none of that other stuff. But for the most part, hey, get all those old demons off of you. What up, Trinity Time Travels? I got Trinity Time Travels, in the building, and I don't know why I can't see you, Titsy Web. I gotta check. I'm trying to shield. I'm trying to toolie you up, and it's not letting me do that. I don't know. Well, it's all good though. We see you in StreamYard, and I hope everybody else can see you in the chat there. I'm having a tough time seeing you in my main chat, so I don't know what the fuck is going on with that. But I got you. Give me a minute. I'll be messing with the controls. What up? You know what I'm saying? Observing stuff. What up, Gina? I see Gina in the building too. What's going on, Gina? Good to see you. Good to see you. So that's what we doing. Like, this is Sunday Coffee and Chill. I hope everybody, hey, if you like me, you got your espresso. It's strong. It's strong. You know what I'm saying? Got a little bit of extra. It's always a double or a triple shot, of the espresso, or it's just straight up cappuccino, first thing in the AM. Very, very light creamer, maybe a pinch of brown sugar, but definitely make sure you get it popping. So if you're not familiar with this show, usually what I do is I break down different content, going on throughout the space. But this week, I really haven't had time to do it because I've either had to, I've been kind of tired. Let's just keep it real. I've been really, really, tired. And then I kind of had to go through a lot of the purge edits, over the last week. And then, you had to catch up on sleep. You know what I'm saying? Still a human being. So you got to catch up on them things. Got to catch up on them things. So give me a second there, Titsy Web. I got you. I'm gonna go into my controls and see what the hell is going on. I don't know why it's not letting me see you, because I don't even know what channel you on. But nah. So I'd like to know what the hell is going on. Like, what the hell is going on? I done seen different panels talking about different things. I see different like trending topics as far as news is concerned, world news and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? There's stuff going on in the music industry, of course. In the reality sectors and reality television sectors and shit, people doing all types of crazy shit. I see shit going on with Nicki and Cardi B and Candace Owens and all types of other shit. I just saw the dude, Mr. Organic. He did an interview with that 6'7" chick with the BBL and the fake fun bags. You know what I'm saying? So that was a wild one. So I think later on in the week I might just break down that content. I know myself and just my 5, and you guys make sure that you have the notification bell hit, because that will likely be the last simulcast that we do. Okay, you're at the home of the official YT Purge. Cool, I got you. Give me a minute. I'm gonna go into the controls and take care of that, because I can see you on StreamYard, but for whatever reason, you forgive me. This is one of the reasons why, even during the course of the event, the purge, that is, I be having to take folks' wrenches, because people be getting personal with their wrenches and shit, and people be blocking folks, on the channel. So usually, like, if I see it, I will remove a wrench, for shit like that. That's why people be tripping. They be like, yo, I had a wrench and then I don't. I was like, yeah, because you fucking abused it. Like that's what happens. But a lot of the times, I'm not really gonna stop the show to sit there and just explain things to people. I'll just take that shit from folks. Um, if you guys remember, and this was around the time, I believe it was the second annual purge. Because usually what I do throughout the course of the year, unless it's purge time, everybody that comes over here to any of my channels, you guys got wrenches. Like y'all have wrenches. Certain people have manage and moderator wrenches, because not just because I trust them, but I appreciate the fact that they actually mod up the channel. That helps. You know what I'm saying? Because we do need moderators. But for the most part, I don't want folks to feel left out, but also there's got to be some level of protection because I transcend sectors. My channels transcend sectors. I go to multiple different places, and usually people come and they support me from multiple different places. So you never know who the hell is going to be in here. It might just be your ops. You might not like them or whatever, and people think that they got a right to just snipe folks because they don't like them. And I'm like, nah, not over here. So a lot of times, I give people wrenches, for protect. It's not really to empower everybody, but it's actually to negate the power. If everybody's got a toolie, you know what I'm saying? It's tough to shoot at somebody if they're toolied up too. So give me a second here. There we go. You forgive me, I'm going through shit. And on top of that, right? Like I'm going through my block list right now. And every time after the event, of course, it goes, the block list gets just a little larger. So just give me some time. I got you, Tootsie Web. I got you. All right. But yeah. So for the most part, what up, we on lock? I see you, Raven Knight, as well. Yeah. And also it's football time too, so I'm not gonna be up here too long today. But no, I've seen a lot of different stuff going on. But for the most part, I've seen a lot of the same old shit. I seen a whole lot of the same old shit. Now, one thing that I did see, which I think should have been extremely inspiring, because this is something I even shared on my community tab. Shout out to Big Lack and the Mo3 and just my 5 cents, and just the rest of the Mo3 sector for what they did with the award show, for the new year. That was very, very cool. I know I was even in the chat and I was like, yo, that shit is kind of like the Source Awards, yo, because motherfuckers is scratching and shit at the award show and getting stabbed up and cussed out and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? At the award show. But I think that should be an inspiration for for the other sectors. Because I can even remember over in the Manosphere sector, I think for like 2 years straight that I can remember, they used to have the BMO Awards. Shout out to We On Lock, man. Appreciate that $5 ball. They used to have the BMO Awards. And I remember the first year we did the Purge, that shit was nominated for Series of the Year. But which kind of bugged me out, because I think at the time I only had the channel for maybe like 9 months. And then I got like a Rookie of the Year nomination or something like that, which I didn't even vote for myself with that shit. I didn't even vote for myself. I was nominated, but also Sir Ism was nominated. That's how long ago that shit was. And a few other people. I voted for Sir Ism. I was like, I didn't even vote for myself because I didn't think I deserved to win that shit. I really didn't. And I think I ended up winning it. I don't even fucking remember. I think I ended up winning it. If not, I came close. But if I did win it, I ain't deserved to. I really didn't. But that was pretty cool. I know they was nominating folks, and those were just a couple of awards. Those are just the ones I was nominated for. They had like best book, because I think Obsidian wrote a book, Angry Man wrote a book, Grinch wrote a book, and some other folks had wrote books too, right? Also, best graphics, of course. What up, Kevin Kelly? Salute. RNY, what up, TV in the building too. Yep. Um, also, best graphics, best sound quality. Um, of course, best voice, like pretty much similar to those awards. But I like the way Mo 3 Sector did their awards with that. Like, you know what I'm saying, best scratcher, best troll. You know what I'm saying, best male scratcher, best female scratcher. You know what I'm saying, best voice. All of those things. Like I was like, that was cool shit. You know what I'm saying, just to kind of like let people know that we see you, we see what you're doing, and we appreciate it, because all of that shit kind of makes the space, from the trolls to the beefs, you know what I'm saying, to the graphics, to the best content creator, most successful creator, like all of those awards. So I think that should have been an inspiration to a lot of different spaces and sectors. And I know that's not the first time that folks have tried to get like award shows and award things popping on here. What up, Elaine? Shout out to Elaine Smart. What up? What up? But that's not the first time. But I like the way they did it. They did it rather fast. It was quick. They got it going, and it was straight up people's choice. It was straight up people's choice, and it's not really that hard to get it going. So that was pretty cool. Like, that was pretty cool. And even if people don't like the results and shit like that, because I see a lot of folks like to argue and complain about the results because who they wanted to win didn't win. I'm like, this always happens on award shows. I don't care if it's the motherfucking Oscars. It could be the Oscars. It could be the Emmys. It could be the Nickelodeon Kids Choice Awards. Like, people that you don't want to win are probably going to win. That shit happens. Like, a lot of times people that don't even deserve to win are going to win awards. Be the fucking MTV Movie Awards. Like, that shit happens. But it's a cool excuse to get everybody together and everybody in the same room, but also to let people know, or to just show that, hey, we see you. You know what I'm saying? We see what you're doing. And we appreciate it, even if we don't necessarily, like it or agree with it, but we see it and we appreciate it. And all of that shit makes the space, and it keeps the algorithm going. Like I said, from the trolls to the content creators, people actually doing content, people holding fuckery streams and drag panels and shit. You know what I'm saying? All of that shit, man. It's cool. It's cool. So also, let me kind of well, first, let me just give a shout out to them doing that. I know Just My Fob was on her thing, you know what I'm saying, doing her AI, you know what I'm saying, getting that done. And shout out to Just My Fob. I don't know how the hell she does all this shit when only 24 hours in the day, from all of the help that she gave me leading up to the purge, during the purge, and even after the purge. She's still helping me to clip things and stuff like that, which is one of the reasons why we haven't gotten as many edits as we want to get out. So a lot of stuff is coming out. So please, I hope you guys enjoy that. We're going to be just uploading just clips of the purge, just straight up, no fluff, no bullshit. But also, I'm going to be uploading some more with the Morning Time America stuff, and I hope you guys enjoy that, because I've been waiting for a while to incorporate that, you know what I'm saying, into the post purge edition. You know what I'm saying, into that. I've been waiting for a while, and finally we kind of had the clips to go along with it. So I hope everybody enjoys that. But it's so much of that content that there's going to be a lot of just clips that we upload probably for the next month or so. So just stay tuned, for that, and you guys will be able to see, what's going on. As far as why the entire streams are not available, we really can't, leave them available. We got haters, haters that either don't want to show their face or take credit for the hating that they're doing, which for the most part, the first time that we really, we've been dealing with haters, probably for the last maybe, 2 or 3 years now, probably about 3 years, of doing the purge. Don't ask why. I'm like, the event is so it's so periodic, and it comes and it goes, I don't even know why anybody bothers. It's like we don't step on nobody's toes, like for real. That shit comes for 2 days and then it's gone. We might do it like we haven't even done that shit more than twice in a year since since the first year that we did it. And that was just 3 times that first year. I think we did it 3 times that first year. Something like that. Or in 12 months, I think we might have did 4 of them. Something, but whatever. Like other than that, we haven't done it more than twice. So why folks want to hate on it, I don't know. But if you guys remember, the Halloween purge was something we ended up having to do over at the Boiler Room. We couldn't even do that at the Purge channel, and that was because we had some haters, flag our Halloween costume contest and flag it on some bullshit, like some total bullshit. Like I get it. If I would have had like women coming up there and you know what I'm saying, they in they fishnets and got they shit out and all of that other stuff, and like I'd have got flagged for that. Nah, man, we got flagged for the damn opening intro, like 2 minutes and 30 seconds into it. Like it was like that, and the flag didn't go anywhere. We were back up, but we were back up a couple of days later. Didn't even get an active strike on the channel, nothing like that. So it didn't fly. But at the same time, people wonder why there are little things that we likely couldn't add to this time's year-end purge. Little things like a guaranteed prize pool rather than a fully crowdfunded, because the original plan was to offer a guarantee that we start with and also crowdfund it too. Also, the fact that we did it without a green room and things like that. I think what a lot of folks don't understand is these events have expenses, right? They have expenses to run them properly, protect the channel, and make sure that a live show that's going to last for 24 hours or 48 hours or shit. To keep it real, sometimes if you want to do that shit properly for 5 or 6 hours, like that shit's gonna have some kind of expenses. You know what I'm saying? Just to get it straight, and it's time consuming as well. So these expenses have to be paid, especially when you're gonna have a prize pool. So because we weren't able to do it, on the main channel, which has been branded pretty much based on the purge, there was a lot of revenue that wasn't made. Because the original plan, which myself and the crew, we planned for the year, not only were we gonna do the Halloween purge, and give a guaranteed total and all of that stuff and get out of there at 24 hours, but for the most part that shit was gonna fund everything for the year-end purge. We didn't expect to make any money on it or anything. It was strictly supposed to be like a promotional thing. You know what I'm saying? We were going to use it to promote the year-end purge. So it's amazing that folks complain about things that might have been missing, or the way things have changed, or whatever the case may be. But it's like we only have to make changes because of things that people do. That either jeopardize the channel or fuck up the money or whatever. And so I'm gonna always say, like, if people have a problem with the way things kind of go or the way things evolve on that, you got to get on the case of the motherfuckers that are making us have to add rules and change rules and change formats and shit like that. Salute Emperor Kojak, and what up, Coffee? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Miss Jill as well. What up, Miss Jill? You know what I'm saying? I see y'all. Y'all forgive me. I'm doing a million things at once. You know what I'm saying? A million things at once. No, and Tootsie Web, trust me, I could explain this shit a million, a bazillion, 100,000 fucking times, right? 100,000 times, and folks are still gonna act brand new with that shit. Like they just are. They're gonna act brand new, with it. Like, huh? I didn't know that. It's like, yo, are you fucking serious? Like, really? Like, are you really new around here? Like, I got asked that question about, what I'm saying, about the bounties, the bags, that folks was able to drop, during the purge. It's like, yo, ever since the first time we did a summertime purge was in 2023, summer of 2023, we were doing bounties. We were doing bounties. And that was kind of it wasn't necessary. It was more so, inspired by the whole Fight Club thing. Because I saw the way things were going on Fight Club, and I understood the way that the event had been growing. The event had been growing. Other sectors had started coming through for the year-end purge before that, and we had never done a summertime purge before. So, we planned that pretty far in advance, and we understood that, look, if we didn't do things like institute the green room and have bounties, the same 10 people would just cop a squat on the panel and nobody would be able to come up. So the green room allowed us to have 25 people backstage, 10 people on the panel, 2 people backstage, another 13 people, in the green room, shit like that. So no matter how many people you saw on the panel, even though you might just see 2 people on the panel, but I might have 9 people backstage. Like, I might have 9 or 10 people backstage. Like, y'all don't know, like, because I usually drop people down while folks are going at it, or while people are having their solo. So y'all can't see how many people are in the studio. Like, most panels, whoever's in the studio, they're going to be on the panel for the most part. But, the purge isn't like that. So y'all never really know, who's backstage. So people are just going to click the link, which is understandable. They should. So I made it so no matter what you guys see, you never have to worry about seeing that the studio is full thing. That's one thing that you never ever saw anybody type in the chat or any of that shit. Especially for an event like the purge, you never saw anybody say, yo, the studio's full, I can't get in. Never saw that. So that's one thing, we had to institute that. Also, the bounties. We got that idea because I noticed with Fight Club, as soon that would be a 12-hour long show, or 11 or 12-hour long show, and not 9 people would click that link immediately because they would drop the link immediately as soon as the show started, and all night it'd be the same 9 or 10 people on that panel. I don't know that shit personally. I was never able to get a spot on the panel unless I kicked somebody off. That was what it was. So also, when you're talking about, you got people that are going to, people are going to go at it for a long time. Like, if I let people sit there and argue, people will argue and yell at each other for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours straight if you let them. And don't get me wrong, a 48-hour event is long enough so that for the most part, folks can do that. Folks can yell at each other for 25 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, a half an hour, 2 hours, or whatever. That wasn't a problem, when we started doing it. But like I say, as things grow, people are getting sick of hearing the same motherfuckers yelling at each other and arguing, and nobody wants to back anybody down. So, you're able to, boot up a couple of dollars and bam, folks are gone. Also, a cash prize wasn't something that was offered to the winner or anything like that. And as I stated before, it wasn't something that that I did to be greedy or anything like that. What up, Red Flintstone? It wasn't to be greedy. It wasn't, because we never did that shit to make any money. I never thought I was even going to make any money when I started doing it. And shout out to Beachy 08. You know, she was the one that gave me the idea to just hold a fundraiser just to buy a new a new office chair, because I had an old chair that was kind of hurting my back. I had an old chair that was hurting my back, and she was like, "Hey, get you a, you know what I'm saying, get you a new chair." I was like, "Ain't no big deal. I'll get me a chair." She was like, "Nah, you can at least hold a fundraiser for that," you know. And I held the fundraiser for the chair, during the event, and folks got that, but we never did that to make any money, or anything. But as I saw, you know, I saw things that were going on in a lot of the other sectors. People would do events, people would do competitions, and for the most part, there was a cash prize, there was a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. So I figured if I'm gonna do an event, and it is gonna be profitable, like it was, the least I can do is offer a cash prize as well. So that's fair. So we thought about that, but the main reason why we didn't really want to put one in, because we thought about that, as the event started to bring in some revenue, and that's just from people supporting it. Long before there were bounties or any of that shit, it would still bring in revenue. So we didn't want to Mickey Mouse it up, and I'm going to always use that term, Mickey Mousing it up, like it really takes away from the shit that made it cool. It's almost like they mentioned with Facebook, for example. As soon as you start putting ads and shit onto the site, the things that make the sites cool in the first place are what fuck it up. Just like YouTube, for example. Like we used to be able to get away with a whole lot of shit on YouTube, but as it grows into the billions and tens of $billion corporation, and advertisers start coming, and there's shit that they don't want to attach their brand to, then you see community guidelines starts to tighten up. There's a bunch of shit you can't get away with. That's why people be like, "Oh, I'm going over to other platforms and shit like that because they let me get away with more." It's not because them other platforms are nicer. It's because they don't have all of, they're not Mickey Moused up yet. It's a matter of time before they grow and they get all Mickey Moused up too, to the point where they're going to end up having to be politically correct and shit. It's a matter of time. So, as YouTube's kind of like, raise their community guidelines, standards, and stuff like that, there are less things that we can kind of allow to go down. Like, I used to let people pretty much say whatever the fuck they wanted. I didn't fucking care, as long as you weren't spitting out somebody's government information, or anything like that. We were good. Like we were good. If I didn't care. But then, hey, the algorithm started picking up some more shit. You know what I'm saying? The word got out to other spaces and shit. And, you know what I'm saying? There are some folks that, hey, they just don't like the, hey, man, motherfucker got people over there. They got people over there and they enjoying it. Let's fuck that shit up. So, you know what I'm saying? Folks are sending their flags and shit. So we had to do things like cut the DVR off. You can't drop too many of those homophobic, anti-Semitic, slurs and shit within a certain amount of time, or else boom, these are things that can shut your stream down, or what I'm saying, get you demonetized, or stuff like that. So I try to just tell folks, like, yeah, I have rules for panelists and shit like that, where it's like, hey, no doxing, no brandishing of firearms, children cannot participate. Children cannot participate. Little things, only because somebody of them brought their 16, 17-year-old daughter on the panel to participate. I'm like, nah, bro, that's unacceptable. Now I got to put that rule in there. You know what I'm saying? Children cannot participate. No brandishing of firearms. Why? Because I done had 2 people during the stream pull out their damn weapons on the fucking stream. On the stream. Which is another reason why y'all see, like, we had to institute the translucent overlay, and shit like that. Like, people push the envelope, so it sucks. It sucks, but these are some of the reasons why we didn't want to, institute. And granted, I understand how this shit works. You can't offer a cash prize and then take it away, later on. So that's why I was like, I don't want to just like kind of test it out with a cash prize, and then if it doesn't work or it gets Mickey Moused up or fucked up, then I got to take it away. I was like, nah, I knew like once it's there, it's there. You know what I'm saying? It's there. So there's gonna have to be a cash prize every single time. So I knew once I put it in there, there was no coming back. So we did that, but this time, and we had to crowd fund it, and shout out to the crowd, for funding it. We appreciate that. 'Cause y'all did a great job, of following those instructions and everything that people wanted to be donated to the prize pool. People put MVP, in their in their memo, in Cash App, and made sure that came in. And even if people alluded to like MVP or just put for the prize pool or something like that, we made sure that went in. So I went through and tallied up and made sure that we had that going. So I'm just glad everybody kind of enjoyed it. We wanted it to be a little bit larger, but if it was, if the prize pool wasn't as large as people believed it should have been, that's when you're gonna have to go back and blame the motherfuckers that fucked up the Halloween purge ahead of time. Yeah, because that's one of the reasons why, on top of what was crowdfunded, the original plan was to start the pool at $500, and then everything else that came in from the crowd was going to go on top of that. So we really did want to give out $1,000, for the year-end purge MVP. We really did want to give that, but the channel's got to pay its own bills, man, and people kind of fucked that up. So I understood that once we brought the Halloween purge to the boiler room, there are a lot of people that weren't subbed over there. The channel had, I think, what did we have, probably about maybe 1,300 subs over there or something like that. And shout out to everybody that's made that what it is too. We do appreciate that. And as a matter of fact, give me one moment here, because I did say that I was gonna throw out some gifts. All right, give me a moment. We'll be able to do that at the boiler room in just a moment there. But at the home of the official YT Purge, we're going to be gifting some memberships right now. Because YouTube does allow us to do that. All right, and we will also be doing that on the boiler room in just a moment. I'm just going to have to, actually log into that account. They let us do 10 of those a month, so there go the first 5 right there. Congrats, Tootsie Web. You got that. All right, we appreciate that. All right, and we'll be able to do that at the boiler room in just a moment here. And y'all forgive me, I can't walk and chew bubble gum. All right. I don't know who got that, but congratulations to everybody. Oh shit, ain't that some shit? I done gifted memberships and I ended up getting one. Ain't that some shit right there? That's funny. That's funny right there. All right. So yeah, shout out to Raven, BATL, Rain and Woman, Sigma Boy, you know what I'm saying? Y'all are new members at the Boiler Room. And shout out to, you know what I'm saying, Ms. Raslin, you know what I'm saying, Maurice Turner, Darlisa Bowden. You know, and the Real Dion NYC. I mean, you actually got, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate that. Now you're welcome. You're welcome. Hey, we appreciate you coming through. You know, and for real, for all of the creators that actually have their membership tabs available, YouTube does allow you to gift 10 free memberships a month. So I know a lot of folks don't know about that feature, but it does allow you to do that. So we try to give out 5 in the beginning of the month, 5 at the end of the month. Shout out to Maya, no fucks given, in the building. She also gifted a bunch of those. What up, the Emperor? SCC, shout out to you, bro. You're gonna make a few more of those edits. By the way, let me speak on that. There's going to be a lot more of those edits coming out. A lot more. Like we got an entire drive. I've had to do a lot of, what I'm saying, just downloading and clipping and stuff like that. But we did want to make sure that we got, what I'm saying, the first few of them out. So if you didn't make those first 3 edit videos, which we really don't want them to go any longer than maybe 45 minutes or so, but there are going to be a lot more coming out. We'll be pumping those out throughout the course of the month. I know me personally, I'm not going to be able to go live very often, but it does not mean that we're not going to be, giving content. Like, it's going to be a lot of content that's either going to be, uploaded, and we will still have the Sunday show, body camera breakdowns and reactions. We'll also be doing some of Ant's morning rants. That stuff will be coming through, but from time to time, that'll be periodical. I've got plans, so I want everybody to just kind of stay in touch. Within the next week or so, we should be able to get things started with the Discord. Which, keep in mind, I know Discords can get extremely messy. That is some shit that I will not be having. You know what I'm saying? So, the Discord moderators are gonna be like, they are not tolerating any of the bullshit. None of that bullshit. It's not going to be a gossip fest or none of that shit. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. Also, there's going to be a Patreon, coming real soon. Hey, shout out to you, bro. You made a couple of polls, almost one. I'm gonna get back to that in a moment. We'll be doing that, and of course, we'll also be moving over to Twitch, as well. Everything is still, where it is, where it's supposed to be on YouTube. And we appreciate everybody, coming through, supporting on YouTube. But we are going to have to branch out, to other platforms as well and kind of diversify our portfolio. So that's what it is. And like I said, the link is pinned, man. Anybody want to come up, ask any questions either about the event or what's going on in the future, or just talk about even what's going on in the space. But for the most part, I will be giving the State of the Space address, which is a tradition always after the year-end purge. And, even though, it's not always received well, especially when you kind of change things up, and believe it or not, I really didn't change up much. And I'll get into that in a moment. I just want to give a shout out to Emperor Josh Johnson. You did your thing, bro. You did your thing. I mean, you pissed them ladies off. You pissed them ladies off, but you're allowed to do that, man. It's the purge, dog. It was the purge. So, hey, you like I said, you're allowed to do that shit. So that's not a problem. Not a problem at all. And let me just make sure I got folks in blue like they supposed to be. All right. What's up, Miss Louisiana? How you doing? How you doing? What's up? I got Mahogany Roots in the building. You know, my first ever sub in the building as well. You know, shout out to her. She did her thing too. You know, she did her thing too. I hope y'all got that shit out your sister. I know that beef will probably never end, but hey, you know that shit will probably never ever end. But at the same time, man, y'all really did get your shit off, man, and you know, that was cool. So that was definitely cool. Um, but I did just see like a lot of different things because I be in the clouds. You know, I be in the clouds. I'm sub to a lot of different channels, even if people don't see me. A lot of times I might just watch things, you know, from my television. Like I'll be on my laptop, you know, editing some stuff, or you know, one of my monitors will be up, and I might just see somebody's chat box going, or I'll have to listen to things in my ear, or you know, my keyboard is kind of, you know, it's kind of occupied, but I can still hear things going on. So, you know, I heard a lot of folks, you know, were saying, look, man, a lot of like rules had changed, and we really didn't change anything. People even said like, you know, I kind of bent rules for certain people. I was like, I never bent any fucking rules. Like, I would like to know, you know, what rules were consistent for some people, but not for others. Nobody can answer that question because I really don't care. like I don't like we don't have time to protect anybody's feelings, you know, with that, because there's so much stuff going on. And now one of the things that that we did add with the bounties, like people were like, yo, there was you know, the bags or something that's new, and I'm like, nah, people were always able to drop a bag, but keep in mind, I got consultants that I work with too. You know, when we decided to institute bounties originally, and this was what, 2-3 years ago, almost 3 years ago, when we first decided to do that, it was like $50. Like that was it. No, nothing less than $50. We weren't even doing $20 bounties. So that's one of the reasons why you heard a lot of folks still scrapping, because nobody wanted to pay at least $50, you know, to get rid of anybody. And we were really trying to discourage people from using the bounties or anything. We were trying to discourage, like, because the goal wasn't to make money or anything like that. It was like, if you really wanted to get rid of somebody, hey, boot up a 50 piece. That's it. And for the most part, nobody really did it. Nobody really did it. But and I was cool with that. I didn't have a problem, because we wanted to maintain, you know, the integrity of the event. But you know, it got to a point, and if y'all remember, there was one dude that, hey, they did fucking boot up 50s and 100s on his ass, and that was Bullets Gotti. You know, shout out to Bullets Gotti. You know, a day one sub over here. But yeah, they put up the entire bag to get rid of him. You know, a couple of times. Okay, so yeah, that's something I was going to talk about, Maya. One thing that was a little bit different with the bounties was that we allowed $1 a minute. Okay, $1 a minute. So yeah, originally when we started out the show, you know, it was like $20 for a half, and it was like $20 or $25 for a half an hour. And you know, there were deals with that, like $50 would get somebody like an hour or 2 hours or something like that. And of course we lowered them, but anything less than what you saw on those banners there was $1 a minute, which was one of the reasons why you saw people were able to, yeah, you could boot up $2 and somebody's gone for 120 seconds. That's it. They just backstage for 120 seconds. $5. So yeah, anything less than like the $20 was $1 a minute. So when somebody kicked out like $10 or something, that was enough to drop somebody for 10 minutes. And of course, you know, Purge MVPs, that never changed. Their bounties were always doubled, with the exception of Lady La, who it was irrelevant because she didn't even make an appearance for this one. So, but hers was, she's got a triple bounty as a 4-time MVP, you know. But like Bomb Cherry, you know, if the Angry Man showed up, if Jackie O showed up, or any of them, yeah, they would have had double bounties. You saw OG Bobby Johnson, his was double. So, you know, in his case, it was $1 for 2 minutes. You know, and if it was $20 for a half an hour standard, then for him it would have been, if you did want to boot up $20, you know, it would have gave them 15 minutes instead of 30. That was it. So it was either double the money or half the time for the most part. So we had a lot of stuff going on, just trying to keep keep track of all of those things. But that was the main thing. It's not that the bags were lower than before. It's that we did allow $1 a minute. $1 a minute. So I don't know, Maya. Did people, and you could tell me, did people have an issue with that? The dollar a minute? Like, I'm like, those are the small ones. those are those are the ones you should say. Like, yeah, for real. Like, that was just those were the little ones, dog. So, but no, that was something that was common in a lot of the the spaces that we come from. People they doing $1 a minute. So I'm saying, you drop somebody for $2, or you want to get a solo or whatever. I'm saying, hey, you want to get a solo, or just I'm saying, you don't feel like yelling over somebody, you'll drop this motherfucker for 5 minutes, boom, $5. That's it. So yeah, we were doing that. And if you guys remember, Josh and Mahogany, they had like $5 and $2 wars. Happy Barry White, so you was dropping motherfuckers for $2. Yeah, we took that. That's what it was. So I'm not sure if folks had an issue with that, but I'm like, that's not really a bag. That's not a bag. You talking about $10, like $10, dog. $10, 10 minutes. The things folks they'll have issues with, but I thought that was just something to kind of keep the show going, and another excuse to add in some cool visuals. And for the most part, I mean, it's what the fuck is getting dropped in a 48 hour long event? What the hell is getting dropped for 10 minutes gonna do? Like, that's really gonna piss you off? Like, come on, man. Thank you, and Miss Jill understands that. And shout out to AC Shakura, man. We appreciate that membership. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate that. I'll have a cool visual coming soon. What up, Flip Mode? What up, Flip? We appreciate that. I'll have a cool visual, you know what I'm saying, for new members and stuff like that. And members do have exclusive access to all like purge edits and videos that we're going to be adding and stuff like that. But yeah, Miss Jill knows like $1 a minute is kind of like the standard. It's kind of like, it is definitely the standard. And of course we had bounties on the chat, which we've had bounties on the chat for a while, where people can purchase folks wrenches, get them, get wrenches off of people. You can time people out in the chat for a certain amount of time. But the thing is, that was kind of like a slippery slope. That's a slippery slope. So what I would do is, if somebody were, let's say somebody were timed, which didn't really happen very much, it didn't really happen very much. But when somebody got timed out in the chat, for example, bountied in the chat, I didn't time them out, and I didn't allow the moderators to time them out. What I did was I just let it ride unless they put another comment in. If they put in another comment that wasn't a super chat, then that's when I timed them out. Shout out to Duck Down. What up, what up, what up? And shout out to Flip Mode Action. You know what I'm saying? Another membership. Appreciate that. But yeah, that's what I did, because if you time somebody out, they are not able to send a super chat. So like, if somebody does get bountied out of the chat, they should be able to match the bounty. So the only way that I timed someone out after being bountied in the chat and hid them was if they just put in a comment or two, like a comment or so, without that wasn't a super chat to bring themselves back. That's it. Because that's the last thing that you wanted to do was was get, you know what I'm saying, get bountied, and then you're not even able to match the bounty. That's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. And we've been in those situations before. You know, I know Miss Jill knows. Just in our spaces, like it's pretty fucked up. Like, because when someone's timed out in the chat, or yeah, somebody's timed out on their hidden, they're not even able to send super chats anymore. So it's not really, you know what I'm saying, it's not really right, you know, to do that. So, but shout out to my moderators. They were on their best behavior for the most part. They did not make any of those moves. They allowed, you know, myself, you know, and my ghost mods, because I also have ghost mods that are watching. And when I say ghost mods, those are a select couple of people who you guys have no clue who they are. I don't disclose that information, but a select couple of folks that have access to, you know, my account, my page, and they can handle business, you know, in there, you know, on my behalf, and it looks like I did it, you know. But for the most part, shout out to, you know, Stacy, the cynical one, Annie, and Bridget M, because they didn't touch that. They didn't touch that. Yeah, it's problematic if somebody's financially supporting. That's why for the most part, I'm not going to time you out if you get bountied in the chat, but I'm also not going to let you keep typing neither. I'm not going to let you keep typing. So usually, like, what's going to happen is, you know, they would say they can still send it through Cash App, you know, or something like that. But I don't want to limit you to that, because, you know, if you're in the chat, it's easier for you to just send a super chat, you know, real quick. So for the most part, you know, people were good with that. People were good with that, you know, where they would just, you know, the next comment they would put would be to, you know, bring them back or something like that. So for the most part, I didn't even think that was an issue. Nobody even really complained about it. Nobody complained about it because it wasn't an issue. What's up, Miss T? Shout out to Miss T. Now, we will have a Twitch. We will have a Twitch. We're setting that up. We're in the process of setting up Twitch, you know, now. You know, it still lets us do everything. So we're going to be connecting the StreamYard, you know, to that, you know, and getting that going. I'll be simulcasting body camera breakdowns and reactions on both YouTube and Twitch. So this one, we're going to be doing the celebrity edition of body camera breakdowns and reactions. We'll be simulcasting it for the public at the home of the official YT Purge, as well as Auntie's The Boiler Room. But that'll likely be the last public YouTube simulcast of body camera breakdowns and reactions. We'll be doing it. It'll likely be a member show on YouTube. So make sure you guys have the membership. Shout out to TC. Appreciate you. And as y'all can see, you know what I'm saying, I'm putting everybody back in blue. You know, if you lost your wrenches for the purge, you know what I'm saying, shout out to all of y'all for not tripping about that, because y'all know how I move with that. We do purge a large percentage of wrenches, you know, for the for the purge. You know, because that's pretty tough. You know, the purge always brings new viewers, it brings new subscribers and stuff like that. So it's pretty rough when you come in gray and 85-90% of the chat is in blue. And then I might not know who you are or anything like that. So it really just puts everybody on level playing field. I did hear, you know, a couple of folks were hot because they didn't have wrenches or something like that. I'm like, look, nobody's allowed to abuse a wrench, you know, on you. Nobody's allowed to abuse a wrench. If I caught anybody abusing a wrench, they either got their wrench removed, or we reversed any abuse that they did. That's why moderators, you likely saw that shit in the chat. If you saw somebody timed out for like 10 seconds, that was because we reversed some bullshit. All right, so I want to make that very, very clear. When you see, that's the easiest way. Let's say somebody gets timed out for 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 86,000 seconds or some shit like that. You know, a 10-second timeout is what reverses that, is what negates it. So that's why you guys saw so many of that, because it was wrench abuse, you know, in the chat. So that's something that we did not allow under. Well, we tried not to. The chat box does move pretty fast, but we tried not to allow folks to abuse wrenches. You know, I understand that moderating that event is it's a burden. It's a burden. So nobody should have, even if you don't have a wrench, you really shouldn't worry about people using their wrenches against you or shit like that, just timing you out because they don't like you. That's some shit that we didn't allow. I have no problem removing a wrench just for the show. You know. But that's what it is. So, but now shout out to you guys. And I get it, folks. We really didn't do any streams to kind of explain that ahead of time because we did minimal promotion. I say that over and over again. We did minimal promotion for this, and I know folks are like, why does Ant keep saying that minimal promotion? And they're like, what it means is, I purposely didn't go anywhere else. Like I didn't go anywhere else. All promotion that you saw me, Ant T do was strictly on Ant T's channels. I didn't go anywhere. So, y'all came to me, but I had no problem, answering any questions, about it and keeping it consistent because I don't be knowing, who's got beef or who's got shit going on with each other. I don't know. I really don't care. Like I'm too busy trying to survive the weekend. What up, Bimp? I see Bimp. I got Roasted Toast in the building too. Salute. Salute. So, but every time we do, the purge, people are gonna come in. Where's my wrench? I had one before, now I don't. Like, bro, if you fuck with me, I remove a bunch of wrenches. And every time before we do the event, people hit me up either through IG or they hit me up, by email, and they ask like, yo, can you can you make sure that I'm a moderator, for this? I'd like to moderate the event, and I appreciate that. I rarely refuse. I don't refuse an accommodation as long as the wrench won't be abused. I know we had some issues, during last year's year-end purge. People that weren't familiar with, let's say, the Mo3 sector, for example, when y'all put gorillas in the chat, folks that weren't familiar with the Mo3 sector thought that shit was on some racist type stuff. And I even had to explain that. I'm like, nah, bro, they're allowed to do that. Let them rock. They get 200 characters. They can do that. They can do that. So, we had to fix that. And we tried to make sure that, the right people had moderator sticks to protect them and shit like that. So that wasn't even an issue this time. That wasn't even an issue this time. We tried to, just make sure that things were where they were supposed to be. In a second here, let me get you straight. That's kind of getting on my fucking nerves just watching this shit. I got you in a second, Tootsie. All right. So you should have just came up in blue. You should be good. So, you know, we try. It's a lot of stuff going on. I don't really like to explain too much of that stuff that goes on, behind the curtain, in front of the curtain. As I tried to explain to folks earlier, I'm like, yo, we really can't be explaining all this shit, man. Especially during the course of the show. Now, at the same time, I was willing to explain a little bit more, during this one than the other ones because we did this without the use of a green room. If y'all are familiar, for the last few years, we usually use the green room every single time. Mhm. OG Skinny Mini, what's the moral of the purge? Okay, I don't know if it's really like any moral, to it. um, but it's definitely a purpose to it, and the word has a meaning and it's cleansing. So, it allows people to address beef, establish beef, and squash beef, and go into the new year or the new season and get that shit off of their chest, for the most part. That was the goal. So I get it. There are a lot of like, rumors and shit like that. And, people kind of try to, make things into what they want it to be or what they see. They're like, oh, that's just somebody called it the roast Olympics, somebody called it a scratch fest or whatever. I'm like, that was never the purpose. Like, I do allow people to come up there and talk that shit out if they want to. Now, for the most part, people don't really do that, but people have, cleared up their shit. People have cleared up their shit. But for the most part, it's supposed to be neutral ground where folks can come and settle their shit. Settle their shit. And even if they need to, yell at each other for a few hours. Yell at each other, lose your voice. Maybe y'all will gain some respect for each other and then just move into the new year on some new shit. What up, Creative Solutions? That's supposed to be the goal. But it's trust me, if it were just a total gimmick, I would do it more often. I would do it every month. I would do it 7, 8, 9, 10 times a year. If it were just a gimmick. Nah, there's a reason why, we only do it, every 6 months or every 12 months or, maybe twice a year or whatever. And that's because that shit builds up. So we don't just do the purge because we're pissed off or because I see a lot of people arguing or shit like that. Give people a chance to kind of get that shit out of their system or whatever. I know, I came up with the idea because I got really annoyed by trying to support different people, that were supporting me, and I would go to their channels and they would have beef, going on. It wouldn't even be content. It wouldn't be content. Chat box would be split, divided. You got haters and shit, and they would be beefing. It'd be the whole stream beefing with somebody that you've been beefing with for the last 5 years. Like, for real. This was in 2021. People be like, oh, this is some shit from way back in 2016, and stay out of it. And I was like, okay, I'll stay out of people's personal shit, but I get it. But like, I'm new here and a lot of other folks are new here and we support you, and you talking about shit from 5 years ago with somebody that's on the other side of YouTube. And then I go over to their channel and they over there talking about you from some shit from 5 years ago. It's like, y'all do understand that shit is a very, very tough way to grow on YouTube. It's extremely tough to grow like that, especially when you're trying to bring in new subscribers, new viewers, a new audience. In order to grow and get more subs and shit like that, you need people that weren't subbed to you yesterday to sub to you and watch you today. Now, how the hell are you going to get people that didn't know who you were yesterday to watch you today, and you talking about shit from 5 years ago? They don't know what's going on. People will tune in and it's like, okay, so who you talking about? How'd that happen? And then you got to go and rehash the whole shit. Like now you got to take 2 steps backwards instead of any steps forward. And I didn't think that that was fair to the to the subscribers. I didn't think that was fair to the supporters. You know, like as content creators, like we owe y'all content. Like we owe y'all content. So I get it. You know, the beefs and shit, that shit's not gonna end. You know what I'm saying? I still I got my shit. You know what I'm saying? If I'm pissed off or somebody's fucking with me or whatever, hey, I'm about to use my platform. I'm about to air that shit out. I don't give a fuck. So I don't blame anybody else for doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm with the shit too. So I didn't expect it to end, but at least you know, lend a platform in which people can just get that shit going on neutral ground, because that's the way it was. It was like, yo, do you understand how this works, Ant? I do a stream, and then you do a stream, and then I do a stream, and then you do a stream, and then I do a stream, and then you do a stream, and we just do this shit for the next 5 or 6 years. And I'm like, nah, that's not the fucking way I'm gonna do it. Like that's bullshit. So that was that was my reason for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, I'm not gonna sit there and go back and forth with you stream for stream for 6 months, 2 years, whatever. And I don't think that that's fair to you guys to have to tune in and watch the same old bullshit, you know, every day for years, you know, at a time. And I get it. This shit's not gonna stop. You know, it's not gonna stop. But you know, it would be nice to see, to have like a platform or just one arena where these people that have been, I do a stream and then you do a stream and then I do a stream and then you do a stream, and then them people actually confront each other. And also it was something that put, you know, the subscribers and the supporters on level playing field, you know, on level ground, you know, with the creators. So it didn't matter if you had 100,000 subs or you had 10 subs or whatever. You can run up on it. Anybody can run up on anybody and say whatever it is they got to say. You know, if you think somebody's content sucks, if you think they're full of shit, you know, or even if they're not there, you know what I'm saying, you can call them out. You know, it was what it was. But I thought it was a cool concept and a cool idea, but you know, it turned into, you know, some other stuff. So even for this past one, you know, we tried to kind of get back to, you know, the roots of it. Usually, you know, I'll kind of pay attention to the last event or the last couple of events, see what was lacking, see where we can make an improvement, and we'll add to it. You know, that's where things like the green room came. You know, that's where the bounties come from, and the overlays and the siren throughout the course of the whole event. You know, originally there wasn't, I say this all the time, there was no siren throughout the course of the event. There wasn't even an idea for a purge MVP. That was an idea of the chat box. You know, we didn't have that idea at first. Originally, it was just going to be just a fucking panel, and we were going to be up here for 48 hours and people can go at it. It wasn't none of that shit. But you know, we had to put in the overlays to protect from P bombers and shit like that. You know, the playing the siren throughout the course of the event. You know, that was, you know, just something, so it wasn't just dead air. It wasn't dead air, and I didn't have to tell everybody that I'm putting everybody backstage. The siren kind of gives everybody the signal that I'm putting you backstage, you know, without me having to say it and stuff like that. And it was also, you know, shout out to Sir Ism. That was his idea. It was like, yo, the event is that's the theme. You know, that's a good sound to play throughout the entire one. Shout out to him. You know, he hit me up. You know, we talked for a minute, and he's like, yo, that you probably gonna want to do that. So he gave me that idea. But if you guys, and I'll probably make the first purge public or something, people can check that out. But yeah, that shit was not throughout the entire course of the event. So, you know, things kind of evolved into what they evolved into. But this time I really kind of wanted to get back to the original, you know, the original concept for the first, you know, 2 or 3 purges, and, you know, get back to what made that shit cool, you know, in the first place, was people being able to kind of just get their shit off, you know. So Well, when you see people, running around and saying, "Oh, I could do that," and all of that other shit. I'm not saying that nobody else can do it, or it can't be done better or whatever. I'm not even saying that shit. But um, I don't think people understand that, there was a concept behind that shit. It wasn't, we didn't do it to make money. We didn't do it to get views. We didn't do it for any of the reasons why a lot of folks say that they can do it, or the why folks want to do it. We did it, and I say we because I did not do this shit by myself. I have not done any of these things by myself. I've always had help, even from people that I don't fuck with no more. I always had help, and that's very few. For the most part, I still rock with, what I'm saying, everybody. Probably about 90% of the people that have worked with me, I still rock with them. Probably a larger percentage than that. So that's not an issue. But probably about maybe 2 people that I've worked with in the past, I don't fuck with no more. Either way, we did it because we thought the space needed it. We thought the space needed it. So that's one of the reasons why, I do kind of laugh. I know people be like, "Oh, you don't think I could do it? You don't think I could do it?" I'm like, look, I'm not saying that you can't. I mean, it's just if your purpose is just to make money, or to run up your numbers, or to get a little bit of clout or some attention, you're not gonna do it right. Like, you're not. Because that's not what that shit was built on. It was built on, it was built on real shit. It was built on real shit, and all of the reasons why other folks, either want to do it, or basically just what they see when the shit starts. I'm like, that's not why we did it. So we just really kind of wanted to get back to that, which is why we did so little promotion, this time. We didn't just tell, hey, everybody, make sure you come through for it and everything. Nah, it wasn't like that. It was on some, hey, man, if you know, I get it. Folks are going to share it out, and please do go ahead and do so. But for the most part, nah, we didn't want a clown show for the whole thing. We didn't want that shit. It's another reason why I didn't announce the running count for where we were with the cash prize tally, because people were going to come up there and just start acting an ass to get a couple of dollars, and real beef and real smoke was going to be overshadowed. So nah. So even though people have those rules, like no brandishing of firearms, no doxing, no children can participate, things like that. Y'all have those rules. The team has a basic mission statement, and that's to protect the channel and protect the integrity of the event at all costs. That is it. And I know a lot of folks are like, "Oh, you got to be more specific with that shit," and I'm like, no, I don't. No, I don't. No, I do not. Because it's not even that's extremely vague. It's extremely broad. It's extremely broad. And because that shit is so long and it's live, that can be a lot of different things. So when folks try to come up there and make that, an event that's supposed to be open, not just to a space, but that shit is open for everybody. Everybody from all sectors or whatever, all sectors, all algorithms, for the most part, it's open to everybody. So if you're going to come up there and try to make the whole damn show about yourself or about your one beef, nah, man, I'm probably going to sound the fucking siren and and let somebody else, handle their shit, because it's not supposed to be, about any one person or whatever. It's an event for the entire YouTube for the most part, Now, when I say protect the integrity of the event, I'm not gonna let folks come up and do racist rants and shit like that. I don't play that. I've gotten rid of folks for doing that shit. I'm not gonna let people just be extremely broad. I've had to, check motherfuckers for coming up like, I got a problem with these black women. Nah, man, ain't no moves for that shit. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. No, stop. No, pick a fucking target. Pick a target, or you can go back to your own channel and do that shit. So, like I say, we try, and just like we always do, we're gonna make improvements, to the next one. Like you'll probably see that on the wall. Somebody gave me the idea to probably start raising funds for next year, early, which I don't think that's necessary, because you never know. We may do it quarterly, we may do it semi-annually. I'd like to reserve the 48-hour long purge for the end of the year, but we don't know. But as far as just adding like maybe a scratch clock, we put in the solo clock this time, where it was like 2 or 3 minutes or whatever while folks are backstage, because that's another thing. We try to get out the edits and the clips and shit like that, but it's pretty damn unclippable. When you got two people yelling at each other, and you got one person in the background singing a fucking melody, singing a Negro spiritual or some shit. It's tough. It's tough. Boom. So there are a lot of like confrontations and stuff like that. Like folks is like, yo, I want to see that. Can you put out that edit? It's like, I really can't, because it's worthless, because you can't hear it, because somebody was in the goddamn background singing happy birthday and shit, or humming fucking Michael Jackson fucking tunes or some shit, into their microphone while folks are yelling. So this is one of the reasons why you put a lot of people backstage, and also you'll hear 2 or 3 arguments going on at the same damn time. So we tried. But I came to the conclusion that 12 hours really isn't enough. Y'all know 12 hours in YouTube time is like an hour in real life time. It's not enough. That's just enough time for people to say that they missed it. Oh, somebody was over there talking about me. Oh, I guess I'll just have to fire up a stream on my channel. Nah. Nah, 48 hours is plenty. Somebody was talking shit about you yesterday. Hey, you can come to the same damn platform and address their ass today. Well, we try to Flip, we try to like give people the opportunity to kind of release, just like you said, release the tension, start fresh, the perfect way to move forward, with purpose. Understandable. But I think a lot of folks, because of what they've heard or what they think shit should be, what up, yummy yums, but what they think it should be, they don't come over there to get back to content or kind of like leave the bullshit in the past. They come looking for shit to bring into Monday. And I always said this, you're gonna see, like, the event is fun, like that's fun, that's cool, that's entertaining, but the real bullshit shows itself the next day. I've said that since its inception. The real bullshit is going to show itself when it's over. They're going to be looking for things to keep it going and shit like that. So that's why I said that this is when you see who's with the shit, you see who's above the shit, and you see who's full of shit, and you see it the next day, and in the days to come. You know? So I would put out that disclaimer. Like if you're coming over to that particular event, looking for things to fuel your content for the next month, unless you're just going to be reviewing it. Like if you're looking to fuel content or you're looking for beefs to get into, don't you might as well just don't even bother. Don't even bother, because that wasn't the reason for that, at all. And I was questioned about that, a couple of years ago. People are like, I thought, the purge was where people were supposed to kind of get it out, and no matter what, we leave it on the panel, for the weekend. But people were kind of coming over there, starting shit, and people ain't leaving it on the panel. I'm like, hey, we got to remind folks, man, leave that shit on that damn panel, man. And if you can't leave it on the panel, you might as well not even show up, because you're just going to do the same shit that you do every day anyway. Like, for real. And I get it. Some folks just ain't like, they're never going to get along. That's the game. Like some folks are never going to get along. I'm not saying everybody need to hold hands and sing kumbaya. I'm talking about people be coming over there looking for new shit to get into. I see people coming over trying to get into beef with me. I'm like, the fuck? Like, are you serious? Like, are you serious? I just host the show. like, come on. But I understand, some a lot of folks in these spaces, they really that's what fuels their content. You know what I'm saying? They need to be in some shit to stay relevant. And I got that advice when I first came onto YouTube, because I didn't know. I was like, I'm just doing my channel. I'm just doing my channel. I'm trying to work with people. I'm trying to work with people and do something new, because I saw a lot of beef and a lot of bullshit, and I wanted to, kind of show that, teamwork will make the dream work, like all of that. But then, next thing I know, I start falling out with people that I'm working with and shit, over creative differences and personal shit and all types of other shit, and then next thing I know, I gotta address some shit, on my damn platform and totally just get away from what we've been doing, and all of a sudden, the numbers fucking triple, because I got beef now. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, are you serious? For a normal show, I got 50, 60 people watching, and now I got I done fell out with a motherfucker. I got 350 people watching. Like, what the fuck? Like, this shit is crazy. This is crazy. So I get it. You know what I'm saying? Folks can get addicted to that, and they're like, we need beef. We need smoke, because that should bring the numbers. That should bring the totals. I understand, but the best advice that I got was, don't build your shit. Don't predicate your channel or your brand on beef, because you're going to have to stay in it to stay relevant. And shout out to the person that gave me that advice. They in the clouds. I ain't gonna say no name, or maybe they're not in the clouds. I don't know. But that person got almost 1 million subs now. Got almost 1 million subs. And like, yeah, every now and then, yeah, you are gonna have to address some shit. Every now and then, you are gonna have to go there with people. But for the most part, if you predicate your shit on beef, if you build your entire brand on beef, you will have to stay in it to stay relevant. So that's why y'all see the title right here. It's like, we back to boring. We back to boring over here. So even when folks try to, come at me, they're like, yo, hey, man, if you ain't doing the purge, man, your shit over there dead. It's like, look, I know how to get the numbers popping. Like I do this for a living. I'm a marketing consultant. It's what I do. So if I really want to fill up that box, I already know I could put people's names in the titles. I can get real ignorant with thumbnails and visuals and shit. You know what I'm saying? And PowerPoint presentations and the sound effects and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? And put on a ridiculously entertaining, like I could do shit to get y'all in here, and I could make it entertaining as fuck to keep you here if I really wanted to. And since very few of these people on here do I actually know personally, I really don't give a fuck. Like, anybody can really get it if I really wanted to do that. I choose not to, because I don't want to be stuck in that trick bag. Pause. Because you'll never get out of it. So I don't mind, going back to boring. I don't mind going back to boring, just sitting up here talking to you, no popping bubble, no nothing, no fair use. We're going to do the content, whether we talking about politics, whether we talking about, relationships, whether we're talking about marketing, you know what I'm saying? We're talking about some shit going on in the space, fair use and some shit, doing body camera reactions or whatever. I don't mind, going back, when people tried to come in, to the purge, that was something that I kind of got rid of people for too. You saw moderators, you guys saw that during the event. When somebody came into my chat talking about the numbers we're dropping, their ass got time the fuck out. Yeah. I don't care. Makes me no difference. When we did the first purge, we hit a max of 85 live viewers, maximum. It didn't go above that. And we even got as low as 17 live viewers. And people still use words like epic and legendary to describe the fucking event. So I don't care about those numbers. That event had a concept. It had a purpose. And we were going to stay true to it, regardless of how many people were watching. Shout out to Brownie Ellie with your cute self in the building. What up, Brownie? What up, Brownie? So, I understood that. And I've even had folks tell me in these spaces, they're like, oh, well, you don't care about numbers, you don't care about. No, I do care about. No, like I say, I'm a marketing consultant by trade, by profession. So I know how to read analytics. I know how to read analytics. I know how to make adjustments and all of that. It's just the numbers y'all are concerned with. I'm not. I'm concerned with numbers, just not the ones y'all are concerned with. Like, for real, we had other numbers to count. We're making sure that the MVP fund is where it's supposed to be. We're making sure that bounties are taken care of like they're supposed to be taken care of. We're making sure that clock is where it's supposed to be. All of those things. We're making sure that we don't pass a certain time frame on the clock so we can move over like we're supposed to. Like, we had a lot of different shit going on. A lot. As far as the live viewers were concerned, I don't give a fuck. It didn't make me a difference. We could have had 500 viewers. We could have had 5 viewers. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. Because to be honest with you, I believe that event is truly a success when it's not needed anymore. Now, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Brownie. So as long as it's still necessary, we'll keep doing it, and it's clearly still necessary. It's clearly still necessary. So we're gonna continue to do it. But when it gets to the point that nobody shows up to it anymore, That's when we'll stop doing it. And that's something else that I kind of wanted to discuss today, on the Sunday show, is because I've seen a lot of people that have their events and signature events too. I've never made this a secret. I believe that every single streamer on here should all have their own signature event. Everybody should. Everybody should. But I've seen people that have had their signature events and they were extremely entertaining, fun to watch, fun to participate in, all of that. And because of the hate and the bullshit and the words and the flags and all of the shit that comes with that, those events are not even going on anymore. Like, they just stopped doing it. And I think folks should really be ashamed of themselves for allowing that shit to happen. I mean, I can't blame, people that are like, look, the juice ain't worth the squeeze. It ain't fucking worth it, man. It's just not even worth it anymore, to go through it, because I put on an event for 4 hours, 5 hours, whatever, I plan for it. I get judges, I give money away, I make sure that the graphics and the visuals and everything is organized, and then I got to deal with all this shit afterwards. Like, I got to deal with shit tomorrow and the next day and the next day, and I got people flagging me, and the shit gets shut down and this and that. Bro, I cannot blame them people one bit. But the haters, that go out of their way, to deprive y'all of those events and the content that y'all deserve, that y'all are entertained by and shit, man, they ought to be ashamed of themselves, man. For real. And I know people be like, damn, that's all you got to say. I'm like, that really is. And I really mean it. Like, you should really hate what's staring back at you in the mirror every single time you look into a fucking mirror. If you see somebody doing something that has nothing to do with you whatsoever, and all you can think to do is fuck it up or discourage that person from doing it, you're like, you should really just hate yourself, man. or I'm pretty sure you do hate yourself. That's why you doing that shit. Because I seen a lot of creativity in these spaces. I seen a lot of people do things, that get people together, for one stream or one show, and whether it's a competition or it's just something that just brings people together, so that they can laugh and joke and whatever, and then after the show is over, the whole shit's over. People hating on that shit. It's a shame. And I know folks will come at me like, yo, oh, well, you just don't like it because you don't want the flags and shit like that. Look, man, I've managed clubs, before. I get it. If I let motherfuckers sell dope in my parking lot, if I let motherfuckers sell dope in my parking lot, and I let chicks sell pussy in the back and shit like that, yeah, that shit'll be popping. That shit'll be popping. But I'm not gonna have much of a show. Like I'm not gonna have an establishment, later on. So every now and then, I'm gonna have to put my foot down. I'm gonna have to hire some goddamn security. You know, I'm gonna have to hire some security. I'm gonna have to raise the price of admission. You know, I'm gonna have to regulate the DJ's playlist. You know, I'm gonna have to institute a dress code. Like I've been there. I've been there. And yeah. The dope boys that are trying to get off of a pack, they're gonna be pissed off because hey, they don't like coming no more. They ain't allowed to just do their thing. Yeah. So you know what? The club might not be. It might not be as thick. It might not be as jumping as it was last week or last month because we don't allow that shit anymore. But that's what we got to do to make sure that there is still a club next month. Because folks like that don't really care. They don't give a fuck. If your shit gets shut down, they'll just find another spot to go pump fucking dope out of. You know? Them hoes will find another spot to go sell pussy at. You know, the hustlers are gonna go find, you know what I'm saying, another back room to go hustle skins and 3-card money and shit and loaded dice and shit. Like they're just gonna find another spot, you know. But in the meantime, your business is shot. It's gone. Nah, you can't allow that. So, you know, as the owner or the manager, you know, you got to take full responsibility for all the shit going on. You know, I get it. That's what I'm saying. I've been there in real life. Like real life. So even when people want to talk about, you know, a once a year event, the purge or whatever, I'm like, man, I know what it is to have to make these adjustments from weekend to weekend. You know, and when you make these adjustments, it's not just to protect the channel. You know, I know what it is to have to make these adjustments to keep from somebody getting physically fucking deleted. So yeah, it's folks that's gonna have problems with what the fuck is going on, and it is what it is, you know. But those are not the folks that we want in the establishment. You know what I'm saying? We want the people in the establishment that are gonna support the establishment. We don't want the people looking for a fucking discount. You know what I'm saying? We want the people that are going to pay and are glad to pay because they understand that this shit runs on bodies and money. Bodies, money, and a vibe. You know, and we don't want them patrons to feel uncomfortable. We don't want them customers to feel uncomfortable. Because if so, we're gonna lose. You know what I'm saying? There's not gonna be a business, you know, later on. So trust me, I've been there. I've you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Emperor Kojak, bro. I don't know if you're still in the clouds, man. You know what I'm saying? We talked about this. He was in the chat. I talked about this, man. We know what the fuck that shit is, man. You can set up a club multiple different ways. You can set up a club that's going to have some longevity and it's going to be there for a minute, and hey, it's a hot spot that it's going to build a reputation, and it's going to be a vibe that that people know about. Yeah, you know what's up. You know, you can set up a brand where hey, it's going to be there for a while, but some clubs are also set up, they just quit cash grabs. Like they just quit cash grabs. We know we ain't about to be here for but 2 months. All right, we know it. We know it's a matter of time before the fire department, before the fire marshal, the health department. You know what I'm saying? And all these motherfuckers shut us down because we letting it all go. You know? And as far as YouTube was concerned, yo, this was that type of this wasn't a cash grab. You know, we didn't do that shit to just 2 months real quick and boom, we're out. Nah, man. This is, you know what I'm saying, this is something that we're in this one for the long haul. So, there are certain things that we can't allow. You know? So for real, it's a long-term investment. And what up, Soul? And when it's a long-term investment like that, when it's a long-term investment like that, um, you would prefer the customer that comes in and spends 25 or $30 every time your ass is open than the one person that comes once a year and they spend $200. Because you can have that customer, that comes in and they spend $10, $15, you know what I'm saying, have a couple of drinks, you know what I'm saying, they have a drink, a couple of shots and a beer, every time they're in and then they're out. They adhere to the rules, you know what I'm saying, the dress code, they keep the vibe going, and then you got that, you know what I'm saying, that one clique that comes in and spends a couple $100, once a year, but yet they want to piss on the floor and shoot up your shit. Insurance nightmare. Nah. And I get it. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of folks that that may not have moved in that world, or even if they did the club, they was on the other side of it, you know what I'm saying? They just paid the admission at the motherfucking door, you know what I'm saying? And when the lights came on, they just left. They don't know what it is to have to clean up the motherfucking club afterwards. They don't know what it is to be setting up one motherfucking day and then the health department come in that motherfucker and tell your ass, hey man, hey, you're gonna have to epoxy the goddamn stock room, you know what I'm saying? The floor in the stock room. Hey, that needs to be taken care of. Your limes gotta be kept under a certain fucking temperature or whatever. Hey, that hose that you got for your soda gun, yeah, that shit can't go right into a damn trash can. You gotta have a hose that goes to a certain thing or whatever the fuck. Like for real, they don't know what it is to have to, you know what I'm saying, pay out of the damn register and shit because you need an exterminator in this bitch today. Or have to kick out a couple $1,000 on a fucking Tuesday because your damn kegerator, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The refrigerator that keeps your kegs cold and shit done took a shit. So you got to kick out $1,000 on a damn night where you ain't gonna make but fucking $300 if you're lucky. But the alternative is running out of cold beer. Like, nah, you can't allow that. You can't allow that. But folks don't be knowing about that shit, which that's not a customer issue. That's not a customer issue. So salute Gabe. What up? Yeah, those that haven't indulged in business don't know the standards of success. That's the truth, you know. But like I said, you got to understand, like, and that's what I mean. The YouTube thing be a long term investment. You know, when people say that, hey, I done lost X amount, I get it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody on YouTube probably done, either lost the channel or been demonetized or shit like that. But hey, we don't know if and when that's gonna happen, and we gonna knock on wood. But at the same time, we're gonna do everything that we can to keep it. Those of y'all that have been, subbed over at the Boiler Room, and at the home of the official YT Purge, y'all know YouTube was trying to demonetize us last month. And we had to appeal and win, and we won. And I say we because that shit was a team effort. That was a team effort, and shout out to the team, and people that helped me out with that. That shit was a team effort. Yeah, YouTube gave a motherfucker 7 days, was like, hey, man, we about to demonetize your ass, man. Give us a reason not to. I'm paraphrasing, of course, but y'all know that's what they did. So, hey, we're able to do that, and we're good. So we're able to just gift memberships and all of that stuff because we still got it going. So, it really doesn't make me much of a difference what anybody that's not dealing with that shit behind the scenes, has to say, because at the end of the day, I'm the one that has to deal with that shit. The team, the people that I work with, those are the ones that are stuck with the burden of helping me out with that shit. Not just the people that show up once a year. So, and I appreciate them, everybody that shows up, once a year and they enjoy the event and shit like that. I ain't saying that y'all got to change what you like and stuff like that, but don't get mad because I can't let you sell dope in the parking lot. Okay? Because if I let you sell dope in the parking lot, bro, that's it, man. We about to get shut the fuck down. Oh. And by the way, man, shout out to Gabe A. I hope you saw that edit. I got more of them coming soon. Myself and just my 5, we got to go through some more stuff. She hooked me up with an entire drive of different clips and stuff, and I've got some more clips and stuff, and we're gonna have a whole lot more of that stuff coming out over the course of the month. I'm actually thinking about setting up an entirely different channel that where people can rewatch the Purge in its entirety. Won't be any monetization or anything like that on the channel, and we'll kind of just let it rock until it's not able to rock anymore. If so, as always, you guys just pay attention to the community tab, and if anything, we'll share the link, because I think we probably have to just do that. Just do that, where, like I said, people can just watch the uploads and enjoy that for what it is. Because shout out to the lovely Miss Polly. What's good with you, sis? Let me move my ass over here.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna listen and cook and
Look at you. Look at you. How you doing this morning? Or this afternoon? Well, no, it's still morning. It's still morning.
It's good this morning. I'm gonna make some food. It's cooking time.
Okay. Now that hey, that's what's up. So what you got going on in 2026? We see you got that big old kitchen. You know what I'm saying? So you cooking and all of
Yeah,
that other stuff. Um,
yeah.
you came up on the purge. Niggas got, you know what I'm saying? Platinum Elite got a little thirsty. I will be editing that part. You know what I'm saying? Um, you got a little thirsty, but it bugs me out that more people don't know who Miss Polly is. What's up with that?
I think a lot. I mean, I did disappear for a little bit, and so I feel like there was a transition where a lot of new people start coming into the space, and I wasn't around like I was supposed to be. Like I still go on shows now, and I hop on for like 30 minutes, I hop off. Just kind of been a little bit tired and trying to make sure I'm taking care of my body.
Mhm.
Taking care of my body. I want to, I want to start really kind of focusing on. Not that I wasn't before, but I had some goals this year I want to do 2026. So definitely want to slim it up more. I'm trying to do a health competition at least once this year by the end of the year. So I gotta make sure I'm getting sleep and all that, lowering stress, which is extremely hard. Um, and I started a new job and trying to make some more money. So in the midst of all that, I'm sure they know. I'm sure.
Mhm. All right.
I'll tell you what I got to do though. I got
And we
some new
gonna give a
stuff.
little super chat love real quick. Say what?
I do have some new stuff.
What you say,
Some new
Miss
kind of
Polly?
stuff. I said there's some new kind of stuff I want to start. It's not a channel. Well, it's not going to be a channel. I think I'm going to keep my channel the same this year, but I'm gonna do some stuff with some gaming. I know that don't excite everybody because I know we usually talk about other stuff. But if you guys are into gaming or you want to just kind of maybe educate yourself, I'm gonna do some interviews with some actual gamers who actually make good money gaming, um, and kind of see what it's like to do things that you enjoy and actually be profitable with it.
Mhm.
That's
Okay.
what we are. Yeah.
Now that's what's up. Give me 1 second. Let me give a little super chat love. Appreciate you, Elaine.
Witness the sea walk of the incredible. Keep it gangster, dog. Keep it gangster. 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 I wanna thank you all. I wanna thank you. I wanna thank you all. I wanna thank you. Keep it gangster, dog. Keep it gangster. Keep it gangster, dog. Keep it gangster.
We appreciate that, Elaine. You know, keep it gangster. Get your crip walk on. You know, get your walk on. Nah, shout out to Miss Polly. Definitely a treasure in this space. You know, she comes through. You know what I'm saying? Shows love. Trooper 69, we appreciate you too in the building. You know, you see that? Yeah, cardio is your friend. You know, it depends. It depends. As far as cardio go, it depends. If I guess I mean if you're cutting like you're cutting weight, you know,
Yeah.
then yeah, cardio is your friend. If you're sculpting, you gotta have a good balance of cardio, you know, strength training, resistance, calisthenics, you know, all of
Mhm.
that other stuff. So
Yeah. Yeah. If y'all don't know, I lift weights, so I like to lift. That's my favorite. If I got to, I do lifting. CrossFit. I do CrossFit. I rather do CrossFit every day, but I was doing a lot of isolation training this last year with one of the partners I had. So that was interesting.
now this is something I'm gonna talk to you about, right? Because Platinum mentioned this when he was talking to you, right? And I try not to really get into too much shit at the per, but it's so long that I be getting into some of the conversations too, right? He was like, "You are a man's dream because you don't mind, like, because your name is Miss Polly, like you're into the poly lifestyle. I get that. So he's like, you're a man's dream. This was his words, because you know you don't mind not necessarily being the only one. Now, what I was gonna come up and say was that I don't think Platt understands that that shit is a revolving door, right? So
It can be.
just
It
just,
could
just
be.
like you might
Could be.
not be the only woman, you might not be the only man. Can you handle that, homeboy?
I think okay, so I'm gonna have to do a video because I do my relationship channel too, as y'all know. So I like to, well, maybe you don't, but I definitely want to do a review of the last 2 years, maybe last 5, where I've been men who were saying they was cool with it. It was cool with it, especially because I don't really add a whole bunch of different men, but I do have partners that I've been with for a long period of time. So, these particular 5 men that I dated last 6 years, they have experience. Huh?
Not
5
5
men,
men.
6 years.
5. You said 5, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5. Yeah.
There is some overlapping of years, yeah. So like last 6 years, I did 5 men. And I did 1 for 5 years, 1 for 6 years, and then 1 for 2 years. And then I also dated, I'm still consistently dating him now, but yeah, that was like about 8 months. So, so it's interesting. Yeah, there's another, and I dated a couple. So like having my experience and kind of sharing with that, like it is different. Dating guys who think they're ready for that or they think they cool with that. Listen, I don't know. They was monogamous, so.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I did a show that this was a few years ago. And shout out to Ray of Eve. I would like to have her up for a follow up, but she was into the polyamorous lifestyle.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lot of folks understood like, that not everybody's ready for that. People think that shit is just all just threesomes and orgies all damn, you know what I'm saying, every night. And that's all it is. And it's like, nah, it's more to it than that.
I mean, listen, this is what I tell people because I do consultations and I tell people like I'll try to give them information. And the number one thing is most people are into lifestyle, which is activity. Done with multiple people. These are activities. These are not like it's not that. So I always tell people like you need to know what you're trying to do. If your main goal is to be with 2 ladies for a couple months and have a good time, that's not the same as trying to be a full husband or full dedicated boyfriend with 2 ladies. That's 2 separate things. And most people don't even know how to do that because they cheat half their life. Most people who try to get into this in confusion are cheaters. They're cheaters who think they get a pass. And the thing is, it's not cheating. So you can't treat it like it's cheating or you're going to do incorrectly. If you go into something like, I'm going to go play, I'm going to win this game, but I cheat all the time. But then you find out everybody here is not cheating.
Yeah.
Cheating. So when I come to you and I say I'm going out with somebody, your reaction can't even be the same because it's not the same situation. And some people, they can't even compute the change. So it's different. Definitely different.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way you use that comparison, and I'm not going to go too deep into it, but it's like you deal with some deceptive scumbags, right, in life. Like I've dealt with some, and then I get a hold of them on the poker table, and they realize they have no advantage anymore because that's part of the game is being deceptive. Like right. that is like part of the rules. So now we can see right through you because you ain't even good at being deceptive. So I would say like a cheater, for example, like you mentioned, like cheaters are gonna cheat anyway, no matter what the fuck the rules are. So even if they were in that that poly lifestyle or whatever, if they're gonna cheat, they're gonna fuck that up too, somehow, some way. That's what I would say.
Oh yeah, I agree. No, sorry, I had to push the button. Yeah, that's it. If you're cheating, you're gonna be a cheater all day, and you can cheat and be in poly, and that's when people have issues because it's no longer considered cheating. It's considered most of the time it's not a cheating issue; it's a boundary issue. If I say, hey, like, listen, like I like I appreciate it if you let me know if you're talking to multiple women out here, or if you talk to a woman, please let me know, because sometimes when I'm out here and someone's like, "Oh, well, that's what's his name, girl, you talking to her," and I don't know, it makes it look like we have a communication issue. It's not about you talking to her; it's about the communication issue, because it was simple as you just tell me. We have a conversation. That might be a boundary I have, and if you can't keep up with that, that means basically you don't respect me and my boundary. So see, it's different. It's no longer that, oh, you're cheating or doing something incorrect. It's just that, like, can you just respect me or treat me accordingly? And can you do that?
Hmm. Well, and that's what I mean. Like somebody, like it doesn't matter what lifestyle you put them in. For the most part, somebody that doesn't respect your boundaries, or doesn't respect you, they're not going to, no matter what.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. If they a bad person, they a bad person. That's all they do. There's not much
So,
you can do. Yeah, that's very true. So yeah, this year, what were you saying about your year? Do you feel like last year was good, and you feel like last year was? How do you
well,
feel?
I'll be honest. I mean, last year is in the past, so I'm not
Sure.
like I can kind of talk about it now. But yeah, no, last year was not very. I'm glad to see it gone. Let's just put it that way.
Okay. Okay.
I'm glad it's gone. And as I get older, it's like, damn, you kind of cherish the time because you kind of we're running out of it, as we get older. But last year, I am glad to see I'm glad to see that shit gone. But everything happens for a reason. So there have
Right.
been a lot of changes that I've had to make, and there are going to be even some more. So I know, like you were talking about your channel and stuff like that, and shout out to you. But like I know me personally, we're going to try to do this social media thing the right way. We're gonna grow. We're gonna branch out to other platforms, and I say we because it's a team effort. I
Yeah.
don't I do very little by myself on here, very little if anything. So I've got help, I've got assistance, I've got people that consult me, um and I appreciate all the support that I get. But yeah, we're gonna try to do it the right way. So that is definitely the goal, on YouTube, is to get that silver plaque. Like that's the goal.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. I think I think our goal was to be more consistent. And like you said, like find your genre. Like I really talk about relationships. I love helping people. I also know that I really have I work too, and as y'all always know, I'm always at work. So it's like find that sweet spot that work and still making money. And if I'm gonna do it, if I'm gonna give my time, I need to make sure it's worth it and there's a point and purpose to such. So that's what my time focus is, making sure that every movement I make is that positive. It like you said, it goes into, like you said, we're getting older. Time to start making some moves that are going to be very effective. And I don't have time to just watch it simmer. I have to turn on the high, like boy, it's time. So definitely want to get that going.
Well,
Yeah.
also, I've noticed like there's a lot of things, and shout out to Low Key. I see Low Key in the building. What up, Low Key? I appreciate you, Foxtrotter too. You know, Emperor want to know what you cooking, and he asked if you can go back to that sink because I think he getting a look at the yams. Um, that's up to you. But and Miss Jill said, "Do you still work 60 hours a week?"
Jesus. That's why I don't want to. Well, I mean, I still am cleaning. I do have my cleaning business. I still do that, but it's like 3 times a week. I mean, 3 times a month. I do job for 2 different people, and then I will at least do my 40 to 50 hours at regular work. So it's possible. It's possible. Never ends, and then I try to be on here. So you gotta be really good with your time. So that's just
Yeah,
really the
this is
challenge.
extremely time consuming. It's extremely time consuming.
Yeah.
Um, and again, like I'm very fortunate. I have family and people that I trust. Like even when I got on YouTube, my people told me off rip, like, look, be careful because even though it seems easy at first, you can start to neglect basic things like sleep, good, eating, eating properly, an actual social life, like for real, in actual social life. I know I go out a lot less, than I did when I first came on here. There's a lot of things that can be neglected. Damn. She got the whole damn tray, the whole pan full of those chickens, right?
Yeah, just chicken thighs right now. Like when I do cook, I do meal prep cooking, and I was getting my children, so I cook big, but today I might off. Tomorrow will probably be a little bit more. I'm gonna start focusing on meal prep. That's what we gotta do, this meal prep. And I got my chicken. I'm gonna go ahead and make some hamburgers. I don't know, maybe some chili. Chicken chili or some tacos. We're gonna figure it out. Maybe some spaghetti. We're gonna make the meat. That's all that matters.
Oh, that's what's up.
And drink Crystal Light. It makes me feel like I'm doing sugar. I'm not. That's all I know. Yeah, but you're talking about you have.
Elaine said to me earlier in the super chat.
Huh?
Well, she said to me early in the super chat, my bad for not reading it out loud. She said, your positive attitude stands above the bullshit. Let's grow. I appreciate that, Elaine. I try to keep a positive attitude because look, folks came out of the clouds. People that before I came on YouTube and started interacting and doing my own channel, people that I used to watch, religiously, came out of the clouds and either supported my channel or just gave me advice, hit me up behind the scenes and stuff like that. So I try to pass that on to people that either might need some advice from me or just an ear to listen to, or something like that. I try. So that's why, like, when I see people doing their events and stuff like that, for the most part, I try to be extremely supportive of, because I like that. I like that type of, creativity and shit like that. Again, I think every streamer should have their own signature event. I don't see why more people don't have, signature events, even if it's just a birthday party. Like your birthday bash or your birthday party can be your own signature event, because you do your birthday party unlike anybody else's. But I see a lot of folks that don't even want to do that. So the creativity is definitely like it's missing in these spaces when it comes to content creation.
Well, I think a lot of people mimic. They mimic what they think that is good, and sometimes making your own ideas is different. That is definitely different. So, like, some people think of it as, I'm just trying to make a quick buck. I'm trying to get up here, but to actually make and be creative, that that takes skill. And then I'm not trying to say you can't be, making money, but it is a skill. But I think The Purge, when I saw it, because I met you through different places on here, and I definitely appreciate, I'm being able to come up on different vibes. I've had really good experiences this time, with meeting different people I didn't think I would meet, or I thought that were that big, because I didn't know them, associated with them. So, it is very nice, and I'm thankful for everyone with me coming to panel. But sometimes I don't even want to talk too much, and I still get let up. So I appreciate, it to me is more like a friendship, because I obviously don't go out as much with the hours I work and stuff. And then if I have my partners and we're all working, I'm going to work on the same schedule. And so it's like these are the people that I do, mingle with. So it is appreciated, and thank you, Asha.
Well, I mean, people would like to tell me, they're like, oh, well, if you're not doing The Purge, the numbers over there are not high or whatever. And I'm like, I'm cool with that. Like, I already know what pops this shit off. Like, I know when I first started my channel, this was a hole in the wall hot spot that everybody would come through to. So, having, a couple hundred people, just to shoot the shit, and while out, cuss each other out, like it would be that's what I call it. It was like a hole in the wall hot spot. We did what we had to do to kind of, keep things a little more consistent and, not really risk it every single time, we go live. Like I said, I didn't want to predicate things on beef and bullshit, because you gotta stay in it to stay relevant, and it's not really worth it. It's not really worth it. So, every now and then, like I have a lot of ideas, and some of them I'll try to execute. I can't try all of them, but every now and then you get one that works. That's what it was. So, the Purge worked. I think the Friday roast off, or the roast battles and shit like that, I think that'll probably work a little bit more if we start promoting it a little bit more. But I mean, I'm really not worried about like basically I'll let you guys decide what works and what doesn't. I'll just keep pumping out the ideas. Like, it's really not up to me what's gonna work and what's not. I just come out with the ideas, and I let you guys tell me what you like. As the content creator, all I can do is create, and you guys decide what's good and what's not.
That's true.
I mean, it's just like an artist. Like, does an artist create art because they think people are gonna like it, or do they just create art and people either like it or they don't? So I think in a lot of industries and shit like that, even on here, like, I did some streams about that shit a while ago. Like, it's bad. People have gotten so desperate for a click and a view that they will come on here, come on camera, light themselves on fire, trip, slip, fall, all of that shit. Just do stupid shit. Take shits on live streams. Bust bottles over their heads and shit, get punched in the face for views. Like, that's kind of the game that we're playing. What's up, Sugar Plum? Mercury, what's going on? And what's up, Mella? I don't know if it necessarily takes skill. Like, it's like an NBA player, for example, Mella. Like, granted, you do need skill to get into the NBA or the NFL, but yeah, you got to be pretty talented and skillful to win an MVP. But to have a 20-year career, it requires consistency, pacing, and all of the like intangible things. So that's what we came to that conclusion, that this is a long-term investment, and we'll take the longevity over the short-term gratification, the instant gratification. And the shock value and shit. Because like I said before, I can come up here and turn on my camera and set myself on fire, and everybody's gonna watch, and the shit's gonna go viral. But why the fuck would I do that? And some people are like, hey, fuck, you'll do it because you'll go viral. It's like, I'm not that desperate to go viral. But I'm just being real. Like, there's folks that's gonna do that shit. They're gonna set themselves on fire. They're gonna turn on their camera and go down to the fucking to the health department and air out their STDs and shit like that go get a shot right in front of y'all and hey, you know, and all of that shit, man. For real, people are doing all that. They're doing crazy shit. You know?
Mm-mm. Wait a minute.
Sorry.
Who's out here doing that? Mm. Mm-mm.
You know, like
What's that the name for?
it's about the shock value. You know now. What's up, Big Brenda? Shout out to Big Brenda in the building.
Hello, Miss Linda. Yeah, this year you I like the ones you do when you have your battles weekly too, because I kind of think that builds up to a bigger event too. So you can have so many winners after 6 months or something, you know, and then do a halfway, you know, bigger event. So yeah, I think that's I like the music do. And
Well,
obviously when
well,
I
like I said,
I'll be watching.
that event, we just finished the 5th annual. All right, YT Purge. 5th annual. I'm gonna bring that up so y'all see that shit. 5th annual. Okay? There's nothing else that I mean that shit is over. Like you're talking about 4 years, 5 annual events. We did a couple of summertime purges. We did a spring break purge. We did a Friday the 13th purge. We did a Halloween purge. Like, the fuck? I mean, there's nothing else to prove with that. Like, there's nothing else to prove. Yeah.
Do you think, what do you think I mean, if you like to share, of course, what do you think your plans are today? Do you have any plans that are kind of big shifting plans?
I'm sorry?
Do you have any big shifting plans, like anything really out the box that you like to try this year?
No, yes, I do. I can't really discuss all of them. I have a collaboration coming up with another YouTuber. And I'll definitely get in touch with you because maybe you can be. I know you always have a room for another prospect. You know, you always have room for another prospect. But yeah, and we're gonna likely bring some stuff to other platforms too. So, if you noticed, even in the manosphere spaces and shit, you notice how they were trying to do the dating shows and shit. Like they'll talk about Hey, I'm taking the credit, and I don't give a fuck if y'all niggas is in the clouds. I'm taking the credit. I'm the reason why y'all niggas don't do dating shows no more. Cause y'all got sick of me clicking that link and robbing they dating shows.
Oh,
right?
Lord.
They got sick of it, Miss Polly.
Oh, wow. That's a lot.
What's up, Love Wisdom? Now they got sick of Ant robbing them damn dating shows, man.
Mm-hmm. That's funny. That's just Lord.
I was like, y'all make this too easy, right?
Oh, wow. I'm supposed to have a whole podcast with this gentleman. I don't even know. This year we're gonna start off strong, Ant. We're gonna start off strong.
Oh.
Give them
it's one day at a time, one stream at a time, one video at a time, one short at a time, whatever. And whatever happens. Like I say, I'll let you guys decide, what you like and what you don't. I'm not gonna insult the supporters, That's why I say I get it. That's why you see in the title, it's like, we're back to boring. So the yelling and the scratching and the going off and shit like that, it's a time and a place for it. It's a time and a place for it. And I'm not gonna do this shit every day. This shit hurts my ears. Hurts my ears and threatens my sanity.
You just talked about being healthy. That's one thing. Like people don't realize having all that negativity, regardless of the reason or whatever, it's still yelling. It's still stress, and if you're doing it to yourself all the time, it will make you sick.
Well, like I say, I'm already not wrapped too tight any fucking way. So I don't know. I don't think it's best for me to be doing a lot of the shit that mentally unstable folks do every fucking day, because I'm already like not too goddamn stable myself. I can be I'm a little off. All right.
You're already not. You're already.
Thank you, straight face. Appreciate you. What's up, Candy? And everybody coming through, man. Appreciate you. Sop Passe, another day one in the building. But nah, man, that's the come down, from the purge. I mean, and shout out to everybody that came through after the purge was over. The next day, we went live on, at the Boiler Room, and I'm like, that's my channel. Like, y'all, yeah, they jacked my channel, Miss Polly.
The Boiler?
No, the Purge channel. That was my original channel, and I had to change the name of the motherfucker. Because people just wanted to come through and cuss each other out and shit. And I'm like, I can't do the purge every day. I can't.
Lord.
I can't. So I ended up having to take my name off of that and put it on the backup channel, and yeah, that's the Boiler Room. We try to keep this channel, but we try to keep them both kind of clean. I still do, go in if I feel like it, and shout out to Sop Passe with the $5 ball, appreciate that.
Showing the love this morning.
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta, we don't get to. I think this year is my year. I just have to be consistent and stay on top of it, and not let nothing get in the way.
What's up, Bomb? Tell Mr. Bomb I said Happy New Year, Bomb Cherry.
Mm-hmm. You gonna be cooking? I had that channel Cam Slaves and Wisdom with Rose, but I know she's busy, but and she's had some good channel stuff going on, but I regardless, I will be adding more content to that, so it didn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
She can add some too, so I don't want to keep putting content on it because a lot of that stuff is good, for ladies, and that's how we're learning how to do. Listen, I never thought I would appear to be as feminine as I am now. I always thought myself as a tomboy, but the stuff that I do, my grandma is like, like that's her, that's her husband. Like she do everything for him, cooking all that. So I knew how to do it. It's just like I never thought I would. I was like, oh, okay, whatever. But like I do it now, and I know it's like a form of kind of showing your care and love, and so it's very interesting. So we're having that kind of sharing how to do stuff. It's not always about doing it; it's about knowing how to do it. So like I can do it for someone I care about. It doesn't mean I have to do it every time I get with somebody, But if you care about them, you will make sure they're good, they're healthy, if that's who you want to be with, So I'm be cooking some meals because, and I definitely want to. I'm looking for a sister wife too. I think a woman right now would bring really good energy to me, and so I think that is where we are.
So Miss Polly is looking for a sister wife. We're not just gonna let you gloss over that. Miss Polly is looking for a sister wife. So you have one man in particular that that you're looking for some help with.
I mean, I have a partner right now. I mean, he's fighting, I think, but I've told him like, if we can look for a lady. I've sometimes, okay, long relationships and taking a moment to just be in the moment is important too. So I think a woman will bring good chemistry to this. And just I'm a compersionist. I like to see my person be loved on. So having another woman to love on them because my date me, we ain't on that other stuff. So yeah, seeing a woman love my man is very wonderful. So I would love to see that.
Now let me ask you this. Now, do you run into this issue right here? Because I got a few questions. Shout out to West Side Rider. I see you, fam. Salute, bro. Now, all right. So you ever have this issue right here that they like? Look, I be your sister wife, but I don't really like your dude too much. Like they like you, but they don't like the dude.
Um, I've had an incident where they didn't really necessarily like her. And that was cool. That's happened a couple times. Or they my partner didn't like them. And so yeah. So what ends up happening is that it's like it's okay to me, but the whole point is that it's like I know there has to be a man, so it's like you're not into my man, it's kinda like you might, I don't know. It never really sticks. There are some people like that they'd be like, I'm with this person. If you don't like them, we can still be good. But I tend to see that those, you don't want to have no issues. Yeah. At least like them. You don't have to be all like on them, but like you think they're okay, a cool person, something like that. You gotta be a little bit of that.
I think what's tough is people are a little bit too selfish. People don't want to share. They don't want to share nobody.
I think a lot of people.
I don't think that's a bad thing. It's just that's not the lifestyle for a lot of folks.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's the word we disagree. I think that most people who are nervous about someone else or wanting something to themselves that bad, they have some other worry issues that they should probably look into. Because if you feel confident within yourself and you just know, hey, if someone likes me, they like me. If someone cares about me, they care about me. And if you're on that, that'll never be an issue. So there has to be somewhere in there. Not saying it's wrong. You can have insecurity. But if you're at that point, then you're worried that someone else is going to have more pull. And you shouldn't be worried. But if you are, that's probably why.
Bomb Cherry just asked in the chat, she said, are you bi?
I always say it is, I'm open to the experience. If I dated a woman before, but I wasn't really necessarily sexual with her. That makes sense. I wasn't really sexual. And that's what the poly thing get people confused. Like, you don't have to be sexual with them. Or you could have an experience with them, but it's like, no. I think women look beautiful, very attractive. But like, if I was by myself, I'm not a lesbian. I'm not going to date a woman. I'm not going to do it. I think men are handsome. I like men. And I think women are beautiful, but
So when you say a sister wife, I mean, is that just kind of the like lighten your load as far as responsibilities are concerned with a man?
No, I mean, I actually appreciate what an actual wife does. I've been one. I think that what women offer to a family is extremely important. What they can offer is really wonderful, and I want that. So me being unfortunately in the workforce and proceeding in life right now in more of a manly form, I want to say that, but like I work a lot of hours, do other stuff. Having a woman to be that partner that takes a lot of load off in general. Not that I don't like the things I do, but it definitely is a partnership. Women as partners are amazing, and if you don't value that, you're crazy. It's literally crazy. They make everything beautiful and lovely, and I'm gonna be honest. I'll say, I'll pay for it. I ain't got no problem. You want the nails done, you don't want to work, I will make more money. I do not care. I will. I'll do it. I'll do it.
So So what does a dude in this lifestyle have to come with? So you're willing to pay, you're willing to do all of this stuff. What does the dude have to do?
It's like the opposite of me. That's they always say. Guys are like, oh, this girl ain't gotta do nothing. She gotta be here. That's what it's like for me. Yeah. Just be a loving, supportive person. Um, and do be on your masculine stuff. You know what I'm saying? Take care of business. I'm really not, trying to do all that. I want you to run stuff. Do what you gotta do. I'm more of a supporting. So whatever your goal is, we do it together. I'll support you in what that is. So I really like more of a sidekick, I say, and then the wife can help support us, support you. That's what it is. It really is about that support and that dynamic to make things better as a whole, as a family, as a group of community. That's what it is.
Brownie Ellie asked if you accept hobosexuals.
Do I accept homo? No,
Hobos,
because I
yeah.
said they'd have to be above me. If I'm carrying a wife, then I don't need to carry another wife. I'm not saying he would be a wife, but that basically be he. And he doesn't. He's like a wife who doesn't have a woman like anything. So that's not helpful to me. I'm willing to give a woman who I know who is going to be, and there's women who aren't good at that either. If you're going to be cooking, you're going to be supported. You know what I'm saying? You're making sure the house is nice. You're doing all these things. Supporting me. You're getting texts. The hugs, the kids, all that. I pay for it. I ain't worried about it. But if a man's not just sitting there looking at you, and you will pay for it. That ain't gonna work. That don't work. But you gotta do something.
Miss Bomb Cherry just hit the panel. What up, Bomb? I think she's got a couple questions for you. What's up,
Good
Bomb?
morning. Good morning.
Tell Mr. Bomb I said Happy New Year.
Yeah, he wanted me to tell you as well. He walked out the room, but he had you on the TV. I woke up to you on the TV. I do have a couple of questions because I woke up to her saying some of them, like, it's 2026, baby. You got this become unconfused. Okay. I told her a couple of years ago she wasn't poly. She's using this term, but she didn't even know what it meant, really. And that's why everybody's confused. Okay. How you want to introduce a wife into your poly relationship, but she might not want to deal with your man, but you not bi. So why? It sounds like you want a babysitter. You want somebody to come in and make your life easier, and you're not really interested in a relationship. And you are a young woman, so a relationship as a young woman includes sexual activity. So what would she benefit? Don't tell us what you benefit, because it benefits you because you got all them kids. What would it benefit me as a woman to come into your life not wanting your man and you not into women?
Well, let's start with the beginning. First off, I am very educated what poly is, and maybe you're a little confused on what it is, and that's okay. And then maybe that's okay. So there's different kinds of poly relationships. I am considered polyamorous. In the poly world, I'm polyamorous. When I started this journey, I was looking like I was polyandry because I dated men who didn't date outside of me. That's what I was doing. So when I would not intentionally, but it just ended up there. But I like to have a woman in my pod now because I'm okay with that energy, and my partner right now obviously is very attracted to women, and he's actually polyamorous also. So him looking for another person would be something that I myself, I don't mind. So how they would come in here and benefit me, I just said before, I am not lesbian. I am not going to just date a woman by myself. But I have dated a couple, and I split off from her husband, and I was just with her. So I have done that. It's just circumstances. But if I was going to intentionally find a woman today, no, I don't have to be sexual with them to have a partner that I'm with. they could just be with my husband. And so most time when it's in situations where it's polygamy, the women aren't sexually active. They have a husband and they only sexually act with their husband by themselves. They're not with each other. They're sister wives. And that's why I was clear when I said I would like a sister wife, because if we're not interacting sexually, I'm okay. If we have a thing one night, we get carried away, she's in it, whatever, I'm okay. But I'm trying to be very clear with my words by saying I would like a sister wife, and I'm not asking for a partner with just a woman because I'm not a lesbian. If that cleared it up.
No, everything you told me about polyandry, polyamorous, I'm the one who educated you on that a couple of years ago.
I've never even spoken to you.
I know
you should go look at your videos.
And yeah, I don't have to look at my video. I have a steel trap mind. I remember. But
no, you never told me anything about poly. I came on YouTube many years ago, and I've already been talking about it. I didn't know you existed.
Okay, of course. Then I know you existed.
So how did you teach me things? I've never spoken to you directly. It's actually the first time I've spoken to you directly. Really?
Well, that's a lie. We was on the panel together.
That's not a lie. I never speak to you directly. I speak about the topic. I've never talked to you directly. So today.
Wait, what?
One second, ladies. Mahogany, I know she said she had a question real quick, and I'll let y'all get back into it. What's up, Mahogany?
Hey, good morning, you all. Yeah, I wanted to ask Miss Paul. I know I've seen her talk about it several times on your channel, so she actually did answer some of the questions already that I had about it. I have, how should I say this? I know of some people who have, like she was talking about sister wives, and I'm glad she clarified that sister wives doesn't necessarily mean that they're in a relationship with the other sister wife. It just means they share a husband. So I'm glad she's kind of clearing things up for me. I just had some questions for her, but I don't want to get in the middle of this, whatever this is. So I'll just mute up or come back.
Well, what's your question? Because to be real honest, I'm sure I'm not trying to be rude, but today is not the energy for that for me. Like, it's because I have some other engagements. But if you want to have a conversation another time, that's okay. But if you're going to ask a question, that's cool.
Oh, okay. So my questions are more direct. Then you don't have the energy for that. But other people can come and ask questions, and that's okay. I understand, because I'm asking questions, pushing back at some of the things you said. I asked in the chat where you buy. You are right. Being a polyamorous relationship with a woman without anything sexual, that is true. But before you said that, you mentioned that she might not be into your man, which y'all would be sharing a man. That's why y'all would be in a relationship, being sister wives, y'all share a man. But you said that she might not be into my man. And that is why I mentioned, are you bi? Because why would a woman come into your life? She's not into your man. Y'all not really into each other like that. And I didn't ask what benefits you. What would benefit her?
Well, that's not a relationship. You're right. That would be so.
And then that's why you jokingly then said I would pay. And so I'm not coming up making up things that you said. I'm basing it. My questions is based on what you said, sis. Okay.
So yeah, I will direct her. So when Anthony asked me. Sorry.
I'm just saying, I'm sorry. First, wait, let me apologize to you. I talk a certain way, right? I'm not coming at you, but I do understand why it may seem that way because I'm asking questions. So I apologize ahead of time. I'm not coming at you. I'm just trying to get some clarification. So I apologize for it being aggressive sounding. That's just the way I speak. So I do apologize for that. Okay.
Well, I'm sorry if I took it the incorrect way. That's not my intention. But what he was saying was, have I ever been with a woman who wasn't liking my man, which I had happened. So I dated a couple. I liked both of them, and that gentleman didn't like my partner, who was a man. He said he didn't really want to have like connections with him like that, and unfortunately, he wanted to end our relationship in a serious fashion. but we didn't mind being friends, and which was fine. His wife, well, she still liked me because I was nice, good friendship that we had made. And so we continued to talk to each other as if we were in a relationship that was platonic. So I have done it. It just was circumstances. It wasn't like intentional. I didn't be
No.
like, oh yeah, I want to date you, or she said, oh, I want to date you, and then she's like, I don't like your boyfriend. I wouldn't want to do that because that's kind of wrong to do to the person I'm with. To be with somebody knowing that that's unfair to them. That really is
No,
unfair to them.
And now that makes sense. You're saying that you were dating a couple. You were dating the guy, the couple, which is the husband and wife, and they wasn't too particular in your man. So that makes sense. That's why I'm asking the questions. So that
Yeah,
makes sense.
they didn't like him. That's
Yeah.
okay. I don't think anybody you like him, but that's fine.
That's
but
why I
that-
asked.
that's
'Cause
what
It,
happened.
it seemed like, it seemed like a common situation where a chick might like you, but she don't like your dude.
That at the time, that particular person, there were women who liked him, but I didn't like those women. I just didn't like those particular women, and so that just was circumstances, and that's fine. The kind of women that he was drawing into the situation were really women I really would even be friends with, but I was nice to them. But I really didn't. He didn't bring anybody in. He just, introduced me or something and see that I just wasn't really interested in their energy. And that's okay. It don't work out like that sometimes. But I also saw that I was a woman that he normally wouldn't date either. So it was kind of one of those situations where I found someone that I usually don't date, that kind of person, and then it ended up being like we were together, but we weren't. The people that we liked on opposite sides weren't really compatible, so it was kind of weird. But I'm not with him no more, so we okay. We okay.
So you have an actual. Are you married, or you have a boyfriend, or a few boyfriends?
Right now, I have one partner.
One
Um,
partner. Live-in?
Huh?
Live-in partner, you mean, or just some?
No, I live by myself right now.
Okay.
Yeah. I live by. Yeah, I had a partner before who did live with me, but I'm not with him anymore. And I lived with him for we lived together for 5 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm not with him much.
Is that
Just so you know, somebody's in the background, Polly. Just so you know, sweetie.
Yeah, I know. That's it.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hello, people in the background.
I would
Yeah.
like to add something, and just really quick, then, because this is the only thing I came to talk about. I've known a few people who are into polygamy, which I know what you're talking about is different than polygamy, but it was I'm really cool. I'm open-minded, and I know that relationships are different, and people have different types of relationships, but the relationships that I saw, especially dealing with, I'm gonna be honest, the Hebrew Israelite community, not all, but the some of them, and this is what kind of turned me off, not from all, but some of them, is that I feel like a lot of the men take advantage of the women. What they'll do is they'll collect wives like they're collecting Barbie dolls, and basically the women will be handling everything financially. The women will be supporting each other as far as watching each other's kids. It's really a situation where the men are kind of, in my opinion, taking advantage of the women. But I just want to say this to you: in your situation, you're very much a part of your own truth, and it's so I don't have as much of a problem of that situation. But the situations that I came across, most of those relationships don't work out because it's like they try to pretty much use the person until they can't use them anymore, and then finally the woman wakes up and she's like, okay, I can do this by myself, I don't need this situation. So I'm glad to see a situation where it seems like the women have just as much power as the men. Does that, I hope that I'm making sense. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. And then, that's definitely a little different being polyamorous. And to be honest, like when you deal with Israelites and things like that, their community is, I guess why I flag turning a little bit because
Polygamy. She talking about
they don't really
polygamy.
agree with. Yeah, yeah. So if they have the men who just have the wives, a lot of their community, which is we're all poly, but we kind of aren't on the same page when it comes to certain dynamics. But they definitely, you know, they don't like that if I have more than one man, they think that's crazy. That's why. So, but there, I mean, I've always said I'm open to different dynamics. So that's why polyamory is usually going to be the one that the people who seem like they're kind of okay, that's where they kind of live. And that's kind of, it feels better for me. Not saying it isn't, I could switch back and forth because I'm okay. I just want to find my people. I'm not really worried about what it looks like. But I know you had asked me, what did you ask me about? You said something about clearing up the, oh Lord, I forgot. Just remember, then I remember. A question you'd asked, and I think I still didn't answer it. Oh, what's the value of having a woman if she came into this situation that I have kids and things like that? Well, a lot of my kids now are 5 years ago, I can see what you're saying. Now, since my kids are a lot of them older, so like I have a 20-year-old, 18-year-old, they're not here. So it's a little bit different. But though you say the benefit, like for me, I know a lot of women want to be in that feminine era right now. So if they want to do that, I'm saying I'm okay with that. If you want to work, if you have a goal and stuff, I'll be there trying to support you too, whatever that is. So it's basically for me, if you come into this, whatever your goals are, I'm gonna help you support you in that. That's what I'm saying. But if your goal is to just be a housewife, I'm fully down with that too. And I don't think a lot of people get to hear that because they feel it's horrible in the scene. If it's me and my partner and we're bringing in money, I don't have a problem if you want to stay home. You know what I'm saying? Still show value by doing things that are going to bring value to our house. If that's taking care of the home, that's great. If you're value somewhere else, that's cool too. We want you to contribute to us in what we're doing, and then we'll do the same for you. That's what I'm offering. But I'm okay if a woman just wants to, she wants to sit back, like do household things. I'm straight with that. I've got no problem. They don't have to work, but if they want to work, okay too.
No, listen. When I hear the people in the lifestyle speak, they do. They're open to a lot of things, and it's almost like you said somebody could come in and you give them permission to do what it is that they want to do. It sounds good, like a community. A community. I'm okay with a sister wife. But I understood a sister wife meant she coming in, she gonna be with my husband. It's not gonna be just my husband, but it's gonna be essentially her husband as well. You see, and like y'all was talking earlier, I think Auntie mentioned it. Everybody's not really built for that. The men, when they think about it, they do think along the lines of just sex. So the men be okay with it until the women decide they want another husband, or they want to start dating.
Well, yeah. Mom, I'm gonna probably upload that clip because Platinum Elite had came up on the purge. Miss Polly hit the purge. Platinum came up, and he didn't know who Miss Polly was. He wasn't familiar with it, and then he said, "Look, that's a man's dream because she would let him have other women or whatever." And I'm like, yo, that's a revolving door. Like just like she might be willing to share you. You would have to be willing to share your woman, just like Miss Polly mentioned. She used the term partner.
Mm-hmm.
She used the term partner, and yeah, I know a lot of dudes. A lot of I'll speak from the perspective of dudes. Yeah, they don't want that. They want one side, but they don't want the other side.
That is a lot.
Shared, but they don't want to share.
Yeah, and even at first when they do, right? Because there's some men out there who, like they like Miss Polly's a beautiful woman. So some men would jump in. They like, ooh, he shared her, and they'll jump in. But then after a while, somebody might say, look, I don't want to share you no more.
Oh,
Has that ever happened, Miss Polly? I'm sure it has.
That happens. Oh,
yeah.
I think that's why the gentleman you saw right there, so he's polyamorous, and he's been the dynamic that I was in, but you know, being with two women, he actually has more experience than me in general. He's had a pot of 5 where it was 2 guys and 3 girls, and one of the girls, she was only into girls. So he has different experience than I do, and so he really is more experienced in the bigger pots because I'm not. And so, yeah, I know. What you do? Thanks for the update. I'll let you know when it's coming. Okay. This I take.
They're so cute. He's so cute.
Why he gonna tell me longer? I already know. Yeah, I definitely like our pod like now. Keeping it real, nice. But like you said, those guys don't know that and they feel some kind of way. I'm pretty open about it because I don't want anybody to come to me and be like, "Oh, I didn't know." Oh, you knew. So, so I don't have problem, but yeah, he definitely has more experience in that realm of being more than one woman. And he's like, I don't think I want to do more than 2.
Is he bi or he just into the women?
No, he's heterosexual, yep. And he's just like women.
Okay.
Yep. And so it's interesting. But he's like, he's kind of like we're both kind of like flowy people. So whatever that dynamic looks like, we're kind of okay. But I mean, he's looking for women now. That's what I said. Like, so I'm open to it. But if I was gonna have women come, I definitely want them to the end, obviously. So I don't know. I did women these days. I'm not really sure. They're not attracted to the same thing I'm attracted to per se. So I have to let him bring them in, I guess. But I'm open to it.
So like right now, just out of curiosity, it would be more like a block scheduling thing. I say that because that's what we used to have back in high school, where it's like you got the odd days and the even days and shit. You know what I'm saying? So
no block days. All days, all the time. That's how I feel. There is no block days.
So no block scheduling. That's it. Full schedule every day.
I never
so that's what I'm saying. Like he would have to deal with both of y'all at the same damn time. It's not like you get Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and y'all share on the Saturday or whatever, and she take the Tuesdays, Thursdays, and the Sundays.
And this was Bomb Cherry saying I found unsure. When I do this, it's because I'm really flowy. So if someone is saying they need that to feel some kind of way, I might be open to it. But I think that causes division and stress. Because what if one day I need you and I need to have a conversation with you, but it's her day, so I'm not supposed to call you. To me, it feels like it should be like, if I need you, I need you. And if she needs you, I'll be supportive in helping be there for her too. But if she doesn't want me there, that's cool. And that's why I think it should be no space.
Yeah, but that's when the problems come, right? Because suppose one person need him more than you need him the whole entire month, and you don't get no privacy with him, and so that's why people do have set up days or weeks or times,
Some people do. I've done no schedule, and I've had no issue with all men. For all those years, I was just with the 5 or 6 years. I had no schedule, and I never had an issue, and I saw them every day.
Oh, y'all lived together? Y'all lived together?
That when I lived together they lived together one time, and with one partner, and the other one didn't live there, but I still saw them every day. So I guess it kind of schedule, but not really. Like I wake up, I go to the gym, I see my partner at the gym. When we go to the gym, I wake up with that one partner. So I wake up, we'll see with my one partner. Then I go to the gym, see the next partner. I might talk or have a conversation, video call with a different partner. I might come home for lunch, I'll make lunch. I give that to both partners.
Are you calling just people you talk to, chat with, friendly with partners, or are we?
No, I'm just saying the day. I'm just giving an example of the day. Like I might be, because I video call like I'm at work. So like I have to, I just talk on the phone. But no, listen.
Oh, because the way you said it, like you left out of the bed with one partner.
Yeah.
Went to the gym with another partner.
Yes.
Which sound like y'all in the gym, right? He's helping y'all. That's where y'all connect that. So you leave that partner to go to a whole nother partner That's a whole lot of partnerships in it. You know what I mean? And then you still work and got kids and stuff.
I think it sounds confusing because it sounds like a lot because it's like, oh, it's different people you have relationships. But if it's like an everyday thing, it's like going hang out with your cousin. You saw your sister. You went, you see your mom every day. You see your cousin every day. You see your sister every day. It's kind of like that. So if I don't see her that day, okay, I'll see her tomorrow. It's not like fresh. It's not like, oh, if I don't see you Tuesday, Wednesday, we're gonna break up. It's not like that. It's just like, oh, I make time for you. You know what I'm saying? I would like to see you today. If I don't see you today, okay. If I see you today, fine. We're going to the gym every day. Yes, that's cool. Because that was a goal that I have is to get in shape. So I see him at the gym. He was a trainer. That's one thing. Then after the gym, we go eat. And then we make sure we're eating certain things. Like that's how we are together. And then after that, I probably see him after work.
Yeah.
It seems, I guess it is busy, but to me, it just seems like every day. It's like a just everyday thing.
Yeah, to me, it don't sound poly. It sounds like just friendships. You know what I mean? Because these type of relationships are more involved than you being at the gym with them.
No, I do more than the gym. I'm just give an example of my day, like a day. But yeah, I guess after work, we go do things, watch movies. Sometimes we all be together in the same house. I make dinner for everyone and we all eat.
Like it, yeah.
It's like I guess I'm trying to figure out is what people say what's between the relationship that you have with everybody, being your man, your husband. A lot of people say it's usually just sex.
No, I'm more along the lines of what's the difference between, because there's poly and then there's open relationship, right? There's the people who they're open to other people and they can date other people. That's open relationship. They talk about it. They can have relationship together or apart from each other. That's more open relationship. The openness is not about what they're doing with other people. The openness is about how they communicate with each other. But then the polyamorous and polyandry and those things, that's a little more involved. And so it sounded like you were saying that's what you're into because y'all live together at some points and
most open relationships are sexual bound. They're like, oh, let's hang out on Netflix, so I'm gonna fuck you with it. Most open relationships are only sexual, and their partners are usually only open to being sexual with another partner, but not having an actual relationship with them in closeness. So that is not true. I want full boyfriend everything. Like there is no like, oh, I can only, do this with you or this with you. No. It's just everybody has different needs. So you might have something that you want from me, that they don't need. They may not need as much time. They may not need this or that. There might be people who are low maintenance and some are high maintenance. I've dated 2 high maintenance people. That's extreme. Then I have to be like, well, that's just what it is. They need me a lot. They want me around a lot. That's high maintenance. People who are just like, I like to be by myself more, but I love talking to you and engage with you. This is our relationship. It would have been that relationship even if I wasn't with other people. That's the best way I can explain. But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, no, if it worked for everybody involved, ain't no problem. I think it's, people should figure out what type of relationships they want to be in themselves. Don't let society dictate. Am I frozen?
No, you're fine.
Okay, she looked like she was frozen.
No, I'm looking at this chicken real deeply because I'm trying to figure out if I want to keep it in there longer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you need it in there longer. Okay, I
would assume that more often than not, these relationships don't work.
Yeah, they don't work. They don't work. They work for
even though everybody thinks that they're like I'm into this lifestyle, like they get together and then whatever 6 months, a year later, that's over. It's over. Is even okay. So let's say, for example, I know Miss Polly. She said she's not a lesbian. She didn't say she was bi or anything like that. most dudes they don't want to share their woman with anybody, and that includes another woman.
That's true.
And
And
I
that
know
is
I'm one of them dudes.
Yeah, I remember.
I'm
I
not trying
I
to share my woman, not even with another woman.
yeah, no, I think I agree with you. And I know this to be a fact, like everybody who know me around this area know I'm not vanilla. I know about all the lifestyles because I dealt with people in all the lifestyles, right? I've hosted events surrounding around these different lifestyles. For the swingers, I hosted the swinging events. For the polyamorous people, I held events for them. For the BDSM people, I hosted events for them. So I had to know the ins and outs. But what I found is that they do not work. Even the swingers end up either divorcing or they'll stop at some point. You know what I mean? Where they sit down and say, well, I don't want to do this anymore. The BDSM, that ends up ending too.
Well, that's totally different. that's deep.
But they
Now,
got
I would say that BDSM that is all sex.
oh no. Well, you're right. You I would say that too. I would say that because even the people will disagree, but essentially everything they're doing has to do with
Yeah,
with their
that's
sexual
what it
emotions.
goes back to. Yeah,
Yeah, even being spanked and even the men who want to be controlled, it's all for urge that they have, and it's usually what we consider sexual urges. So no, I agree with that. When
but
you
like
think
Miss Polly was saying, she was like, "No, it's not always that." She was saying that people just like they was just like emotionally needy. They needed to talk to her and all of that other stuff. So I can understand that.
yeah, but even that to a degree is a niche, a sexual thing, like that. To be around a lot of feminine energy, that is a good thing. Women like to be around feminine energy as well. We just don't want it too much, and we only want it from those we like. Yeah, but the relationships don't usually work. When you're younger, they work out, or when you're really older, they may work out as fun times. But for those who searching real connections with somebody, they don't work for them. It will end up backing up. The only thing good about it is nobody's heartbroken. You know what I mean? Like you walked in, you knew what it was. So you see her or him go with other people, your eyes wide open. And until you realize I don't really like sharing my partner. And then they back out. So,
Well, I know even like when I did the interview with Ray, I'm like, okay, so like, basically we came to the conclusion that it was like, okay, so because she was polyamorous or whatever, and that's kind of like what it was. She would go get other women and they'd only have one dude. They didn't bring other dudes in. It was just her dude, and they would bring other women in periodically. So I'm like, it's a regular it's a relationship between you and your dude. Y'all are just into some kinky shit. That's really what it is. Like y'all are just freaks.
welcome to Freakland. Look, I'm freaky. But yeah, I kind of agree with you. And being a freaky shouldn't be a bad term.
I don't think that's what Miss Polly talking about though.
Yeah, but because she's looking at it, she's trying to explain it from a different perspective. But it boils down to just that. And it's about the mindset. Miss Polly she's a beautiful woman, and she sounds like a beautiful soul too. Like she's very welcoming. She's not trying to make like the men do, try to make a woman do or not do. She's saying, hey, be you, be happy being you, I'm okay with it. If you're happy with it, and as long as I'm not harmed and I get something out of it too, then let's rock it. I see your point. Because I was like that when I said I wanted a sister wife, I was okay with sister wife. I was thinking about it from even my angle. What would I get out of it? You know, a woman coming in with children. I love children. I would get that. Even when I had my children young, I would have got help with my children too. You know what I mean? My children would have had more siblings. And then when I didn't want to deal with my husband, send him to her room. Shit. That's, you know, people do things to benefit themselves at points. Hey, babe. Thank you, babe.
No,
I told
there people. Yeah, I think that's what polygamy. Polygyny, that's the one they kind of push that, where they say you get no talk with your children, all that stuff. But that's why I think I do agree. But like for me, I already do it by myself. I think that's that hyper independence that's kind of struggle a little bit because I kind of shouldn't be like that. But you know, like right now, I'm maybe more than an average black man. Like I don't need help, but it's nice to have a partner. It's to have your life and go through those things with someone else is wonderful. So I want that. But to me, if it comes to other stuff, I'll probably end up going and get it myself. But that also something I have to chill out on because that's not the kind of energy I want to bring to any relationship. Anyway, like, oh, I don't need nobody, but I want you here. That I don't need you, but I also want, I want to work together to get bigger things, and I want us to work together to do those things. So,
no, I agree with you. That's why it sounds so good coming from you, right? Because these men, they don't understand when we say we don't need a man, but when we say we want you, the wanting is the most, that's what they should love and cherish, right? That we want them, like we really want you here, my brother. We okay with you being here. We love that you're here. But if we don't need you here, because if you happen to leave, we're not going to be stuck. We're going to have to figure it out like we always had to do. But the men take that when we say we don't need them as a negative thing. For some reason, and maybe Auntie can explain why the men need us to need them instead of wanting them.
Well, yeah, because y'all don't explain it fully. Okay, so because I understand what you're saying, and personally, I wouldn't want a woman that needs me every. Remember, I done said that off rip. Like people ask me, "Oh, well, what do you look for in a woman?" I'm like, well, one of the first things is a woman got to be self-motivated and ambitious enough not to need me all the time. Be into your own shit. Be doing all of your own shit. Because I'm gonna be doing all of my shit. If you need to be all up under me, chances are there's gonna be stuff that I can't handle. So have your own stuff going. I'm gonna have my own stuff going, and we'll get together. So everybody wants to be needed by the person they're with. So like the reason why they take offense to it is because you kind of just say, look, I don't need you, I just want you, and you leave it at that. So them dudes know, like, hey, what happens when the day comes where you don't even, there's gonna be days where you don't even want me no more. Like you know what I'm saying? Like y'all are women, y'all are whimsical. So sometimes some days you just gonna not want me, but you know what I'm saying? Like I need you. Like you still need to need me. Like, okay, so it's like this. I don't need my woman like to get through life. I'm a man. I should be able to do that anyway. But the things that she's there for, that she's there to get, that she gives me, the way that she talks to me, just her presence and stuff, it makes my life that much better that I couldn't imagine my life without her. So I do need her, I want her and I need her. Now, am I going to fall apart without her? Absolutely not. But to live my best life, I do need her for that.
Right. No, I can
that's why I'm with her. You know what I'm saying?
But the conversation changes.
If I just say, look, I don't need you. I just want you. I don't need you. She might take offense to it. Now, when I explain it the way I did, then okay, it's like, okay, I understand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get that. That's when we in an individual relationship though. But when the women are speaking broadly, she's letting the man know, hey, I don't need you to come in here and do this and that and that. It would be nice, but I want you. I desire you. I want you. Now, once we in a relationship, of course, a man or woman don't want to be told that I don't need you, because you know what I mean. but
Mhm.
because I want to be needed, by my husband. But I don't want every man to think that, you know, that he's needed.
Yeah.
That's when people take control of you in ways when they think you need, and that's a human thing. Women do it and men do it. Once you find out that somebody definitely needs you, when they have the opportunity or think they need to have that opportunity, they use it against you. And I
Yeah.
think that's what men have been doing to women for years. They'll cheat on her, and then when he come home and shit, and she arguing about his ass coming in late, he's talking about, some shit where don't I pay the bills? Don't I do this? You can't even take care of yourself without me. And not that's why women are saying what they're saying now. Like, we don't need you. You can't hold us hostage, like it used to be done in the past. But hey, I would love to have you here. Just treat me right. Do you disagree or agree with that? Because maybe I'm rambling.
I mean, Miss Polly can jump in a moment. I would just say that depends on the type of dudes you end up with. When you're dealing with shallow people like that only want you for one thing, they just, if a dude just wants you just to say I have a woman, or he really just wants a human sex doll or whatever, then that's the way he's going to treat you. He's going to treat you like, hey, that's it. If you, I'm going to do what the fuck I want. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. And because you have no other way of supporting yourself, hey, you're gonna have to lay down or get down. But a dude that's a complete dude that wants a woman like as his companion, his co-pilot in life, he's not gonna treat her like that.
But see, that's the thing, right? We speak in absolutes. And I know you don't mean everybody, right? But what I'm saying, in life, the same man who loves you and treats you good, for the most part, he could fall off and do some dumb shit. So, and even though he did some dumb shit, and when I say dumb, he felt good in the moment when he was doing what he doing. It made me feel some sort of way that he coming in late and all of this. So, and then he disrespected me on some, well, like I'm trying to tell him to get out, and he tell me he not gonna pay the rent, and what you gonna do then? It don't mean that he's nasty and he's always doing that. I'm saying that moments like that happens with all of us. You know what I mean? So it don't mean that he just treats me like shit all the time. He just, we get a little selfish sometimes. That's what we should. Self-care, but it's hard sometimes to not be selfish. You know what I mean? Like, because everything I do for myself, self-care could be thought of as selfish. I take some money and go get my hair done and go get a facial. That's self-care. But from another point of view, it could look like I'm being selfish. Like I took some money that belonged in the household, and instead of going to do this with it, you went and took care of yourself with it. And basically what I'm saying is that it just the point of view of the person. All of us can be thought of as selfish. Me wanting a husband, that could be thought of as selfish. Like somebody showed me yesterday. I was over there with Platinum yesterday, and they were like, "Oh, you just a whore." Look, and I knew what y'all. That was what his name? Rootless. Rootless look at everything like I paid for a woman, and when your wife, you just a paid for a woman. That's his viewpoint, When he broke it down, I see where he comes. Yeah, girl, that's what I'm saying. People viewpoints, Mr. Polly, you look like you happy over there. You look all bright. Girl, you look. You look all. Your room look bright. You're looking good. Whatever you doing, as long as you happy, I'm happy for you.
I mean, I think. Right now, like I said, all these stupid things happen. So I'm in my partner's here. That's nice. But I also I feel like because I be doing all this stuff sometimes, I be losing track of time. So I made this food, but I know he had to go get something real quick. So I'll probably in a minute get off because I want to be neglectful.
Neglectful.
And I'm sometimes I'm neglectful. So not intentionally, of course not.
Right. See, and that's what I'm saying. People can, even though you're not being intentional, you just doing a lot, right? You still a mother, still a young woman, out there having fun. I say have fun.
I
There's
have
no
a high capacity for overdoing it. I'll give that.
Yeah.
We're trying to figure it out, like working and stuff. Definitely plans to move maybe in a year. So it's just like a lot of stuff that I start getting in order. And I just don't think that, it could happen, but like I said, he was trying to date some people here, but I think we'll probably have better chances outside of the state we're in. That's okay.
Oh, go ahead, Bomb. Were you going to say something?
No, go ahead, Margie. You got it.
I wanted to just add, as you guys were talking, I'm walking around listening, but I think Miss Polly too, because I don't know if it's just me. When I was married, it was just me and my husband, and I always felt the need to have some female energy. And I think I understand what you're saying. Like, I have three, I'm the baby girl, I'm the baby sister. And so for years, my sisters were like second moms to me. One of my sisters, she is like a mother to me. She's older than me. 17 years older than me. So I don't know how to explain it. Like, you can have a man there and he's a great man, but there are times, at least in my life, I've been through times where I felt like I needed the comfort or the conversation of a woman. Sometimes men, even though they can be wonderful, but they just might not understand certain things that you're going through as a woman, whether it's female issues or not, just that women relate to women differently than men. Men are kind of like brush yourself off and get up, but women, we tend to be a little bit more. My sisters were always like an extra comfort zone for me. So do you think is that what you mean too, Miss Polly, just missing that female energy?
Yeah, I don't have a lot. Like, I have some friends for years when I was like younger, so since I was like 15, I had those two women that I still interact with, but one of them lives here. But like you say, like overall, no, I don't really have a lot of interaction with women on the same level. So it's nice to have that energy too in the house or around you. And I like being around other women, but I tend to not have strong relationships that are outside of what I'm normally doing with women per se. But that, because I'm also kind of like a tomboy, so it's kind of hard. Like I said, like something that's a little different because I like gaming. I do things that kind of seem more not probably what women would be doing. So yeah, find someone who's, even my friends, they're not on that, but I've known them so long it kind of doesn't matter. But it's not the same. Having a woman around is nice. So, and even in this platform, there's women that I've mingled with to the point where I'm like, okay, they're really, really nice, and I enjoy talking to them. But I don't go outside and just find girls to be friends with.
Right. It's a relationship. Like, my closest friendships are 20-something years. It's almost like, it's like a true, not an online sisterhood, but a true sisterhood. I understand what you're saying. I'm trying to think of examples, but I think we're all ladies up here. We understand what I'm talking about. It's just sometimes, for instance, me and my best friend, we do the same type of work. She's a single mom. I'm not a single mom, but sometimes we're together. We want to have a drink. We want to go out for lunch, and we don't want to talk about our day. With a man, it's like, okay, we talked about this. I don't necessarily want to talk. It's just a time, just like men need their time, their male bonding time. So do women. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think all the women in the chat agree too.
Mm-hmm.
We understand. Yeah. That's why, I was asking a lot of questions, because it sounded like, more of a friendship thing. That's why I asked about the sexuality. I wasn't asking to get in your business. You know what I mean? But I was just asking as far as, what.
Because I've had that issue, Bob Cherry, you're right. That's why it's kind of hard for me to explain, because there's been times where I say I'm not in that fashion. But there's two women well, I'll say there's probably been two women who I became really close to, you and Polly, and it's very extremely stressful when one of them I got really extremely close to, and I thought we were gonna have a quad. If you don't know what that is, basically it's like two guys and two women, and they were both my partners, and they liked her. They thought she was nice, and we all used to hang out together and do things together. But they didn't want to commit to her as in the fashion they were committing to me, which then became an issue because she wanted that partnership, and I couldn't give it to her because it's not me alone. So that, and I mean, we did everything together. Like we were going to dinner.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we were going to dinner. Like, I buy her dinner, she buy me dinner. Like, I go to her house while she's at work. I'm like, sitting with her. Like, it was a real, real nice connection. But it's like when I knew that was hurting her to be even around me when I have other partners that she actually likes, it was becoming an issue. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I was like, I lost a friend, and this is really, really hard. So I told them, like, I can't do it. So if you guys aren't into them, I can't do it. Like, I need you to be, like, fully in. And one of my partners brought her in and said he potentially wanted to talk to her. And that was like, I probably got to know her for about almost 2 years. And that's when they decided they didn't want to talk to her. And I think that was unfair. So there's unfair parts to this that cannot be great because I made a friendship and I had that friendship with her and I thought it was hurting her, which I believe we came to the agreement that it was.
Yeah.
And so we kind of stopped talking, but that sucked. And I didn't want to do that because I was emotionally connected to this person. So that was a problem. Because
So
then it
y'all
was
was
like,
moving. The quad was moving together. So y'all could, when y'all brought in somebody, everybody had to agree. Is that what that's what it
Well,
sounded?
he brought her in because it was just me and him, and he let me meet her. She was cool, and then I got another boyfriend, and then he was like, I'm not sure if I want to talk to her in that fashion, but I like to continue to get to know her. And then my new partner started talking to her, and then he ended up saying, oh, well, maybe I like to talk to her too. And I was like, okay. And so then we all kind of started hanging out together, doing things together. We had pictures and stuff. We were going to events. She was singing. We used to go to her singing events, do all kinds of things. But they ultimately didn't want to have a long-term relationship with her, which was that was it. So
Can I ask a question? Is it okay for you to have your friendships separate from your partners? Like I'm gonna be quiet. Me and my partner, we have different relationships, different friendships. I've had friends before I even met him from my military days, and they some of them don't like each other, but I'm okay with that. Is that okay in your relationship?
I mean, it is like I have friendships. Like I said, I have do a friendship outside of it, but when they decide to pursue it. See, that was the issue. They brought her to me and then pursued on, and then they changed their mind. And that was a problem. It wasn't, I was full in because everybody else did, but that was the problem. It was like they decided not to, and I was like, well.
So y'all couldn't be okay. I think I see what you're saying. The men brought her in, and because y'all not sexual, y'all just friends because y'all the women. The men decided they didn't want to bring her in that close anymore.
Right.
And okay. And so
she was asking for like more commitment stuff, which was valid, right. Which was very valid. Like to spend more time, to have them like they were living with me, like we're all living together. Like why can't one of you guys go over there more, And they weren't ready, they didn't want to do that. So that's what happened.
And now I understand when you say why she was hurt, because when they didn't want to offer that no more, you and her still being in contact would have caused was an issue, because now the men are backing away from her.
Right.
The men who she wanted commitment from
the men, because we're together. Like we're together. Okay. So that's the issue. That's the issue. Like we're together as friends and we have the partnership, but she wants a man. So it's like
right.
I couldn't provide that.
Yeah, okay. I think what you're saying.
Yeah. But let me get off here and go feed this. Let me go feed this other man because
go feed. Take care of your business.
Thank you, Miss Polly.
Bye, dear.
Appreciate you coming up. Always appreciate you coming up. And I'm gonna try to get up with Miss Polly, and maybe there's gonna be a part 2 to this. That's a cool conversation.
Yeah.
definitely a cool conversation because it's a lot. Because I just remember like what Platinum said. It's like, bro, you're not looking at this from because notice what she just said. Like she said, all her and the dudes they were staying in the same house. Like you might think that's cool that you can have multiple women and shit like that, but imagine staying in the same house with your chick and some other dudes, or another dude and another dude is smashing your chick. Like,
Right.
you able to deal with that?
It's even more difficult. Like some of the people touched on it in the chat, but I didn't want to mention it to because they mentioned how about the children. Did the children see this and things like that? And when it comes to children, it depends on their age group. But that's why a lot of these relationships don't work out, right? Because people start noticing that the children, when they're young, they don't know. They just know they got several people in and out the house, same people over and over. They start calling one of the men Uncle so and so, or you know what I mean. But then what happens when the breakup happens, or when the kids get older and they realize, wait a minute, mom and dad, they switching bedrooms, I don't know. Yeah, it's a lot, y'all. It's a lot. At least in swinging, it's some honesty going on, and they make sure no children are involved. That means nobody's bringing nobody to the homes. They meeting at hotels or events or things like that, doing what they do and coming home happy, and nobody in the family has to know otherwise. But this poly stuff, usually it's good for single people with no children.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I got a family member of mine that's in the quote unquote lifestyle, and I think he just kind of does more like you say. You go to the events and shit like that, and it's fucking showers everywhere and a basket of condoms, and you just go from room to room, and they just on some wild kinky shit. Yeah, that's kind of that's kind of weird to me. So I guess whatever. I'm like, you call me vanilla if you want to, but I don't judge anybody else that does that shit, man. I'm like, whatever. Yeah, y'all all adults, so you do what you do. You do what you do.
Right, and see how I understand, like when people be like, damn, like what? But in my eyes, when you were saying it, different room doing freaky shit, I smiled and it brought memories back, and I can't see anybody not experiencing something like this. I'm not even talking about the participating in it, just to be able to watch. So that's how we know there's different type of people. Because I'm like, I was thinking about starting my events back and handing off the business to my children. One of my sons will be down. The other one, he's more like you. He's more reserved. You know what I mean? He ain't going for it. But the oldest, he'll rock with it. But then I thought that's a weird business for a mother to hand down to her sons. Would I have handed down to my daughter? If she was more like me, yeah, I would have handed down to her too. But society put these little things around people where people want to judge other people. But I'm freaky, y'all, and freakiness is a term that is, everybody think of it differently. When I was, I used to do Freaky Fridays, and I remember some of the young women telling me I wasn't freaky because I would say, nah, no, I don't do that. Nah, I don't do that. I'm like, Bob, you never did that? You're not freaky. I have my limitations, okay?
Well, yeah, everybody kind of. I would assume most people do. If you don't have limitations, now that's pretty damn crazy. I don't judge people for their kinks, and their fetishes and shit like that. But it's a bunch of shit I'm not into. So I can agree with you on that. I ain't into that shit. But hey, if you into that shit, that's your business. You know, heard dudes say a bunch of weird shit on here, but I'm like, hey, that's on y'all. Of course,
When you say you're not into anything, we older now, right? You older, I'm older. Even though I'm older than you, I just want people to think I'm saying you older as me. But what I'm saying, we older now. But when you was younger, could a young woman who you was interested in, could she have messed with your nipples, put some little clips on your nipples?
I mean, that I wouldn't have had a problem with no shit. I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, damn, it's Sunday in the daytime, but I wouldn't have a problem with no shit like that. That's bullshit. That's not even that big of a deal.
It's too early for this. I'm gonna change. I'm gonna back away from the question.
And I wouldn't. I mean, whatever. But you know, you got boundaries. Ain't nothing near or in my ass. Don't try it. Don't try it.
Yeah.
And yeah, ain't no other dudes in the vicinity. I don't want to be near no dudes. And there's no pissing on me. You know, like there's no pissing or shitting on me or anything. And I won't do none of that shit to you neither. Right?
Yeah. You know, I swear to God, I saw a video. You know, I'm in these groups. I'm in these kinky groups, y'all. The people are still sharing their video like we used to do openly. People don't do it openly no more. So we have these little private groups in Messenger and things. But somebody posted a video of something I never thought I would see with golden showers, but it wasn't a golden shower, it was a golden drink. And he peed in her mouth and they videotaped that shit. And I'm thinking, what the hell? To me, that's not freaky. That's some. I would call that nasty trifling.
I was about to say that's pretty nasty. Yeah. But people are into that shit, man. So like I don't judge. I don't
want to judge, but that shit right there, I could see all kinds of dangerous things that go with that. You know what I mean? But yeah, and that's why I said I stopped calling myself freaky because of shit like that. I don't go nowhere near no shit like that. Nothing. Yeah. I guess my little freakiness is not even freaky anymore.
Like that. No, that's what I mean. Like it's that's the boundary. I'm like, you shouldn't be violating each other. You know, like that. Like who the fuck in the hell nah? Like you're not gonna violate me.
She looked like she enjoyed that shit. Like she opened her mouth. I'm hoping that was AI, but and then it was black. If it would have been white, I'd been like, look at them. They wild. But that's a
violation. Okay.
Look, so I'm about to say he gonna judge for us. You know, all sex used to be considered freaky. So that's what I'm saying. Like, so I guess I gotta.
And now it's like the norm.
Yeah, it's normal. In fact, it's replaced regular sex.
That wasn't even too long ago. And I think that came from people's access to you know, XXX rated videos. Like people got access to a lot more access to it now. So a lot of that shit's become, you know, just accepted and normalized and shit.
Yeah.
You know?
Yo, I was married for 10 years before I even tried it with hubby. 10 whole years. People can't imagine that when I say that today. They be like, what? You were married for 10 years before? Yes. He never complained about it. He never asked. There was none of that. Today though, shit.
Yeah, that's a prerequisite now.
Yeah. Yeah, like
how you get started. Whatever. But like I said, I don't judge people. Y'all, people do what they do, whatever. Now I ain't gonna lie, I do judge people when they come up on these panels and just start talking about shit like that shit is normal. I'm like, bro, y'all because you got dudes on here to be talking about, you know, ass play and all of that. Like that shit is like every other supposed to relate to that shit. It's like, nah, bro. Nah, you could have kept that shit to yourself.
To yourself.
I'm not gonna judge you for what it is you do behind closed doors, but you up here talking to a bunch of strangers on the internet like that's some like we're all supposed to relate to that shit. No.
Right. Like there was a couple of men who said they let a woman lick their booty hole, like, and then they enjoyed it. And you look, I'm not saying they can't enjoy it, but keep that shit to yourself. Otherwise, a person like me gonna use it every time they come in my face. I'm gonna throw it at them, okay? Yeah.
Yeah, that's I mean, I think it's like I said, I know people are into weird shit. Like people just are. You know, the more
I didn't even know they into it. Though. You know what? I never thought to myself, "Ooh, I see his booty hole. Let me see if I lick it. What gonna happen?" I never think that to myself. I never.
Now, like I said, people are gonna be into that shit, but it's like I think it's even more weird that you just came up and talked to us about that shit.
Right.
Like
People
it's
say,
like it's
I
normal.
do tell a lot about my life. I don't tell everything, y'all. You know, I got a chest. It's small, a chest of shit that'll never come out my mouth. You know, not to strangers anyway. Not maybe when I get a little older and a little more freer, where I don't give a shit, or some people pass away in my life. You know, hubby passed away. There'll be a little more I might tell. But anyway, but I'm not. I would expect that people gonna say it back to me. I wouldn't be mad about it. The idea that one dude bragged about getting his booty licked just because another dude shared it is crazy. You know what I'm talking about, Auntie?
Yeah.
That shit. And that proves the point that I was saying. A lot of men were lying just to prove something to somebody. Now he's admitting, yeah, I lied. I'm like, dude, you told everybody you let women lick your, for a car. Now we know you ain't never get the car, which I always knew. But why would a woman lick your ass, give you a car? She gave you a goddamn car when you let her put her tongue in your ass. That was a gift, the only gift she gave you. He lied and said that woman got him a Mercedes truck. That shit was crazy. Hey, Brownie.
Which is a lie. She ain't have to buy no damn truck. If anything, show me the keys right now. I want to see the key fob.
Right.
Show me the key fob, nigga. You ain't got no damn truck. You did that shit for free. Right? You did that shit for free. She might have let you use her Mercedes to go to the store and go, I don't know, get some more lube or some shit, you nasty fucker. Go get some more Diddy oil, you nasty bastard.
I'm
just like, yeah, when you come on the internet and say shit like that, come on, man, we about to roast you. Like we about to roast you.
Hey, Bridget.
But on the real shit, like I don't judge people for what the fuck they do behind closed doors. That's their business. Like you might be the butt of a joke or some shit from time to time if we find out about it. But for the most part, what you do, with your woman, behind closed or your significant other, that's your business, man.
Right. The purge was hot. I came up. Nobody was really talking when I came up, and I came up.
You said it all, Mom.
I'm glad I came in.
You and Sheila, y'all set that shit off.
Came up to support. You know what I'm saying? I'm always support you. I haven't been coming around too much, for the purges, because you got a whole nother group, which is good,
Mm-hmm.
But if I saw that, it was a little slow and I had a little time, I came up and just popped it off, help just get it going. I want what a name to know that it was nothing against her. If she wouldn't have said nothing in the chat, I wouldn't have said shit. I was coming up being messy. I didn't even have a name to go at in the beginning. I was like, yeah, she know what she talking about. Mm-hmm. As soon as she said, when I saw Sheila E say something, so I want her to know I ain't got nothing against her though.
No, and that's cool. I mean, I'm glad that you could say that afterwards. And Sheila's like that. Like Sheila, Sheila's like that. She'll be like, okay, you said that. She'll say, hey, she ain't got nothing with you or whatever. And I'm glad if y'all could just leave it there. You know what I'm saying? Because I know that goes back. You know what I'm saying? You and Sheila go back since before there was a purge and stuff like that. But we knew, like me and Five, we knew. Usually I have at least two other co-hosts. At least two, if not more, This time it was just myself and just my five, and we knew that there was going to be some more dead spots because we didn't really go around promoting it. Even when I was on Witch Doctors that night, like you had to ask me about it. I didn't mention it. Witch Doctor was a co-host at like the last year's Purge. He didn't even know that the Purge was going on this time. And I still rock with Witch Doctor and all, but we wanted to do very, very little minimal promotion because we wanted to get back to the way it was when you had one, if you remember, and people were really getting their shit off. That if y'all don't know, Bomb Cherry was our first Purge MVP. Like we didn't even plan on doing a Purge MVP. It was just supposed to be shit. There wasn't no winner or anything in the chat box. That was the idea. You remember that was their idea to do an MVP, and now it's been tradition ever since then. Afterwards, so we do that, and but yeah, we wanted it to get back to what it was. So more sectors and stuff started coming through.
That's cool though. Yeah, let them come through. Make it. It's fun. It's that thing that people gonna look forward to. Everybody gonna come over, get their shit off. Different sectors could go at each other, or people in the same sector, and it was good. Yeah. I think
that's what we really wanted to get back to. But at the same time, we don't want it to just be a total clown show. We know it's gonna just like the first Purge, it's gonna be some dead spots. I remember like the way you had won it, because people like, damn, how am I supposed to win it and shit like that. Look, everybody had different strategies to win it. I know you came up, cleared out the panel. Like you cleared the panel. You went at everybody that was on the panel or that was fucking with you, and they ended up leaving, and it was just me and you up there for a minute. Like that's what it was. So you held your own. Angry Man, when he won it, which if he didn't win at that time, it probably would have been Jessica that won, but he was just running up and running out on folks throughout the course of the show. When Lady La won it, she made sure she got her spot early on, and then came back for the end of it to win it. So it's cool, and now we can give out a cash prize for it, because it became a little more profitable. A couple dollars come in, so we don't mind giving it back out. And that's cool, but we wanted to get back to what made it cool in the first place, which was the fact that all of that shit that been building up over the course of the year, people can come to that one neutral spot and finally confront each other.
It was fun. And so you did a great job, both of y'all. You said it was only two of y'all. I wouldn't have known. It was rocky.
Yeah, it was us. And a lot of people had moderator wrenches, but we had 4 moderators that were playing center field out there that didn't allow bullshit. That was it. We kept it real close to the chest. So a lot of people have some issues about the way shit was going on, but trust me, we went back to what made it cool in the first place.
Yeah, you're never gonna be able to satisfy everybody. So I think you did a great job. And that when I wasn't sure if you was doing it, that's why I asked. But yeah, nothing wrong with advertising it. You look, when you go on people panels and just mention it. Nothing wrong with it. I went on my Facebook and said, hey, if you just want to go crack some jokes and laugh and go, here's the link, go to what they call the Purge. And that's what, and that's how you advertise it, as a place to come and get your, like you say, get your shit off. You can cuss out anybody. I think it's, relieve stress. It makes some people stressful, which I don't know why, but I guess, they haven't learned how to release their stress yet. Okay? You did. It was great.
And I'm like, that's what we do. So that's why I was like, I will give a shout out to the other sectors, because that's what they do. So they was able to go at each other too. Like I say, folks had some issues with just a few of the things that we had to crack down on. But hey, YouTube done got tighter with their community guidelines. So we had to get a little bit tighter on what it is we let fly.
Can I give a suggestion? Okay. So the suggestion is have a rules. like written out already. You kind of did something like in the beginning where you playing the music and doing your little flash show. Then break down the rules. You know what I mean? Because certain words you don't want YouTube coming taking the shit down. I think they did that last time, right? On one of the channels.
No. Believe it or not, we've always been able. I think one time we got twice we've actually been P-bombed, and we had to like end the stream. But that was while we put other things in place. You know, the translucent overlay, the green room, stuff like that. This time we did it without a green room. And we had to like stop the stream and start over again. But for the most part, we've been able to keep it going. This time, you know, we got age restricted, you know, throughout the course of the show. So people had to like verify their age to send super chats and stuff, or else there was no super chat button.
Yeah. Okay. So make some rules where people abide by them. Especially it's cash prize, right? I think the people who really trying to get the cash, they're gonna definitely abide by the rules, and so they can try to win that money. So nothing wrong with you breaking down, putting some rules, and making them stand on those rules. And if they break the rules, then they out of the competition. They can still participate, right? They're up there, but you let them know that you broke this rule. That you use this word, or you overstep.
Well, it wasn't even like
shit like that, you know.
We let the word slide. It's just if you say, you know how YouTube is. If you say certain words too many times in like a 30-second span, bam, here comes the email.
Right.
You know, here comes the email. So I don't want to do. If I do too much policing of it, then it's not the purge anymore. You know?
Yeah, but you. I'm just saying you don't have to police it, but you let them know they disqualified from the money. But you see what I'm saying? Like they could come up, but if they break certain rules so many times, like you said, they say a word too many times in a certain frame, then now, yes, they participated. Thank you for participating. Hope you have fun, but you disqualified from being for the cash prize.
Which is that's a good idea. Like I'm gonna definitely we're gonna look into that when we do the next one, because that's not a bad idea at all, because that'll keep people on their P's and Q's too.
Right. There's
also a lot of folks that don't care because we only paying out one spot. Like, which I told you, like the last one when we did the Halloween purge, which was only 24 hours. You know, the purge channel got clipped. You know, the main channel got clipped for the weekend. So
that's the one I was mentioning. I remember. It got, something happened because it was gone when I came.
That was one of the reasons why we wanted to give out $1,000 for this one. But because the revenue was down on the last one, we didn't really have it to give out. So this was entirely crowd funded. So that's why I'm like, if folks is wondering why ain't he paying out more spots, hey, get on the motherfuckers that sent me that flagged that goddamn intro. They flagged a Halloween. A costume contest.
That's right.
Wasn't even the purge itself. We didn't even start the purge. You know?
Yeah.
They I wasn't able to go live all weekend, because of that. So we had to we moved it over to the boiler room, the second channel. And but we were, that was the plan. Like we was pretty much gonna use that to promote the year-end purge. And then, all of the revenue that came in, we was pretty much gonna put that into this prize pool, and we wanted to pay out 2 or 3 spots.
I think it's easy to build. You're gonna be able to build it if you really want to do it. Nothing wrong with advertising and going to other. I heard this morning you said you're gonna go to other platforms, and
I've done that before. This time I didn't. I didn't do it because I was like, at this point, people know it's coming at the end of the year. Like it's a tradition now. You don't know if we'll do it for spring break. You don't know if we'll do it for the summertime. Definitely don't know if we'll do it for Halloween or whatever. But that we're gonna do it for the end of the year because we always
in the year. But that's what I'm saying. Other platforms don't know you yet. You want them to get to know you. Every time I see that Monopoly, I saw some fabric with the Monopoly name, and I ain't lying. Your name came. You came to my mind. I was like, damn. I wanted to let I was thinking, oh, Auntie, the purge. I damn here got Monopoly Man and you synonymous with each other.
Well, no, thank you. I mean, that was just something that was an idea. You know, I didn't have that at first. You know, that was just an idea, and we kind of ran with it. Just ran with it, and I thought it was a cool way to brand things because you know Monopoly never gets old. It's a child's
Right.
game, but it never gets old. You know, and I
Right.
can keep doing different shit with the visuals and stuff for like ever, and it just never gets old, and it's easily recognizable. And it's
No.
actually one of my favorite games. So I
Right.
still play it to this day.
And,
So
and,
I like
and
it.
the purge behind it, right? It's like it's a kid game, but an adult game too. It could be for both. So it's like bringing out your inner child, and
Mm.
you could go at each. So I think it links up. It's
Mm.
definitely to me, it links up in my mind as a good what you call it, like logo. Yeah, it links up in my
Yeah.
mind. Well, probably where you. Yeah, somebody said, "Do I remember the Monopoly man with that thing around his eye?" Yes. People saying they don't have that. They said it's the
Ah,
Mandela.
that's
You remember him with that little
what they
blast over
call
his eye?
that the not the butterfly effect. They call it
Man,
some other
man,
shit. Hey,
man,
the Monopoly man never had a
Mandela
monocle on his
effect.
eye.
Huh?
People think they saw a Monopoly man with a monocle on his eye. He never had a thing on his eye ever.
He did. He used to have this little round that way, holding it up like that, or put it. I remember that shit. I ain't gonna never forget. So you saying he never?
Never did. And
I
that's
remember.
one of them things like you thought. Yeah, you might think you remember that, but that was never the case.
No, but how we think we remember something that we remember. So I remember that. I remember that thing in his eye, like it looked like an eyeglass, but it's just one piece over there. I don't know what you call it. I remember that. I remember when it was like a pocket watch kind of thing. I remember that, man. So yeah, somebody said the Mandela effect. I do
Yeah,
remember.
Mandela effect. That's exactly what it is. The Mandela effect. Nah, he never had a monocle.
Reese, I think the link is at the top. She wanted to know if she could come up real quick.
Mm.
You don't remember that for
Yeah,
real?
probably can't see the she can't see the link if I drop it, so somebody else would have to drop it for her.
Oh, okay. What you got a block?
Yeah, personally. So somebody else, y'all can just copy that and paste it.
Oh yeah, girl.
Copy, I just dropped it, so y'all can copy it, paste it again. For her.
Yeah, Reese, look, between Reese and Sugar Bomb and possibly myself, because I'm
No, I did unblock both of them for the channel though. Yeah, before the purge, because everybody can come through the purge and get their shit off. You know, I unblocked a lot of folks for it, and they still unblock. So as long as folks, just respect the platform and respect the channel, I don't have a problem with folks rocking out. It's just those personal settings I'll be having to go in there and update those.
Reese said she's surprised she could comment in the chat. Yeah. Man, we be having some MVP.
No, I take care of business. Like beforehand is one day you block, next day, hey, boom, you
Yeah.
you know, I don't make a big stink out of it. You know, everybody that wanted to come through, because like I said, if the purge channel is biased, why would anybody show up to it?
No,
That's why
agree.
people was accusing me of being biased. I'm like, wow. First off, I ain't got
Kills came
time.
up here on some bullshit, okay? Kills came up here on the purge on some bullshit. But I kind of agree with both of y'all. Y'all both had a stance. Because he was saying, don't tell me what to say and who to go at. And because he was saying, hey, go ahead, Reese. I'm sorry. Happy New Year's, Reese.
Hey, Happy New Year.
What's going on, male basher?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say about that Monopoly thing. It definitely did have it, right, Mom? I mean, I vividly remember it. And there's other like little things like that, like this cartoon that they had when I was a kid. Now they say like the name is spelled completely different. But what the theory is that that basically like somehow we slip into like a parallel universe, which is very, very similar to the one we're in, but it's just slightly different. So like weird things like that we remember happening supposedly never happened, like with the monocle on his eye.
Oh, so you saying there was a you and not, since we remember it, we was on the same line, and since Auntie don't remember, he was on a different line. And we merged?
Dude, I mean, that's like kind of the theory, but you really don't remember it, Aunt, because I just think he might be saying he don't because he read it online.
No, hey, it's part of the Mandela effect. I'm telling you, he never had it. Trust me.
You don't remember it?
To do my branding and stuff like that, I had to do a lot of research, and nothing with Hasbro from the people that make Monopoly ever had.
But you remember him having it though, right?
Yeah, I mean, I thought he had it at times, and then I got hit with it.
Right, that's because he did have it.
Okay, yeah, because he did have it. Suppose somebody's telling us that he never had it, but we all remember he did. That's a psychological test, right?
Yeah.
They want to see if they could convince us of something that we remember. Can they convince us otherwise? But I remember that. In fact, it was like attached to a chain, right? It looked like, and he would put it. I remember that shit. Let me see. The Monopoly monocle theory refers to widespread false memory.
Sorry, did y'all hear me?
No,
it seems like it's gaslighting at the highest level, because they're saying like even on old games like that people dug up out of their garages and stuff, there's no monocle on him.
Yeah, it's not.
I don't have the game anymore.
I don't either.
I gave it away.
There's other ones like Barm. You probably might not remember, but your kids is around my age, so it was one called the Bearstein Bears, which was like books, these kids' books, and like they had a little show, and their name was Bearstein, like small hat type of last name. And now they're saying it was never that, and it was a stain, like a stain on your clothes.
Oh no.
Yeah, and now people like that don't even make sense. Like
they say that people confuse Uncle Pennybags, which is the Monopoly dude. They confuse him because Mr. Peanut had the Monopoly. You know what I'm saying? He had the monocle. So because they both wore top hats, you thought you saw it on Pennybags, but you really saw it on.
Okay, well, what you know the Bearstein Bears, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's like a similar thing. Like they saying that was never spelled with an E, like Steen. And I know for a fact that was spelled. That was not what they saying it is now. Like I know for a fact. I can remember being in like 3rd grade in the library and I'm having them books.
They know most people don't have them books no more. We got to go dig them out. But if we are in the Mandela effect, even the books we go get would change, right? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's what's confusing to me. I think I don't know. I seen a comment the other day that said like basically like the masses are trying to, or like the people I guess up top, they are trying to like gaslight us and manipulate us into thinking like things that we all remember are not really what they were.
Yeah. Unless we was on a different time frame. Like if some people like LA Project and Auntie saying I don't remember him ever having it, but though you and I saying no, we remember, then maybe we were on different timelines.
Well, Aunt said he remembers it, but he said he's
like
convinced.
I remember it, but that's because I thought okay, because Mr. Peanut had the top hat, had the black top hat too, just like the Monopoly man. So that's what it's saying. Like that's why we confuse the two.
Well, but I don't remember the Mr. Peanut guy only that you mentioned now. I don't even remember if he had a top hat or not because I didn't.
Right.
He wasn't on my radar like that. But I played Monopoly. We love Monopoly. And that thing on his eye. Yes.
Yeah, because there's even people that have like old shirts and like little things that have the monocle.
I got something else. Now they say he did have a monocle. He had it on the Monopoly Junior game from the 90s.
Oh, okay. So he did. Yeah, because I know
Right.
So if you played Monopoly Junior in the 90s, then yeah, he had a monocle
So,
on that.
but what would be the reason y'all think that they're like just telling everybody that they never had it?
Well, because it wasn't like the main Monopoly game, the one we used to playing.
What you mean? I don't know
I
about
never
the
played Monopoly Junior. I ain't never played it.
I think they full of shit, right?
Me
Because
too.
even if you didn't play the game, we saw the commercials, and he had that thing. I saw. You know what I mean? I don't
Mhm.
know if I ever bought the Junior. No, the Junior looks like it's. This don't even have. 'Cause I'm looking to see what Monopoly Junior was.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
It look like they got dinosaurs and shit. Maybe this. What the hell? Let me see.
I think they pulling shit or full of shit too, because it just don't like, because what they're saying is that he never had it, like, and they're saying that people are finding old like with that Bearstein thing. Basically, people have found old video VHS tapes and stuff that is spelled. The spelling is not how it was spelled, how they remember it being spelled. Now I don't know how that would happen, but that's
Yeah. Well,
the
yeah,
other
because
stuff-
so some people remember like like two ends in Berenstein, and
yeah, some people were saying it was like Bernstein.
yeah, and
but-
then
Right.
remember like just one end. So
Right.
it was like Berenstein, and then it was Berenstein.
I remember Berenstein, like Beren, and then Stein, like the small hat name. But I know it wasn't Stain though. Berenstain, like how they saying it is now,
Mm,
like Stain. There's just no way, because that don't even make sense. Because then you can't even say they're Jewish. They're just what? Like, what type of last name is that?
Well, anything with that Steen at the end is usually has something to do with that. But
Yes, but but not Stain like Stain.
no, yeah, it definitely wasn't that.
Yeah. I wish I had. I feel like I did have those VHSs, but
Oh, matter of fact, no, it was Berenstain Bears.
oh my God, here you go.
That's the way it was. Hold up, nah.
See, he's reading it online and he's letting them convince him that that's what it was.
Letting them convince it. All I did was put it in. That was suggested. Look at that.
I know. Yeah, that's the Mandela effect. But your memory says something else. And another person had commented like, "All I need is my memory to remember that that's what it really was." Like, I know that they're playing games, and
right.
yeah, I agree, because I definitely remember it.
I don't remember no. I never bought no Monopoly Junior.
Me neither.
I'm saying, in fact, they showing me now the original Monopoly logo. He had that thing on his eye. They
Right.
showing. I found a picture of it where it says. Let me see what they.
Let me address LA Project. Look, if you playing a Monopoly game that never ends, it's because you ain't playing it right.
Man, it never ended.
It don't end. Yeah.
Not because you're not playing it right.
Maybe that
Read the
could be.
rules. Now you
Look
gotta
like-
read the rules. All right, so you gotta make deals. You gotta make deals, but also, it's all about getting them houses and hotels up. Once you start getting them houses and hotels up, you good. And also, if you purchase property, which I didn't explain this on the show. Okay, so when you land on property and you choose not to purchase it, like if it's unpurchased, you choose not to purchase it, then the property automatically goes up to auction, and the bidding
What?
starts at $10.
Oh,
Yeah,
I didn't know.
see that this is why it lasts so long. Nobody reads the rules. They just pull out the board and just play.
And you know what else? So I'm not. Maybe you could tell me we were playing wrong. Also, like if I can only buy houses if I own all the colors.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
it
You
right?
gotta own the whole. You gotta own the whole block before you can build.
Okay, just making sure.
Whole block.
So that's why the game went on forever, because if you owned it and I bought it, you ain't never gonna be able to put houses on it, and neither can I.
Yeah, but the thing
Right.
is, once I bust you or you get low on dough or whatever, then you got to mortgage the property that you do have, and it becomes it doesn't. I can't just get it, but it becomes property of the bank or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And you get a couple of dollars to get yourself out. You know what I'm saying? To possibly get it, to get yourself out
We
of the
never
jam.
need the rules, man. We pulled
But yeah,
that game
you gotta read the rules, but also you gotta be creative with the deals that you make with people. So
we wasn't making no deals.
trust me, if you're playing it right, you can end that in 3 or 4 hours. You really should. It shouldn't really take that long.
Damn.
But if you, like I said, if you just rolling the dice and landing on stuff and trading money around, yeah, you'll be playing it for days.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
that's what we
played
did.
that for days, man, till we got.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But yeah, if you play with me, it's going to end in a few hours.
That's why nobody really wanted to play after like you played it a couple times. People like, no, that game lasts forever. Like, we don't want to play that.
Because the thing is, once you put up houses and hotels on your property, the rent goes up so high that when somebody lands on it, somebody is about to be wiped out. It's a matter of time.
Yeah, no. But every time you win them on the board, you got 200.
Yeah, but that don't mean nothing when I got houses and hotels. The rent's like $1,250 on some of those spots, $1,000, $1,250. And keep in mind, if I own the whole block, like if I own every single color, which is what allows me to build, it's gonna be tough for you to miss. Like it's gonna be tough for you to not land on it.
If I own Boardwalk and you buy Parkway, how do either one of us benefit from that? How would I get you to sell yours to me? Or me to you?
Well, the thing is that, and that's a misconception on that. People be like, oh, if you own Boardwalk and Park Place, it's over. It's unlikely for people to land on Boardwalk and Park Place because number one, it's only 2 pieces of property in that dark blue. And there's a luxury tax in between the two. All of the other properties, if anything, it's going to be like 2 next to each other and maybe a utility or a community chest or a chance in the middle or something. But they're going to be next to each other. Boardwalk and Park Place, even though it's expensive, when you got houses and hotels on it, it's just unlikely to land on. So I've won plenty of games on Monopoly without even owning Boardwalk and Park Place. The goal is when somebody else owns it, just bust them so bad that they got to mortgage that. They got to sell that to the bank. Ain't nothing. And I'll get a hold of it eventually anyway. And just make that deal. When somebody owed me enough money, whatever. I'm like, yo, you just give me Boardwalk and we good. You give me Boardwalk. You can keep Park Place because the thing is, you could bust somebody so bad they can own Boardwalk and Park Place, but they can't afford to put up the houses and hotels on it. So I'm like, you make deals with people. Hey, you ain't got no money, but you own this property. So here's what I'll do. I'll pay for the houses. I'll pay to build the hotels. We'll split the rent. That can keep you in the game. You got to make deals. But that's the first rule.
We do need to do a virtual Monopoly game night. That would be a good idea. But I would be scared to play. What made you read the rules? Like,
believe it or not, and this was probably about what, maybe about not even probably about 10 years ago. Me and the homies one night we were gonna play cards and we just said fuck that, man, let's play Monopoly. So we went to Target, picked up a brand new Monopoly set, and we was like, yo, we gonna play this the right way. We're gonna read the rules, and that's the first rule of the game. You gotta make deals because that's how you win. You gotta make deals, and also that's when we found out the whole when somebody doesn't want to purchase a piece of property, it goes to auction, and the bidding starts at $10.
Damn. So that means you can land on it, but I could end up owning it.
Yeah, like you can land on it and say, look, it can be like $300 for you. Be like, look, I'm not paying that. Yeah, I'm not paying that. And then it goes up to auction, and you can end up getting that property for $20.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Or in some cases, because you already own the other colors around it or something, you might pay more than what it's even worth. You know what I'm saying? More than the price tag is on it. I've done that before. You'll pay more than because it's worth more to me because I need this to start building houses and hotels.
Right.
So I'll bring up the board right here. Like for example, if I want, like you see at Boardwalk Park Place, it's unlikely to land on it. You're gonna hit luxury tax or chance or something like that. But if I own all the greens and that, that because that's the goal. I want you to have to roll a 12 to not even land on my stuff. Like for real, I'm trying to own that whole side.
So
If
have
I
y'all
can.
played? I'm sorry. Have y'all played Monopoly Go?
I seen it, but I ain't never played it.
What is
But I
it
know
like?
you gotta have an app. It's
It's
an
a
app.
yeah, it's an app. It's on the phone.
Oh,
And there's like little other apps, like third party apps that you could get like cash back for playing it. So that's why I played it. But it's kind of fun. You would probably like it. Ant.
I seen it. It's got cool graphics and visuals and stuff like that. So I
Mhm.
like that part. I was like,
There's a
it's
lot
cool.
of levels, like a lot of stuff to do. It's alright. It's cool.
And then it's the jail thing too. Like you don't have to bond out of jail neither. You can just sit in jail and collect rent while you're in jail. So that's another rule. You know,
I thought the money go under
and yeah,
like it-
that's a legit rule. No money is supposed to go on free parking.
they're not.
Not
It's
even
not.
supposed to go. Nah, that's just something people do. But that's not part of the rules. Free parking is supposed to be just that, just a free spot.
I wonder who created that and did it went worldwide, well, nationwide, right? In our communities,
Yeah,
I think everybody know
you
money
start
went up.
making start making it like the lottery or something where you land on it and you
Yeah,
hit that part of the rule. Nah, you're not even supposed to. It's not even supposed to be money on that. It's literally just supposed to be a free spot. That's it.
that's great. That's how our communities work, right? We didn't even have the internet back then, but we was able to create. Somebody
A woman created it, Mom. A woman. A woman created it. Named Elizabeth Lizzie.
Oh, really?
Her name is Elizabeth Meiji. Elizabeth, aka Lizzie Meiji. It was she patented. It was first called the Landlord Game in 1904.
It makes sense with Monopoly now because look how the world, like Auntie explained it, just like the world we live in, right? How you make money today, make deals today, and
Yeah, you gotta make deals. Got to make deals.
Charles,
in that game.
another man, he was unemployed. He adapted it and added his own art and sold it to Parker Brothers as Monopoly.
Yeah.
bad.
But she created it though. He just added like the illustrations, I think.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Shout out to Candy King. Appreciate that Cash App. I got you with that.
Cash loaded, appreciation received. We don't pay, we just send. All transactions are complete. Fuck you mean. Appreciation received. Cash loaded, appreciation received. Cash loaded, appreciation received. We don't pay, we just send. All transactions are complete.
I like it.
And
You
shout
got me
out
over
to
here
you.
dancing.
You know what they did, Mom? They bought her the Parker Brothers bought her thing for $500 and then basically erased her from it and made it seem like that guy that did the illustrations created it. For like, I guess, you know, for it to be I don't know. They wanted to do that for like the optics of it for some reason.
Yeah, that's how they a lot of things. We was having a discussion over there by Witch Doctor, right? And somebody I guess we was talking about who created what and where, and somebody asked, what does it matter today if black people created hip hop or whatever, right? And it's understand the significance. It don't look, even though I'm a black woman, I didn't create it, but it lets our children know, hey, you wasn't just enslaved, like you could possibly create something. If they make it seem like only one race was smart enough to create things, and we were the race that was so dumb that all we was, you know, thought of it's not even human. Our children I grew up thinking that.
Yeah, me too. I did too, Mom. Like kind of when I was real little, like when I used to watch movies and stuff.
Yeah.
But
So-
you seen Imperious up there? I mean, he was up there yesterday, and that's what he does. Like his whole thing is to tell you know who that black people didn't create anything.
Right.
Yeah, I don't talk to Imperious.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't either.
I used to think he was okay because he used to really go after the black men, and since the black men was going after, but now I'm starting to, I really don't like that. Even going for the men who may deserve it, some of them, because all they do is go after black women. But you know what I mean? I don't like that. And I think because the black man and black women are fighting, these white people could come in and use that to their advantage. Because
divide and conquer. It's an old
talking about women too.
strategy.
Yeah, now
women. So that's why JP and other people let him around. Because as long as, even though he'll say racist stuff, as long as he's talking about women and black women, they're cool with it.
Right. And that's how he got in the space. But then he started switching it up on them. Right? I've seen the white men do that. He did it to Mr. Fantastic. A guy went up there, and because he was talking about he could get with the white woman wanted him, the black woman wanted him, and he could gut him out and stuff like that. They had him up there until he told them that, because the black man has a low IQ.
I bet. That's the only thing that set him off, huh?
Yes, girl, that was ready to interview him and everything. I remember that stream. We talked about that stream for a long time.
And they don't realize, it don't matter what the topic is. They could be talking about kids. He responds with some vulgar sex act. Like, it's really weird. Like, it's like, I don't know what the fuck that's about, but he wants people to think that he be having sex, and it really seems like he just watches porn and then comes online and talks about it.
Yeah.
Like, none of that stuff to me be really like, it's just weird. Like, you screaming at the top of your lungs about sex, like, and then saying that women are disgusting, and then the next minute you're saying that you want to like fuck somebody. Like, it's just weird.
Some weird shit going on. Yeah.
Now, them people have a weird fetish, and I'm gonna go to Riaz in a second. What up, young Riaz? But I gotta know, like, a lot of them folks, they come over to this side because they've been rejected by that other side. That other side don't rock. They know how weird they are.
And that's what I be saying too. Like, I'm on that same time. Like, I would not have him up there. I would not debate nothing with him. Like, he's not even smart. Like, and he knows who he could talk to. Like, that's why he goes to JP and talks to him. But yeah, like, nobody in the real world fucks with him at all. Obviously, he sits on our panels for hours on end, like, trying to make himself like seem like he's superior. Like, but he doesn't even feel like that, really.
And what's up, young Riaz, man? You want to jump in?
I agree with you, actually. I'm the same that person, and I kind of agree with you as well. And when you kind of mentioned that, though, that actually, even I cringe at that, to be honest. I just choose not to engage.
Yeah. I didn't hear nothing, but I just choose not to engage.
You confused me when you said because I was like, damn, it must be my mind, God.
No, I heard I choose not to engage, so I was going to respond to that.
Oh, okay.
No, that's what I was just referring to. That's my point, though. What you were just mentioning and stuff, though. Just the point you made, though. The only point I was just responding to was the engaged part. That's the only thing I was talking about.
To who? Engaged to who?
Engaged. Right.
Engaged, though. No, engaging meaning, though, I won't talk to him, no.
Oh, okay. You talking about Imperious. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, though. The points that you were making, no? I'm just saying, no, I agree with you. That's what I was just saying.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's no point because he's not smart. And then he was saying, because somebody asked him, like, why do you come over here and talk to us? And he's like, because I already went and destroyed the whole white sector. No, you didn't. Nobody talked to you. But
you killed in the goddamn chat talking about I agree with Iggy. Don't bring other panelists conversation. We're not talking negatively about nobody, like those the people who own those channels. We're not saying anything negative about the people on the channels. We're talking about one.
You can talk negative about Imperious. I'll talk negative about Imperious over here on Rock with Imperious. I will turn my mic all the way up on Imperious, and because he'll come and call motherfuckers monkeys and chimps and all types of shit, and that shit is supposed to be cool. Like, hey man, can run their platforms the way they want to, I'm not going to tolerate it.
Right.
Yeah, at first I remember saying, "Yeah, I agree with Imperius," but I never heard him say those things until one time I went over there by John God. And that was my first time hearing him say those things. I was like, "Wait a minute, what?" So but
Yeah.
so okay, as long as they're referring to the black woman, she could be, all kinds of chips, monkeys, or be the ugliest women alive. These men even started saying it. Oh, but you're the ugliest woman alive.
Oh, they had a panel for hours yesterday. Well, actually, like maybe 18 hours yesterday, talking about that. That was the whole topic.
Who
How black
found?
women are ugly and the bottom, and they deserve.
But it was
JP.
Oh yeah, girl.
Well, they do that for your attention.
Yeah.
But you know what, y'all like.
We JP wouldn't have a channel if it wasn't for us, for the women.
Right.
Women gotta
None
make
of
us
them would.
and just when he's talking about black women like that, leave.
Midway, midway through, he goes, "Well, yeah, we really gotta respect the black woman because she's this and she's that." Like literally, like just started contradicting everything he was saying. But then he went back to like what he was saying. But it was just weird. Like I don't know, like what's going on with these people.
He said, he liked black women. He loved black women. But, and his love seemed to be very abusive. And
it seemed like he wants to teach. I'm sorry, I don't want to do this, but it seemed like he want to teach his daughters that they're ugly and that they'll never be nothing. Like because it's like I mean, yeah, he did. He does. He said it last night too. He says it all the time. And he also said that he wouldn't give a fuck if a man put hands on his daughter because she shouldn't be running her mouth to a man.
Yes, he did.
Oh, wow. He said it last night again.
And then he'll claim, like right now, if he's listening in the class, he'll drop down and say, "You lying."
Yeah, I know.
But, like JP, you've said it many times.
Right, like stop. Like niggas right up there, like on video.
I was just gonna. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask you though, what's your plans for this year though? Like, you got any, stuff you want to aim for this year and stuff like that?
Mom's bringing Freaky Fridays back.
Okay.
I was thinking about bringing Freaky Fridays back, but I don't know. I'm still up in the air about sewing. I'm doing a collection now, so I said I was gonna really, make a little site and sell my items.
Okay, that's the last
one. Sell them locally. Like locally is easier for me. Online seems to be easy, except the jump start. I got to make the site. But now I hear AI make it for me. It's not even making a site. That's not the problem. I design websites. My problem is these items, y'all. If Etsy want me to put the dimensions, how high, how wide, and how deep is it? And I'm like, damn. And then I got to describe it. And then say y'all go to support me on Etsy, right? You click on my link, go to Etsy. But then right on the page of my stuff, they put competing shit right. To me, that's because I'm bringing the people, and you gonna put my competition on my page? I don't like that.
And you got to pay for it.
I got to pay for it. That's right.
Oh, that's supply and demand type thing as well. Just that. Wait, okay. I'm just also saying this as well. Best of luck, though, actually. I wish you, best of success, though, no matter what you do, and also on your own thing as well, and YT as well. Continue to do that, though, Sometimes I come here, there, but, continue to do that, though,
Okay.
Well, I know.
You're doing good for yourself, though.
I was supposed to have merchandise years ago. So shout out to everybody else in the space that has their merch going on. Y'all have inspired me, so I'm gonna make sure that I get that up. We'll be moving to
if you need some help with, listen, Auntie, we can make money together. I keep suggesting to people that the sites they're using have been up for years. In other words, you put up a graphic, and then they'll say they'll sell it for you. You won't have to do nothing. But people, they're not selling that stuff. Because why would I buy a t-shirt for $50? Right? And the reason why the shirt is $50 is because even the people, they greedy. The company automatically gonna sell you a shirt for like $20. The shirt,
And they paying like 2 cents for them probably, or maybe like 50 cents.
right? So then for Auntie to make money, he got to add his amount that he want from the sale. That the greedy people want another. They want $20 too. So that brings that T-shirt to $40. The regular people might say, okay, well, I'm good at making $10 per shirt, especially since I ain't got to do nothing. But I'm watching these men want even more than what the shirt costs. So that's why the shirt costs $50 for a T-shirt with ugly designs.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
I've been trying to figure out what a bomb squad or a bomb, something that I know that men and women, even if they not for the bomb, don't even know who I am, a design that they might want to wear. And that's the only way that type of shit works. Here on the internet, though, people might support you by buying your shirt if they really like you, but they ain't spending $50 on a T-shirt. You might
Okay.
get one.
That's
I get
cool.
that. 'Cause
That's
you have
cool.
to, they're trying to make their money.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yo, I've been
Okay.
working on the cookbook for a while. Every once in a while I remember it and I go, but the cookbook is actually done. Everything's written. I just really need to go finish it up. That's all. Put some pictures. But I wanted to add a little link to me cooking the things. And yeah, but the cookbook got, every once in a while I'll say, let me go add that to the cookbook. My cookbook is homemade stuff. It's telling you how to make it from homemade. It's not telling you, from go buy a roasted chicken already and scrap it up and,
Yeah. I'm about
how to cheese.
Okay, that's cool as well, actually. That is interesting. No, my aim probably for this year as well, just to continue doing what I'm doing, and also got TikTok as well. I'm already monetized on.
Because it's in my brain. What's going on?
No, we can't hear you. We can't understand anything you're saying.
You gotta
wait,
slow
sorry.
it down a little bit. Go
Okay,
ahead.
okay. Sorry. Okay, how about now? Do you actually hear me now, though, actually?
You're talking fast and yeah, you're just kind of talking fast. You're a
Okay,
little close to the mic.
Okay,
Now
I'll
try
slow
just slow down a little bit. Now go ahead, tell us.
Okay, so basically, what I want to do for this year is to continue, doing what I'm doing on my own YT and my TikTok.
Oh, before you say TikTok, you say your what?
My YT is YouTube. My
And he
own
said he's
channel, my own page.
Right. Oh, okay, I thought you talking about white tea. I thought that was a whitey
No,
area.
no. That's not what I meant, though. No,
Okay.
with YouTube, though, for sure, it stands for Y and T, so that's why I say YT.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so sometimes it's my accent, though, so that's
No.
why.
No, it's okay, baby.
No, I
That's fine.
understand. I'm just being
want to hear
funny.
you. That's why I'm sorry. If I didn't want to hear you, I would just let you say it, and
Right.
we'd be like, okay. But I want to hear what you're saying. So I'm not
Okay.
being mean. I'm just
No,
trying to-
I know. I was just being funny. That's why. It's okay.
No,
I was
it's
just
okay.
trying to laugh, though. Okay, but now, okay, yeah, so basically on TikTok, what I do is I do voiceover content. I just take clips of what I'm actually really interested in. I just talk over clips and stuff like that. And I just, edit it and then I post it, over there. And I continue to do it. And I'm kind of doing really well for myself. And I'm making my own impact over there, though. My own kind of impact, though, in my own type of way. Even the people that I actually, respect and admire, though, when it comes to that music related stuff, UK stuff, though, because that's my home country and stuff like that. So even people in the scene that I respect a lot, they actually started to look at me, though, basically, and they have taken notice of what I've watched and stuff. So, and I even got like a legend over there following me as well. So that's what.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool, baby. Good luck with that. Yeah, everybody doing it that way. Yeah, everybody's taking other people's shit, and and that's weird that you think that. So you taking other people's shit, putting your voiceover on it, and putting it back out there.
Yeah, basically, but I give them credit. I tag them actually.
Yeah, but you don't understand that you giving them credit. You still stealing their shit. That's like you like me up here. We all have something funny to say. You decide that it's funny, and instead of us being able to share it ourselves, you take it, put it
No,
on
but
your,
they already said.
and then but you're gonna put our name on it, but you're gonna get the views and everything from it.
No, it's already posted videos. They already had their own videos, though. It's just basic. I just used to do it, but I understand no in a way. I don't know though. It's hard to explain though, I guess.
No, I understand clearly. It's just that you don't like the way I'm repeating it back to you, that you taking other people's shit. It'd be the weirdest thing, y'all. People are literally taking other people's shit, and they doing a split, and all they doing is laughing on or looking at it. But the other people's stuff is the one that got everybody watching.
Well, like check this out. I don't know if you saw those, because I'll be doing some more of these. I'll show a little bit because this one's kind of long. If you guys saw the edits that I put out, for the Purge recap, I've been wanting to use these for like the last couple of years now to recap the Purge. I'm just gonna show the beginning. Hold on.
But the Purge is yours, babe.
Yeah, but check this out.
Okay.
Thanks for joining us here at Morning Time America, and welcome to our post-Purge morning broadcast. We are live from New York, and here on the East Coast, another Purge has just ended. I'm Rachel Stamp, and as you can see, my usual co-host, Carson Cruz, is not with us this morning. We thank him for his sacrifice.
Rachel, you have a little.
Oh,
That's
do you mind?
You got it.
All right, everyone, Melanie to the rescue. Please welcome former Human Interest correspondent and now co-host, Melanie Stevens.
Thank you so much, Rachel. I am so excited to be here. Big shoes to fill.
Really? Well, let's check in on headlines from last night's Purge.
Oh man, I told him I came, I saw, I purged. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
See y'all again next year. I heard you always look at me. I always get my goddamn name in y'all weak ass mouths. What the fuck wrong with you bitch niggas and weak ass hoes up in this bitch calling for me? I don't give a fuck about now one of y'all good crybaby ass. Oh, my hair did this to me. Oh, my hair did that to me. Got lame ass James up ready to put his motherfucking head, his legs behind his goddamn head. You know what I'm saying? And lick his own booty hole. He's you know what I'm saying? I don't know what's going on. We got food ass to wash her motherfucking face. She up here want to talk about a nigga goddamn mama. Lame ass.
Bitch, you can't drag the shit you want to drag. You probably shitty emoji bill, bitch.
This motherfucker with a white
Bitch, you built like a pile of shitty emoji, dumb raggedy ass. You gonna spit the fuck down out the weather. You big old bitch. You big.
The NFFA is projecting that participation in this year's Purge was the highest in history.
In New York State, multiple Department of Motor Vehicles offices were burned to the ground last night. The fire seemed to be the work of a single disgruntled purger fed up with long lines and bureaucratic red tape. DMV officials today say that wait times have tripled.
You know what? You know how I rock, man. We all good. But, yo, hey, mate. No. Mate, fella, all you bitches, bring your motherfucking ass back up here. Your emperor here now. Your emperor done requested for you to bring your ass back up here so I can drag your ass the right way. Bring the country coon in the house now, motherfucker. It's the goddamn Purge. This goddamn first time the emperor waiting too long either. Because if I have to come find you, if I have to go to other fucking channels and spaces to find your ass, motherfucker, I will.
And in our first Purge fail of the morning, a Florida man is dead after accidentally purging himself last night. The man was reportedly roaming the streets in an armored car and wielding a grenade launcher when things took a turn.
He forgot to roll the window down, didn't he?
Indeed he did, Rachel.
Well, I hope he had a blast.
Fuck that shit. Keep it gangster, nigga. Keep it gangster, nigga. All that
young Gen X bullshit. The fuck? I don't like your shit. I don't like your shit. At least could have been a face like mine. Yeah, go ahead, KJ, wink at him one time. Oh, my nigga! Nigga, I love that nigga. KJ, you the nigga? Oh, man, this bitch turning how up, man. Fuck it, nigga.
That's funny as
Ain't
hell.
nobody to argue with? Oh, so ain't nobody to argue with in this bitch. I'm the only one up here? Well, let me say this then. Fuck you, okay? Big motherfucking eyeball having ass nigga. Oh, motherfucking think I got talent. Oh, blind piano playing ass nigga. Oh, guitar resting ass nigga.
He actually dropped his own Addy in the back chat. So he legit purged himself. But that's my point. Like, just to what I'm just gonna kind of skim to the end. That's uploaded so y'all can watch it in its entirety over there, and I'll be putting some more of them out.
Let me find my motherfucking key,
It's on TikTok, man. This is funny.
Hurry your scared ass up there while you take off. Nigga, come get this motherfucker. Take your bitch ass to church.
Well, while the purge is over here on the East Coast, there are still a few hours left in California. Let's check in with our West Coast correspondent, Chad Weatherby. Good morning, Chad. How are things in Hollywood?
Terrific, Rachel. People are just out exercising their 28th Amendment rights.
What's that alarm, Chad?
Well, our producer thought it'd be a great idea for us to get right in the action, Melanie. So here we are, right in the thick of it.
Well, I know our viewers appreciate your commitment to bringing them the latest. So would you say you've seen an uptick in purge activity out there this year?
Oh, little nigga. You's a little nigga.
Is that what you? Hey, all the ladies, he's tall. You niggas really think that's all women want? Go ahead, put that all nigga right. Look, that nigga. See, you know what? He don't know who he's talking to.
Hey, boy, come on now, dog.
Yeah, he fell.
Come on, man.
Chad? Chad, can you hear us?
Looks like we lost Chad. Now, coming up on Morning Time America, more purge headlines and a look at traffic and weather. Stay with us.
So, but no, just like what Riaz was talking about, I reached out to, and that's why I haven't used that. I've had those, you know what I'm saying, those post-purge edits and clips ready to go. That's actually from the Purge TV series. Because I guess people thought I was using AI or some shit like that. No, that was from the Purge TV series. They had a whole episode on that shit.
Oh,
So,
I thought you use AI.
yeah. No, it was from the Purge TV series. I reached out to Blumhouse for permission to use it. They never got back to me. So I tried to edit it to the best of my ability, so that way I still fell into the category of, you know, fair use guidelines.
Okay.
Which
I get you.
apparently YouTube is like, I'm good with it. So I'll knock on wood. But yeah, I mean, if you can make it transformative, you know, under fair use guidelines, and you can do that.
You can use it. Yeah, but let me also tell you. So, let's say when you post, you already posted it, right?
Yeah, it's posted, so yeah, I
You
can
know,
check them out.
but if they find it and then they put a strike against you, then all you gotta do is reach out to them. You know, let them know that you gave them credit. Usually, that they don't have no problem with it. Even at Disney and things like that. Like, I've decided to fight any and everybody who put a strike on me, and I've been winning. Because just like we have 10 days to show some legal paperwork, they do too. Now, when they big like that, they gonna have their legal paperwork. But do they care about a little person like me? No. If I become big, though, that's a whole nother motherfucking story. You know, when you become bigger, you do things a little different. But no, I love that. That shit was funny. But the purge clips themselves, that shit is funny. Yo, I'm talking about your clips. That belongs to you. That was on your channel.
No, and that's what I mean. I tried to put, you know, enough of my own in there and stuff like that. But before I even used that, I reached out. I personally emailed, you know, Blumhouse, you know, the makers of the series, and asked for permission to use clips, and said I would give them. They never got back to me.
Yeah.
Never
But
did.
keep the email. Just keep the email, you know, just in case. But you good.
So
That shit
I
funny.
tried. I tried, but I was like, this time I figured I was like, this is a good time to use it because I finally got somebody to come up there and purge themselves. So
That shit was funny.
boom.
But what I was saying with Young Riz, you ever see them clips, them shorts where people, they literally have people shit up. The whole video is doing whatever the person material is, and the other person is either just looking or laughing, acting like they're laughing, but you can't hear them laughing and shit like that, and they reposting other people's shit.
Which is not really allowed. I know. I actually, just like you say, you won an appeal. I won an appeal. They tried to demonetize me last month.
Yeah,
they tried.
Fight everything. Don't let nothing slide.
I fought and I won. Damn it.
That's right.
So.
Okay. Wait, but sorry, I always
I'm not saying not to do what you're doing, Riz, but the way you would, like you bragging that you
I'm
got
not bragging though.
No, you was sharing that you got content, but you mean you got other people content.
Yeah, I'm just being honest though. I wouldn't say bragging, no. I'm not being bragging. So sometimes, even though basically, when I do my stuff here, I always put in the description, I say, look, this clip or this stuff, all rights belong to the specific owner of the piece that I'm just using. I just basically add my bit to it though. That's how I'm doing it now. But in future, though, if I choose to go in a different direction, then I'd probably do something different. For now, this is just what I'm doing.
But Riaz, I'll tell you this much: they don't give a damn what you say in your
Right.
damn description. They don't care. You can say whatever, give whoever credit. They will still bang your ass for reused content, and
Yeah.
it'll be up to you to submit your appeal and win it.
Okay.
It is winnable, though. If you do get anything like that, hit me up. I'll let you know because that's what they tried to get me for. Was
Okay.
reused content. A lot of people have been demonetized because of it. And I watched probably about maybe 20 videos on YouTube. And of course, the crew that I work with gave me a nice monologue to me. You know what I'm saying? It was a 5-minute appeal video and let them know what's good, like what the channel's about, and the fact that hey, we don't just reuse content here. Everything fuels the discussion that we're having. So, just if they do hit you with that, hit me up and I'll let you know how to.
Okay, cool. I got you though. If they do though, I'll hit you up though for sure though, man. I got you though.
Because it's a computer that'll hit you. It's not,
Right.
It's not like a real person. So,
It's
but
that
it's a real
AI
person. It's a real person that will actually review your appeal. So. There are ways, and then even if they do demonetize you or some shit like that, there are different ways that you can reach
Okay,
out.
but I'm not monetized at the moment though. It's gonna take me a long way to get there actually. Since I don't do streaming, though, it's gonna take me longer to do that.
Well, Bomb can tell you, for those of us that had like monetization before the guidelines changed, we kind of grandfathered in, with different things. And now that they've kind of changed the guidelines, like they kind of lowered criteria as far as watch hours and subs and shit like that for monetization. They still raised the guidelines as far as how much like copyrighted music you can use and stuff like that, whether or not they'll still let you have members and all types of other stuff. So it's
Okay.
Trust me, when I wouldn't really worry about it now. But when you do get monetized, that's when they start messing with you, bro.
Okay.
Yeah. That's when they start messing with you about what you can and can't get away with and stuff.
When he said he give credit, he give credit to the people who made the content. That sounds weird.
That don't mean nothing, though. You know that.
But not only that, how he gonna give them credit for their shit?
Well, what he means is he'll
I
drop a link and like redirect you to the original creator.
Yeah.
It just doesn't mean anything. It's because they can still strike you for that shit. It's really up to them what they want to strike you for. Like I can strike anybody for using my content.
I've never gotten a strike actually. I've gotten a claim and I just found a way to fix it.
Well, that's what a claim. Yeah, somebody made a claim.
Yeah, I thought a claim and a strike is like totally two different things, but at the same
No,
time, it's
wait. No, the only way they're different is if you monetize or if you might lose your channel. But if those claims, if you was monetized, it means you ain't making no money on it.
Yeah.
The money
Yeah.
gonna go to the other person.
And YouTube is full of it. When they say they'll send you that email saying, "Oh, this is just a copyright claim. It's not a strike. It doesn't count against your channel." They're lying. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Okay, that's kind of okay.
Because my Boiler Room channel didn't have a membership tab for the longest, and it was because of claims that weren't supposed to affect my channel. So
Right.
overnight, just to get the membership tab, I had to delete probably about 100 videos
That's
that
right.
had claims.
Once he try to become monetized, he gonna realize that they gonna deny him.
That's what I'm saying. That's when things change. Yeah. So that like you still have your channel and they're still letting you create content and stuff. Yeah, they don't give a fuck about that. But just like she said, all your money ain't your money. Because that's what a claim means. That means somebody else is claiming your money.
That's right. They don't care about put up. You can put their shit. I'm okay with people putting my shit up. Especially if it make me money. Instead of they not gonna make the money on it on their channel. I'm gonna make the money on it on their channel.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I had a because that's why like people like the intro I got. But that's a new intro because the original intro I used, I had a homeboy that did a custom track. Like he did the track on his own in his crib, and he gave me permission to use it. You know, for my intro. It's just I gave him, of course, credit for it, just like you giving credit. But not only did he give me the track, he also uploaded it to, DistroKid and, the YouTube Creator Studio and everything else. So when it got uploaded overnight, I got like 100 and something claims.
Damn.
Yeah, all like immediately. Now, it wasn't a problem with him. It's just he had to put me on a safe list, but he had to do each stream individually. And we had to deal. No, we had to. He did it, so it wasn't a problem. But that shit like that will keep you from getting a membership tab. And what he told me was, he got emails, like he got the kickback. So any money that came in, it went to him, which it was cool. We had an agreement where he was gonna get we had a deal where I was gonna pay him a percentage of what came in, and I was gonna use his music anyway. So it wasn't a problem. I just told him, hey, our deal is good. We're not even gonna worry about our deal, and whatever you got from that, keep it. So me and him are good personally, but yeah, YouTube paid him anything that came in.
Yeah. And another thing people don't know, like I may give you permission today, but I can go and take that permission away 5 years from now, and you end up getting a strike for some shit you posted up 5 years ago.
Wow.
Or claim. So that's why I would recommend that people, when you monetize it, be safe, use your own stuff, or have contracts with people.
And folks need to be careful with the simulcasting too, because you could be cool with somebody today, and they come up on your stream and they simulcast your stream, and then you ain't cool with them tomorrow, and they could send a claim to you for having your own content on your channel. It's happened.
Yeah, but they used to try to do that with me. One time I had an argument with a woman. They used to purposely come on your panels, purposely come on your panels, participate, and then strike you the next day. The whole thing they were doing was trying to
strike you. Using
but them being up there. But I had to fight that shit.
And then they'll do that. So yeah, you gotta be careful with people do slimy stuff. So you gotta be careful and protect yourself. When it comes to that, and a disclaimer and just giving credit for a link or something like that. Sometimes it'll take a little bit more than that. People are slimy.
Yeah, they slimy.
Real
That's why I use Zoom. Zoom, when people enter my Zoom the very first time, first it lets you know that you're being streamed, live streamed. And then it asks you for your permission.
Yeah.
So soon as people come up onto Zoom, they may not read it, but they clicked on it saying that they understand it being live stream and they're okay with it. So they can't then go try to strike me, because then all I have to do is go into the settings of Zoom and produce that to YouTube or wherever.
Okay.
Gabe says you know nothing, Bob.
Okay.
Huh?
Gabe A says you know nothing.
Well, Gabe A, of course, I'm gonna leave him alone.
Okay.
Happy New Year to him and his family. Okay.
Okay.
Apparently, I know
Yeah,
nothing.
we in a good place. And
And
shout out to
he is
Billy.
we agreeing with each other, but Bomb, just because I'm Bomb, I don't know.
Now she's right about the Zoom. No, Zoom though does have that disclaimer before you even enter the studio.
Okay. That is interesting. No, but I do appreciate you telling me that, though, actually, you know.
We talking, there's a whole lot of people. We talking to.
Oh, you're good, but let's say you got to submit an appeal. If you got to submit an appeal, they're gonna want your face on that video.
Okay.
Like you got to submit an appeal video, so they are cracking down on a lot of faceless channels.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, but you know my older stuff.
Like your channel is fine, Bomb, because your content's original, and I don't know. I know you really don't care about the monetization part, so it's really not going to be that big of a deal. But there have been a lot of people that have popped up with faceless channels, and they're making a lot of money with just faceless channels, AI apps, and stuff like that. So yeah, YouTube is cracking down. So they're forcing folks to, if they're hitting people for like reuse content or stuff like that for demonetization, you got to submit an appeal video, and they want your face on that. They want to make sure you're a real damn person, and you got to go through your content production process real quick, all within a span of like 5 minutes. So they are cracking down on a lot of folks for that. Yeah. Like a lot of people have either lost their channels or been demonetized just because they're faceless. They're using ChatGPT. That's it. You know, that's it. They really ain't doing much of anything. Just letting an app do all the content for them. And yeah, hey Jill, it's not even just how they display people. It's like, look, if folks are not doing, if you're not creating some kind of original content or transforming it in some kind of way, like just like Riaz was saying, hey, if you're doing something transformative with it, then you're fine. You know, you're fine. But a lot of times they're gonna send you that damn email first, and you got to explain to them why you're different, or else they taking your money. They ain't playing. They like, we rich without you.
Yeah, I've had many people strike me for no reason. They don't even they claiming my stuff is their stuff, even though they don't even have any stuff. Like, I know that don't make any sense, right? They don't even have a channel with any content, but they just were striking me, claiming my content as their content.
Yeah.
That LA dude, slow, what we call him?
Randy SoCal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He kept he claimed on all my shit for a while. I get a strike every time I go live. Somebody, not a strike, but somebody is making a claim, potential strike on me every time I go live. And YouTube, either they let me know and then they'll say they made it age appropriate, or they didn't do anything.
He can get in trouble too, I think, for just doing that, like for no reason. That's what I heard. I don't know.
Believe it or not, that's why about half of these folks that you see that are like, they just one day they just terminated. That's why. Sending out them false claims and strikes.
Yeah, I don't think viewers realize YouTube does do stuff to you, because I've noticed like there's been a couple times where I could not write in the chat at all, like in anybody's chat, and I was thinking I was blocked, and then I was looking up, like I googled it, and it said like YouTube might restrict you like for saying certain things, like YouTube itself will not let you comment for a little while, and that's happened to me a couple times. So even if you're not like making content, they will do stuff to your channel.
How come they don't send the bot? Remember they used to send the bot to your channel, Bomb?
Yeah, it'd
They used
be
to
bot
send
sitting
the
right
bot
there
to come
with a
through.
wrench and everything, huh?
Yeah, he just come through. Like just checking on everything,
Yeah,
making sure everything's good over here.
that's true.
That's it. They used
I
to have
think
a
they
YouTube
still there. They're
bot.
just invisible. You know,
Mhm.
because
No, they say they say YouTube is not letting certain comments go through, and of course, I know I got my own things that like blocks on certain words and shit like that. Like if you try to come into my chat and say my government name or my address or some shit like that, then it won't even let you type it. It won't even let you type it. And every month or so I go in there and I put another word or some shit like that people aren't able to say.
yeah.
Like you're not even able to if you type that word, it won't even let you do it.
Somebody asked how would it affect the channels that do reviews. Well, a lot of them had to change up how they do reviews.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
what they'll do is, like I say, they'll send you the email. They'll usually give you a warning. You get about 7 days or something like that, and you submit an appeal, and you have to explain that you're a reaction channel, and review channel, and you got to go through your process.
Yeah.
But they're hitting them too. You're allowed to have a reaction channel, but you better tell YouTube that's what your channel does, reactions.
Okay.
And that's why most of them are on camera too, right? Because they have they have to change the original video in some type of way, right? And so their video is up, which changes that, and then they talk over. They talk. It's okay; they'll be able to get through it. But I remember when there was times where people were just replaying other people's things, saying a few things, and yeah, that's messed up.
Yeah, no, they're not letting people do that. I know that's what I showed. Like even if I played like maybe a 3-minute clip or something like that, or upload a trailer, I just explain to them that hey, that's just a trailer. We just use that as fuel for the conversation. So we might sit up here and talk for 4, 5, 6 hours about that 3-minute clip. So even though I didn't alter the clip in any way, it's still just what I'm saying, like we're still transforming it into our conversation. So they're gonna ask for you to at least explain what you're doing.
Okay.
That's it, because it's like I said, it's a real. It might be a computer that flags you or sends the alert, but it's a real person that reviews it. So you got to be able to explain it quickly. You got 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes.
Interesting.
I think you only got so many. Oh, you got to do it on video. I know before you had so many words.
They give you the option to submit a written appeal or a video appeal.
Okay.
But sometimes they require just a video appeal.
Okay, that is interesting actually. I mean, I have all the stuff though that with me in them though. Actually, I have original stuff long time ago when I first started out and stuff like that. I've got that. Slowly, I might change up my style though if I want to. Right now, I'm happy with how things is going, and I understand that though. And I continue to do what I feel is right. However, if I need to change up my style at some point, I'm going to. Probably need a new style.
Gabe said Bomb isn't even serious about content creation. While I listen to her on Sirius YouTube channel advice. I don't know what you mean. I'm not serious about YouTube content creation when I've been here for over 10 years. If you mean that I don't take it as serious as getting money by being monetized, the reason I'm not monetized is because I understand as soon as I'm monetized, they're watching me closer. It does not mean that people don't send me super chats and different things. People support me, Gabe. Okay. But nobody has to listen to me on YouTube advice. All I remember saying is first of all, I know how to get those strikes taken away. I know how to get your channel back. So I must know a lot. Because I've had 5 channels taken away from me. I only have 2 more to get back. And the reason I haven't gotten them back because I didn't request them yet. Because I got to find the link. That's the bad thing. Once you lose a channel, if you delete everything that was associated because you thought you lost it, the hard part is finding the link to that channel that is no longer there. You have to provide them with the link, which means I have to go through my email to find the link to the channel to ask them for it back. And I just haven't found the time, but I have 2 more channels to get back.
Well, now we got the handles now, so you just remember your handle, you good.
Oh, I don't know about that.
You remember now.
These are older.
Well, we didn't have the handle, so just like you said, the link to the channel was some damn
generic bullshit
account number code and shit. now it's you know what I'm saying, it's you know what I'm saying, you can just have it as your name or whatever, just like you see, it just has the @ in your name, so it's not as tough to retrieve your shit.
Yeah, but they want to know, give me the direct link, and I would tell them the name of the channel. They should know, but I guess it makes them easier to have the direct link. So I haven't deleted any of the emails or anything, but my oldest channel is from way back. I lost it just 5 years ago, but I had it for at least 15 years before I lost it. The 20-year-old channel.
No, but you got it back though. That was the Creole and Cajun Living channel, right?
No, that I just made that one about 5 years. I got that one back. One of them, because the way it was confusing how I set it up. I had a Creole and Cajun Living with Bomb Cherry, and then I had a Creole and Cajun Living. One of them was the main channel, and then they had these secondary channels. That's why when I lost this. First, I lost the secondary channel. Then I started using the main channel of that secondary channel, and then I lost it. So I got one of them back. I got to ask for the other one back. That's where all the cooking channels are. All my cooking videos are. And then I had a Bomb Cherry Juice channel for a very long time. I got to request that one back. But I got the other ones back. I got Bomb Creole and Cajun. I got Bomb Cherry Live back. I think there's another one out there, maybe. I got 3 of them back. Can't think of the other one. I do have about 20 channels, dog.
Okay.
And they backup channels. Once I started losing channels, I started making backup channels.
I mean, these require work. Like even if you're just doing it, having a good time, it's still you got to put time into it.
Yeah,
so,
I understand.
I don't like hearing it. You know what I'm saying? When anybody says they done lost their channel or whatever, you're not gonna see me over here celebrating. Even when I hear the ops done lost their channels and shit, I'm like, I ain't celebrating that.
Yeah,
that's
for me though. I can say that for me though, I try to basically balance both platforms. Basically my own YT channel and also my own TikTok. Basically, I have to balance both though, man. I have to balance both. So it's like trying to be consistent though while I post as well, though, doing what I have to do, right? I have to balance both of them because both can be draining though at the same time, So that's why I had to switch up my upload schedule over and TikTok. Instead I used to do daily stuff, but then I started getting, real I started, I have other things going. So I decided to just, switch it to more of a weekly type of thing.
Look. When I got that damn email back from YouTube saying you won your appeal, I felt like I beat the feds.
I know that's right.
I was like, fuck Diddy, you ain't did shit, nigga. You still in jail. Motherfucker, I beat the feds, goddammit.
There's a secret. Because there's fair use, and then there's another one. Most people use the fair use, right? But they got one that's called fair. Damn. It's almost like reformative, like you mentioned. So fair use means I can use somebody's content as it is, but I'm using it for different reasons, educational purposes and things like that. Yeah. That's fair use. But there's this other one where, like for instance, we did karaoke. we using other people's music, but we sung over the music. That's not fair use. That's another term where you will win automatically if you use it. If you use fair use, then yeah, it become a little murky in how who own the music. Because even the people who put the karaoke stuff up didn't even own it. So I can't even ask them to use it. Right? Because the music may belong to a music producer or whatever, whoever owned the music.
And that's heavily protected.
Yeah. So it gets a little mess around with that one. So you got to have a different, it's something where you transform it. So it's our voices that transformed it. And then that's the way I won that one.
That's what I mean. Like even with those Purge TV series clips, I knew I was taking a chance with that, but I ran it through, to see if anything was gonna, get claimed or anything like that, ahead of time. And I made sure that I tried to clip it enough. But even before I posted it, I made sure that it was, strike free. I wasn't really worried about catching a claim with it. I just wanted to make sure it was strike free.
Yeah, that shit funny though.
And I'm like, I reached out to Blumhouse and I'm like, y'all ain't even get back to me. And it pisses me off because I see these other movie reaction channels.
Yeah.
That are huge, fully monetized and everything. And they got permission from movie studios to use their, use their trailers and all of that other stuff. So I was like, bro, y'all can't even respond to an email? Like, come on, man.
Wow.
Yeah, they're not gonna respond. But
I explained in my email that hey, this is what I do. The Purge is an event. We bring it to YouTube. We use the Purge as a theme. As a theme for it, and we'd like to use some of your clips. Some clips from your TV series to to help with the promotion.
Right.
No reply.
People think hosting a channel is easy. It's not. Like you gotta fight things. Even when I go to sleep and leave it to somebody control and they share something, I wake up in the morning to a strike. But when I wake up, I go and I take care of it. I have to go and see. They'll mark what happened. Like recently, like if y'all playing somebody else's clip, I get strikes for those. Either strikes or. But then I go and take care of it, it's no big deal to me. But it's work. People think it's get on the channel and play other people's stuff and review it and then talk about it. Nah. People be wondering why I talk so much. I play a little bit and then I talk for a long period of time. That's the safest way to do that shit.
Okay. Yeah, I get you on that. Isn't the editing process also basically, part of that too, though, I guess? So basically, that's why I do one video each week, though, because it's tiring doing the editing. That's why I focus on the short uploads, though, because it's easier, though. With the long form videos, though, basically, I just take a week to do that, though, because sometimes it's just really tiring to you research it, then I have to edit it. And then basically, talk over and stuff like that. Maybe I might have to start switching it up a little bit. You never know what I might add to it. I might have to actually show myself probably have to record myself doing something else, while talking, record myself talking, and then basically, add that as a segment, I guess, though. I don't know. I'm probably going to have to.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Don't fix it. Like whatever you're getting away with doing, just keep doing it until they tell you can't do it no more. Or they tell you, because until they tell you you're doing something wrong and then prove to you did something wrong, you ain't did nothing wrong.
Yeah, but that's not true, because if you're small, they're not watching. As soon as he get a certain amount of people monetized, he won't get monetized because of the shit he did wrong. Like if you're doing something wrong, don't do what's wrong.
Well, but Bob, we figured that out. Like, hey, especially when you growing a channel, man, you just do what the hell you get away with doing until they tell you to stop. Like, because hey, whatever. Worst case, you say you're sorry. Ask for forgiveness, but don't ask for permission, because that's like an admission of guilt. So, damn that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Okay,
That's what I
I
would recommend.
understand. No, I feel you on that though. I do appreciate you telling me that though. That's just something I might have to explore though. Because look, I appreciate that.
Telling
I
you
get
to
you on the formula I got going, but I'm saying very long term future though. I might want to change though, basically. But for now, I'm just happy though.
But now she is right though. Like once you hit monetization, you are gonna get different types of emails and alerts than you would if you're not.
Yeah.
That they took Cynthia G channel down for a video that was five years old. She had done that video, when she mentioned about the boys and whatever that was. Y'all know what she said. That was 5 years old. They went all the way back and started striking her old stuff.
Wow.
Because of a new policy. New policy affects the old stuff too.
Wow.
And so that's why if I was taking this as a job, this is you don't get to say I got to do all this and you got 8 hours a week is what you should be putting in, like you got a job. Or if you say it's a part-time job. Because this is not, people think it's real simple. The ones who think it's simple is the ones who take other people's shit and they repost it. That's why it looks simple. Until they made to not have to do that, and then they realize, oh shit, I gotta come up with my own ideas. I gotta come up with my own words. I gotta make sure, and I gotta be able to capture people with that. Whatever your personality is, my personality seemed to be strong, good than I thought it was. Okay. And the ones who are okay with it, they're okay with it. The ones who not, they come over to cuss me out. And I'm okay with that too.
Okay. Wait, but look, I understand though what you're saying. The way you explained it to me, that makes sense. I understand though. I might take some of that into consideration, actually. I do take that into consideration. It's just I'm gonna have to be like, I'm just thinking to myself, I know I shouldn't worry about it now, but I'm just actually, thinking about the idea too though. It's not always, sometimes with me, I don't like doing the same thing forever. If I don't enjoy it though, I am going to change though, actually. I've done that before, actually. That's why I originally started to do though. I started to game and stuff. I just played games and stuff. That was when I first started. Then I started to switch it up for, to other things though. And then I just stick to the music stuff because that's what I like though. So if I don't enjoy something, I'm not gonna force myself to continue doing it.
No, that's a great thing. That's the way to think when you're not trying to bring money in. But when you're trying to bring money in, you do what you need to do to make money.
Yeah.
So if you're not, yeah. So once it becomes a job, it becomes bad for me. I already know the type of personality I am. I've been to quit.
It can get pretty damn discouraging. It can get discouraging, but I don't know. I like challenges. So it's all good. I mean, if this was easy, everybody would do it. So,
and that's my point is, Auntie, even to him, like you've been here for a while. I'm preaching to the choir if I was just talking to you, right? And even a lot of other people in the chat. But this thing ain't for the faint at heart if you trying to make money. Because I'm gonna be honest, like I see people with million subscribers complain about how much they gotta put in to get a couple of videos out every week. They got a deadline. Like this shit is serious. They have a deadline that they gotta put that video out there, they gotta record it, edit it, and have it out by a certain date and time in order to keep them checks coming in.
Well, yeah, like even like over in the sports sector when they're just reviewing, just sports and stuff like that. So of course you got to make sure that you're not getting claimed because you're playing shit from ESPN and everything else. They said just to put up a 10-minute video, you're talking about 6-7 hours of editing, and these are people that are professional, like like they know what they're doing. They're not just learning this shit. They've been doing this for years, and it still takes them 6-7 hours just to put together a 10-minute long video.
Look, my husband loved when I was doing the cooking videos. He was loving because I was making different things but the thing they didn't like is that it would take me so much longer to cook it because I gotta set the camera up, record, make sure the lighting. I gotta make sure I don't forget any step in recording. But then after I done recorded all these little clips, I then gotta go edit, put it together. That I didn't like that part, so that's why I did voiceover, right? But then I don't like that.
Well, that's why it pissed me off when you got little trolls, messing with folks' channel. I'm like, bro, people don't be knowing how much work people put into their shit. And then people send frivolous flags and strikes or whatever just because they don't like somebody. It's like, people put hours and days and weeks and months into their shit. And people let personal shit, they use personal issues as far as the reason why you messing with people's stuff. I see people even in other sectors, trying to do little events, and the stream gets flagged or struck over and over again. It's like, come on. I remember when Buddy Lee was doing the wet t-shirt contest, and I get it. A lot of people are like, oh, that's degrading the women. It's like, nah, women are willingly participating. It's a cash prize. They don't have to show their faces or anything like that. Women are even supporting the event by donating to the prize pool, and the event. Like, everybody's enjoying it, and it's gonna come down afterwards. But you still had people that had just personal beefs and issues, flagging it, trying to take it down.
Yeah,
just because they don't like the person. It's like, come on, man. Come on.
Yeah, that's crazy. Because women, I could see if they was forcing a woman to be a part of it. If the men, like if my husband was making me and her husband was making her, but if we are participating, because I enjoy wet shirt contest. I also like twerking contests and all that kind of shit. Just because other women like it,
we done seen that too.
Yeah.
We done seen that too. The little twerk offs and
yeah, I get you and that.
Auntie, these things will happen, and it will be a fun space. If it wasn't for the men degrading the women, it's not the degrading of the contest that we participate in. It's the degrading of the women after the fact. Oh, wasn't you over there in that wet t-shirt contest?
Like that. But no, that content goes away. Like, because that was the thing. It's like, okay, afterwards you can't find it nowhere else. You had to be there for it live. Nobody's privy to it. There's no DVR on, so you can't just rewind it or anything like that. And everybody enjoyed it like that. That ran for like 3 years or so. And it's bad. They didn't do it this past year. They didn't do it this past year, but I was like, that was pretty cool. Everybody enjoyed it. Women enjoyed it. Of course, dudes enjoyed it or whatever. But the last time that he did it 2 years ago or last year, hell, I think he had to restart it like 4 or 5 times on like his second channel and shit like that because he kept getting struck.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It kept getting struck. So I'm like, come on, man. Like,
even when I put adult stuff on, like one of my when I automatically know what I'm gonna be talking about, like if I'm doing Freaking Friday, I know to go into the settings and make this adult only. Some they will still strike me, and YouTube will give me a notification that they put it on adult only, and I'll be thinking to myself, but I already had it on adult only. I shouldn't have got even notified. I shouldn't have even got notified if I already knew and set it up that way. Why are you notifying me that you put it on adult only when I put it on adult only?
Well, no, because you can put it on not made for kids. Because it's a difference between not made for kids and the age restriction.
Yeah, but I put it on age restriction. I don't want children. I don't even want children on my channel.
Yeah, that means people have to like sign into their account. Because none of our content is made for kids. Most of us make sure that it's not made for kids, but like YouTube will age restrict it. Like for example, like with the purge, that ended up happening. I think some of them might have came through manually, but they were sending me emails during the live stream like age restricted. So unless you were signed into your account, there was like you couldn't send super chats unless you were your age was verified. Hey, that's the game. We know that we risk it, but I'm like, ain't no nudity. I know the language is kind of vulgar or whatever, but
And
you
even
gotta.
our language isn't worse than anything else. You can hear the same language in music. You can hear it on TV, in movie shows, Euphoria. That when I started looking at that, I was like in awe. But it is on HBO, but as a kid, it's like teenagers. Anybody seen that shit? Man, oh man. It give me a different outlook on when people say, "Bomb, times have changed." With the sexuality and things like that. There's teenage girls looking to have sex with, and they don't need to be worrying about the little boys at school. They get on the app, and some old dude is there.
Wow.
This shit is crazy. I don't know. Look,
It's always been weirdos on the internet.
Wow.
What up, Ella?
Hey, Melanie.
Everybody, Happy New Year again.
Did I do it? I did do a New Year cussing you out already, didn't I, Miller? I think I did. Okay. Happy New Year.
We caught up with our cussing habit. Yeah, we caught up with that. We already got that out the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
How are you this lovely new year, Miss Ella?
Well, I'm not a weirdo, and I appreciate that. You know, when it comes to what, like for instance, there's someone that's having a salacious live stream, and I click to view it. What's happening now is that I'm being asked whether or not I'm 18. Right? So is that a new thing that's happening with this YouTube?
It's age restricted.
Or was it always there?
No, it's age restricted. Either they manually put on the age restriction themselves, or YouTube is now, like, instead of going back and age restricting it, they can age restrict you in the middle of your stream.
Well, this is the thing. I that makes sense until I tried to watch a movie on YouTube that happened to be rated R, and I was asked, "Am I 18?" And so, it would be up to me to
Jim
to
Brownie.
reinitiate confirmation of my age and all this other kind of stuff, which is asinine for me. I'm not gonna. I won't say I'm paranoid, but what I'm concerned about is YouTube asking me to confirm my emails and password for no blanking reason. It's like I'm not gonna go through that prompt. It's like, why are you asking me to reconfirm something that was already established? So that's just my policy in living. What's all understood doesn't need to be said. That's my policy. That's how I get down. That's my life.
Well, I agree. Some of this stuff can be scammers, and they've been asking me too, and I've been denied putting it.
Yeah.
But for my channel, a lot of things for my channel, people won't be able to see it. If you're not signed into your account, you won't be able to see it, and it's because I age restrict, saying you got to be 18, and that. So if you go to one of mine and it asks you that, it's because I age restricted. So, and that's so no kids, Yeah. The kids are smart, y'all. They know how to get around all that shit.
Well, I believe they do. Like, that's just my policy, man. It's like I can do without, like, literally. In any event that I experience a detour, a roadblock, I'm gone. I'm not one of these thirsty ass people who's like, oh, I gotta catch up with them. Let me go ahead and alter my settings and alter this and re-establish my I'm not going to do none of that. If I catch you, I catch you. If I don't, good luck to you. And that's like, it was nice knowing you. Goodbye. I don't give a damn about YouTube to the extent that some of these content creators, yeah, I'm shouting you all out, that you do. That's a whole nother level of stress to be responsible, or rather impose a sense of responsibility that you all have on checking on your analytics and planning and all this. It's like, what the, okay, good luck with that. You know, I hope it works out for you.
Yeah, you know, I don't do none of that shit.
You know,
I'm there looking in the chat. I don't.
the thing is, like, I get what you're saying, Mella, but once we sign in or we sign up for the partnership program,
Yeah,
you know, there's guidelines you got to follow.
that's a fact.
They
I mean,
expect
like,
you to
that's just
maintain
what it
their
is.
standards
I mean,
just because you signed up for the partnership program, right?
yeah. And not
And
even
it
just
wasn't
that.
like
If you're
that
gonna
years
have
ago.
if you're
It
gonna have
was
a channel on their platform, there's guidelines that you got to follow. Like, you might not even be part of the partnership program, but
those
if you use
expectations
YouTube,
weren't in existence years ago.
yeah,
This is a whole new revving up. Let's see how much they can take stress type shit.
No, they're trying to protect the children.
yeah. And, well, nah, they're trying to
Or
protect
protect
their
themselves.
advertisers. They
Yeah.
they protect their sponsor and their advertising dollars.
That's right.
it.
And they
No,
gotta try to
they
look like they're
protect.
trying to protect children from, you know, certain things. But yeah, you're right. And
That's
so
what it is. You know, they you know, advertisers don't want ads put on certain content. They don't. So that's the way YouTube make money. So it's all good. That's why you see a lot of creators have gone elsewhere. Twitch, Rumble, Bigo, well, like, people elsewhere for those reasons right there, because YouTube is pretty damn strict. I just tell everybody it's a matter of time before those other platforms get strict too. As soon as the advertisers make their way over there, they're gonna tighten up too.
Do you recommend people who have 9 to 5 regular schmegler, as they say, jobs? Do you recommend that they pursue this thing called Black YouTube? Because, like, say for instance, somebody is unemployed. Oh, you did? Okay, they're unemployed.
No, I said I don't.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because they're putting in applications for, you know, suitable employment, and then they're shocked to find out that they demand, rather the employer, the potential employer, they want to know their YouTube participation, their IG, their you know, TikTok. They like, is that like, where does it end to where I think that should be a private thing? It's like, what the hell does me applying for a job with you got to do with my online activity?
Well,
All you need
I
to
guess
know
because
is my
your
criminal
face,
record being
It
clean,
depends on
and
who
that's it.
it depends on who you working for.
and what you're doing online too. Because
Yeah,
like,
it depends on who you working for. Like, for example, you know, the companies that I work for, if I grow a channel, you know, all it does is add to my knowledge of what the hell I'm selling. You know, that's it. So it's not that big of a deal for me. But I can understand other companies where, like, you're literally representing the company. You know, so if you're over here saying homophobic, anti-Semitic, semi-racially charged, racist stuff, yeah, bro, they can't associate their brand with you.
yeah. Did you ask? Do you think that people should join like the Black YouTube sector? Is that something that you asked or no, Mella?
I'm asking. Well, I did mention Black YouTube sector, but in general, there are people complaining that they're being penalized for participating on salacious panels. I'll put it that way. You know, panels with salacious topics or occurrences, and as Auntie just mentioned, apparently that misrepresents the image of that corporation, and they'll have to turn you down. So
Yeah,
I'm glad I
depending
got
on what you're doing.
that concept. It's about representing the corporate. It's like, we can't afford
for a weak link being employed with us. So I can understand that.
I'm just saying,
That's
if
why a lot
you're
of
gonna
people
go out
are
there, go
faceless
ahead.
on
My
here.
bad.
I'm sorry. I just want to say real quick. That's why a lot of people are faceless on here. And the stuff, especially like thinking about some of the stuff that they say, like Imperious.
Right. I don't know if Imperious.
Imperious got a damn good job, but if he showed his face, it's over.
Well, let me say this. So I don't know if Imperious is that white guy who came over our channel. And remember, he kept saying the N-word, and people would wonder why I would let him stay up there and start talking to him. Well, that white man, I found him, and he is an actual doctor. Right? He was a doctor coming in our area calling us the N-word. And you know how I knew he found out he was a doctor? Because I use Zoom. Right?
The American Medical Association would be interested in that.
Yes. Let me tell you how I found out, y'all. I use Zoom, and people in society now uses Zoom, right? This around 2020. Since 2020, people use Zoom for their court meetings, business meeting, everything. He ended up coming up there in his real name. He came up there in his real name once. And I hurried up and grabbed it. And he changed his name and continued to say,
He hurried up and grabbed
he hasn't
it.
been over there to call us the N-word since when I told him I knew exactly who he was. And I called him a doctor, and he ain't come back since.
A lot of people get scared when you find them. They get real scared.
And the only his name, most names are common. His name wasn't that difficult. It was a lot of them. But because I was talking to him, he told me what state. He mentioned what state he was in, and that's how I was easily able to find him directly. Because when you let him come up and talk. So Imperious is one of them idiots. He comes up and he gives little bits and pieces about his life. The problem is he's lying a lot too.
Yeah, he's a liar. He going about the other day, he was in the car and put the camera on facing the opposite way, and he was riding past the beach. The next day he gonna come on JP's panel and say, JP, wasn't I on a private beach yesterday? Like, what the fuck? I can't. Somebody said that they had traced his IP address and said that he worked at like some construction company or something. Prism said that, and she said she had his info, but I don't know. But nothing he says is really true, and he has a job because remember he says his family's almost billionaires. No, he works for somebody and he can't show his face, and nobody likes him in real life.
Right. Why would a billionaire be sitting amongst us all day, y'all? Billionaires got money. They working all they playing in real life. Right. They ain't on you.
Millionaires is a different level. It really is.
Well, it depends on what type of billionaire you are. Some billionaires are self-made, and that's it. You know, they make money. Like, that's what they do. Money talks to them. They talk back to it. They, just like Bomb said, they hustling. And other people are inheritance babies that don't know their ass from their elbows. They were just rich.
Right.
He said
They don't have nothing else to do. Like, I'm just saying, some people are just, you know what I'm saying, they just inherited billions.
Yeah.
But that's what he says. He says that he was born into a rich family. I don't believe nothing he says. I think he thinks he could tell certain black people that, and we just believe anything. Because there's certain black people that think that all white people are rich, that all white people are educated and smart, and he comes to the sector that he thinks that people believe that. And a lot of them do, but I definitely don't. I don't think none of that shit is true.
That bullshit, girl. I don't know what the women believe, because
I don't know either.
Yeah, but them black men, I watch some of the white men come in the area and just be able to say anything to them.
You know what they say, Bomb? They say, "Oh, well, you're being emotional. Why would we be emotional and kick him off or do this and that?" But I mean, one, I don't think it's being emotional, and if it is, I don't think that's a negative thing. Like, to me, like, y'all constantly letting people disrespect you, but then you come around with the same mouth and say you demand respect from black women, and black women need to submit and do this, and black women need to die.
Yeah.
Like, it's real weird to me. Like,
it's a fascinating contradiction. And I remember when it first happened, when I listened to black men being fascinated with some white guy on their panel that had some sense, right? And they're just accommodating him. He's using all these N words and all this stuff, and they just let him frolic as he chooses. You know, they just let him do it. These are the same brothers, like you mentioned, Reese, that's gonna say, you know, a black woman ain't itch, right? They're gonna say that. But when it comes to this white man and his history of behavior in this country, and I'm not talking about an individual white man, I'm talking about what that white man represents in this country. That's allowed. And that's the twisted insecurity that reveals itself. You know, it's like, don't tell me that you entertaining this white man on your panel because you want his money. You are interested in what has been established that you can achieve. Just admit that.
Right. Because
I might respect you a little more.
He's not even giving no money, and that's the thing. It's just real weird. Like, but that's the point. Like, the fact that certain white men don't like women too is the reason why they're gonna let him around, because that same white man will turn around and say, "You're my slave, you're my N-word, and you ain't shit." Like, just degrade you and diminish you. Like, but as long as they saying something about women, especially black women, it's cool. Like, they can come around. And then if black women want to date them, then that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's also why I got a problem with folks calling channels like a John Galt's channel or whatever, or that little small subsector of YouTube. They call it Black YouTube. That's not Black YouTube.
That's not. That's
Yeah,
Black
that's
Coon YouTube.
I'm
Black
just saying
Coon.
that's just a few coons. You know what I'm saying? Coon sector. I'm just saying I move around these. I move around these spaces a lot. I go to different platforms, you know, different sectors and stuff like that. And for the most part, that's not going to be tolerated. You got a small few dudes that allow that shit.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to allow folks to come up and everything be co-ed. You know what I'm saying? Everything, you know what I'm saying? White folks are allowed. They don't ban white folks from over there or whatever. The space is predominantly black, but they don't ban white folks. But it's still ain't no that type of disrespect is still not gonna be tolerated.
Right. And that's my thing. Listen, if you want to tolerate that disrespect, fine. But don't come at black women like this and say that black women need to do this and do that. Like, when you're over here sucking a white man off via online, like, that's what pisses me off. Like, I just, it's annoying. And like, you're demanding respect from one group, but you're not demanding respect from a whole grown man. Like, it's weird.
They're dummies wanting money, and it shows.
That they're not getting it done. That's the thing. Because like, a lot of these racist white men literally say they will not support you. Like, they don't support you. They won't give you nothing. They don't fuck with you. But again, like, when
they just want to find out how dumb you are.
But these men can get on the same page with their hatred for women. So as long as something like that comes out, I mean, I guess that's good enough.
Well, I mean, I had these conversations too with a lot of these with these dudes. I'm like, look, y'all really think because that's what I was saying about the Just Pearly things. I was like, y'all really think this gonna stop there? That's why she was pissed off. Like, oh, y'all aren't gonna let me just get at the women. It's like, y'all think she gonna stop with going at women? She about to go next.
She don't fuck with none of y'all.
That's what I'm saying. She about to go at you next. That's why disrespect can't be tolerated under any circumstance.
That's such a good point. That's a great point though, because she was like, she came on first coming at the women, and then we seen when she was on over there, I don't know, I just ain't gonna say no names, but she was on that other panel like maybe a month ago, and she just shitted on them, like, and they were begging her to come back. Like, she left the panel. She was supposed to do the show with him, and she just was like, well, this wasn't the topic you said we were gonna do, and she left and shitted on him. And they were begging her to come back, and it's like, see, y'all thought y'all had a friend when y'all, you know, thought that she was just against black women or women.
Yeah, she tried to say that. I broke that down too. I'm like, yo, it's not gonna stop there. I mean, I get it. That's what y'all use to fuel your content. Everything's gender warring and shit like that. But don't let an outsider come up in your house and just do that just because they're agreeing with you today. Because I'm like, you'll be the target tomorrow. That's why
Yes.
you don't allow that. So we
Yeah.
can come up here and we can disagree amongst each other, but I ain't gonna let no outsiders come and disrespect my people. You know?
Period.
I
They get
support
their wake up call. But for somebody like JP, like what is the wake up call? Because I mean, you got this man, he calls you a slave, he calls you the N-word, he says just all types of weird stuff. Like what would be the wake up call? Like somebody like him, I don't think there is any like
I
type
just
of
hope his children are safe. I don't really care about him as a person. It's what I appreciate about observing his channel is whether or not his children are safe. It's my
Yeah,
way of keeping an
there's
eye
many
on
kids, there's many children in the world that nobody give a damn about or we care about. So the truth is, he's over there and people are in awe at watching him. What it be his wake up call is for women when he starts talking about black women, just like y'all gotta disperse. You really gotta disperse, and his numbers dictate. He'll keep which come up there because the numbers, even though I kept telling him, kick him out, you don't need him for the numbers. You got enough of us up here now for this conversation.
I've had some asinine questions online, and this brother right here, he's straight caveman style. And you know, for a brother to be raising daughters and he has this caveman mentality, is I don't know if he's performing.
Yeah, but we're not helping them. We're not saving them. We're not doing anything. Even when we try to say, hey, you should.
There's
treat
people with their number. There are people with their finger on the button. There are people that are not me, but there are people that are watching him with their finger on the button.
I don't do that either, but what can we even do? Like I think the only thing we can do is say something to him, and obviously that don't work. That I guess that was like my tactic or reasoning for being there a lot, but obviously it ain't nothing we could say. Like he really don't care. He'll literally say, "Oh, stop trying to guilt trip me about like stop bringing up my kids. You trying to guilt trip me? I'm not gonna change." And it's like,
Yeah, he's against change. Like if y'all, like I've noticed that if you try to change him, then he's against it. There's other ways in order to get him to do things. But if it look like you tell him what to do, he go. You know those people. You cannot tell him.
I noticed this too because I think Flora just mentioned she's like the sector loves degenerates. This sector don't really move like a sector. And I just noticed this by paying attention to the way the other sectors move. They don't move like a sector. They move like a bunch of individuals just in the same algorithm. So that's why they promote the degeneracy and shit like that. And they don't move like a sector. You got more folks that are more so in competition with each other than they ain't trying to do that sector thing. That's why they don't even have a name for the shit. You know what I'm saying? They don't even have a name for their quote unquote sector.
Area has changed a lot because even when we was the man,
I just find it extremely disrespectful when people try to call that shit Black YouTube. And
I don't know what else to call it.
I'm like,
I've heard it called the EBT sector. That's what I call it.
yeah, and that's cool too. Just call that shit. Yeah, but they don't want that name on it. I'm cool with that. Call it EBT sector. The Chitlin sector, whatever. But they would call that disrespect. You know,
because
that's not Black YouTube. Like I say, Black YouTube is a bunch of different sectors. Like it's a bunch of different sectors. It's a
subgenre in Black YouTube, but there's not just Black people in it. So
that's what I'm saying. You got you got the mommy sector. You got the pro-Black sector. You got the Hebrew Israelite sector. You got, of course, there's the Mo3 sector. There's the beef sector. There's the actual Black sector. You know, a bunch of places where most of these people don't go, but yet they want to call themselves Black YouTube.
If we type in sectors of YouTube, guess what you're gonna find? Nothing that
white
we
people
made up.
Yeah.
Nothing. So this whole imagining that there's a sector shit is something that we came up with.
No, that's actually that's not true. There is actually a sector. In
Yeah,
fact,
there is a sector. It's not
this area used to be Tommy Sotomayor, and that's how everybody was underneath him. That's how YouTube had it set up.
Really?
And I think it's a sector because like a lot of the topics are similar. Like, you know,
we end up in the same algorithm. So even people who I'm not subscribed to, if they're in this sector, I see that they shit popping up.
Hey, I would agree with that because folks share an algorithm, but just like I was saying, they don't move like a sector though. They really don't. They move like a bunch of damn individuals.
competing, yeah.
Yeah.
For the most part.
Okay, here I go with something ain't nobody asked me about, but I typed it in. Sectors of YouTube. YouTube sectors or popular content categories. And that's the thing. When we talk about sector, it's actually a category. So what should we indicate that's more specific than a category when it comes to these different channels that are doing EBT type shit?
So you just want to use the word category because that's what a sector is.
I don't want to use it. I'm saying that the phrase sector is often used, and I just wanted to correct people in their understanding that sector is a category. It's not necessarily. It's not about.
What does sector mean though? Sector, sections, right?
I agree with Auntie about the algorithm fact.
Like, yeah, I think I said that. And he agreed with me.
I agree with Auntie talking about it's about the algorithm. I agree with that.
No, it is. It's just like I say, when you move as a sector, you don't mind. Like everybody would be able to say, look, I'm part of this sector right here. Most of these folks can't even say that because there's not even a name for your sector.
Yeah, because they're embarrassed about it. They're embarrassed to realize that this area that they set camp in is the Black Manosphere sector.
And that's a fact. That's
gender
a fact.
war.
Yeah, that algorithm is black man. It's all part of the Black Manosphere algorithm.
Yeah, and it is more so Black Manosphere rather than gender war because there's not a lot of women channels like that. There's not any, from what I know.
Yeah, the women who in this sector are part of the gender war. They just moved. Some of us moved out. You know, we still have the what they call themselves, the ones, the pink pill and the
when I came around, there was a divestment sector.
Right.
There was, as far as the women were concerned, there was the divestment sector. There was the BWE, sector,
and the pink pill.
Yeah, well, that was pretty much just like Crystal and Karazin with the whole pink pill thing, right?
Yeah. I don't think that just aren't even on YouTube no more.
She not on.
And I would agree with Skip right here. I would be mad as hell too if my channel was stuck in red pill space, because now you done been jacked by people like Just Pearly Things and shit.
Right, and that's why
they call Just Pearly Things a red pill kind. I'm like, the fuck?
Yeah, she's red pill.
If Just Pearly Things is red pill, I ain't red pill, damn it.
But she is red pill. What you think she is?
Then I ain't red pill.
She's definitely red pill. She speaks the same thing the men say. Women shouldn't have rights. Women shouldn't do this. They should do that. They feminists. That's her talking points. Except also, she really mean black, just like the red pill white men who kick the black men out. She is definitely what black men aspire to be. And that's why they wanted to make her the queen a couple of years ago. We're not going to never forget that.
Mm-hmm. It's funny how they come reviewing her now, but just like a couple of years ago, they didn't have nothing to say at all.
Right. They was hosting her up on against other red pill black women. Remember? Mm-hmm. Women got upset because they were like, why you chose her over us? They were shitting on the black women. What her name? Danica was a part of it.
Danica Marie.
Yeah, and a few others.
Oh, that was the Danica and Six had roasted that bit. They roasted.
Yes, and the men took her side besides them black women.
Everybody roasted her, like Cynthia, Nyla.
There were a bunch of dudes that did. That was more Obsidian and Tommy and shit that did that shit. But I think they did that shit to piss y'all off.
Nah, I don't even think that involved Obsidian and Tommy.
They hate. I know it involved Anton Daniels.
Yes, it involved. That's who it involved. Anton
Yeah,
Daniels. It wasn't
he
Tommy.
did it. He did an interview with Pearlie, which I did a review on it because that was when they tried to say that she was doing the 360 deals for the creators and shit like that. So he had reviewed the But either way, Six and Danica had roasted his ass, or Six did. She roasted his ass over that. So it was what it was.
See, her Dirty Foot, right? Anton Daniels and the lead attorney are in cahoots together. All them deals that she was signing with black people came from Anton Daniels and Kevin Samuels. They all met up together. So when I tell that story, because I tell it because they have individually told that story. She definitely mentions Kevin Samuels when she get a chance to, how she met up with him and he gave her some lessons. You know, she paid him for
she paid for the consult.
That's right. And not
paid for the
just
consult.
her. She mentions that so she could get into that sector. And Anton Daniels also paid for it, and so did the lead attorney. They all met up. We saw pictures and everything when they met up in Atlanta. Soon as he passed away, they used that to their advantage to grab onto his, the people who follow them. But that is who these people are. And so the people who follow them, those are the people. The ones who, where you're on one side, Anton Daniels, but you're against her, well, that don't make sense because they're in cahoots. That's why she was on lead attorney's channel. It looked like he gave pushback. Remember, as soon as she said, I don't want to talk about this, he said, yeah, you're right, and gave her some compliments to make it seem like she good and nothing's wrong because they're in cahoots. And then she took to her channel and fried him, roasted him, because she don't care about no black man. In fact, she think he belongs beneath her.
Yeah, she feel like that about everybody. So I was like, I personally was like, I don't give a damn what the hell she's talking about, even if I agree with that. I ain't bigging up this chick. Fuck this chick, man. Get out of here, man. She see black people, but she definitely see black women as beneath her. But black men, she see as her property. That's it. Either you work for her, or you don't exist. So
And this is how dumb they are, because like they don't see the fact that like nobody respects them because
half
the way.
black women got herpes.
Yeah, I remember she said that. But they think that like people respect, like they think getting people to hate black women like they do will make people respect them, and it doesn't. Like nobody will ever respect them because you don't respect yourself or the women that look like you. Like it's weird. Like I mean, I don't expect anything less from them, but it's like they're just slow. Like
So, like I say, before you can be race loyal, you at least got to be space loyal. So, you at least got to be, loyal to your crew and those that that rock with you. So I was like, Pearlie was just over here for a cash grab, a quick cash grab.
Oh,
That
absolutely.
was
I wanted to find out regarding what you said about they did it to piss black women off. That's a thing, right? That's a thing that a lot of black men possess. That this compulsion to stir up shit and want to piss black women off. Is that a YouTube thing, or is that a man's nature? Is it a man's nature to just want to see what happens when they piss a black woman off?
Yeah, that's human nature. Remember, I said this when I first came into the space. The same thing with the Pearlie things is the same reason why Imperious was welcomed on even a lot of a few black women's panels, on here, because they knew that pissed some black dudes off, or even spaces that were talking about, look, we're divesting, we're getting away from black men, we want white men, but yet they spend all of their time talking shit about how fucked up black men are. I mean, it's a game of chicken between both sides, on there. I'm gonna talk about you, and then you're gonna talk about me, and then I'm gonna talk about you, and then you're gonna talk about me. It's all content strategy.
Yeah, it's real. The digs, the jabs, the say somebody could just be talking about anything, and here comes a black man with a jab out of nowhere. Here comes a black man, you know, that just comes out of
Yeah, but quit
like
BS, Mello, like you
Reese,
don't see
right?
that
Reese could
coming
be
from
saying
both sides.
something that's very important, and here comes a black man with a damn jab, and that's some sociopathic
Stop
shit.
BSing like you don't see it on both sides, and that's what it is. These people need each other. You know,
But even with the imperial
black
thing, like
men
I've
that
seen black women.
need to talk shit about black women, or else they don't have any fucking content or an audience. And the black women in these spaces got to talk shit about black men, or else they ain't got no damn audience. So they need each other. They two sides of the same coin.
Well, I don't agree about the women, but I mean, I just like even with the imperious thing, I do like I never agreed with him because like anything. Well, there was
Y'all
some
on a
things that I
black man channel right now.
Hold on, let me just say
Damn
this
it.
real quick. I do. There was like maybe a couple things I might agree with him about, but there's no way in hell I'm gonna do anything like that in public out loud because I don't fuck with him. I don't like him, and I know he doesn't like me. Like I just heard him call a black woman a baboon. So it was weird to me to see black women, you know, be cool with him at all. Like be nice to him or act like when he would say something about black men, like that he's in favor of us because he's not. Like he doesn't fuck with you at all. That's like I don't get. It's like the same thing with Pearly. Like y'all think because she's talking about black men that black women that she fucks with you, but she doesn't. And that's the like same thing with Imperious. I can't do it.
Yeah, no, I agree. And when I heard him say some things like the baboon and shit like that, but the first time I heard him, I wasn't even there. It was something I reviewed. He was over there by what his name Izzy. Is that what his name is? Izzy. And remember, we had heard that he had ended up shitting on Angry Man. So I reviewed it, and we was laughing at that shit because the shit was funny, right? But he had never used the word terms baboon or nothing like that. It sounded like he was just like Angry Man was emotional and calling names, and he wasn't. So we was like, yeah. But then he over there by Sharon, apparently he said some things where the women was like, why you got him up there? You know what I mean? And so I started paying attention to him. But not until John Galt did I actually hear him using those terms. And so now I don't really fuck with him, so I get up there and cuss him out. I don't be giving a damn. You know,
he's so fucking annoying. Like he screams for hours. He don't stop talking about sex. Like it's just something wrong with him. Like
because he said he was talking about black women. That's what he said. Like when I went over there by John Galt, he was like, "Yeah, Bomb Carrier is one of my women." And at first I was thinking, "Yeah, but I'm married." So I figured he would just joke. You know, he was saying that he liked black women, but no. Then he started making it seem like, yeah, he mentioned me in Sexy Red for some reason. And then he started talking about they mine. And then I realized, no, he's saying it like as if we're his slaves and he used us for sexual. You know,
that's a sociopath.
Yeah, so I started kicking on that shit. And then I don't like that shit though, you know?
Because he sees y'all engage in the gender war debates and topics, and it turns into a black man versus black woman debate. So he just assumes that you have issues with black men, so you would prefer to be his. These are his words. I'm not gonna play the clip because that might piss Venus off. So I'm not gonna do that. But I got the clip of him on Chaotic Truths saying that Venus and PH Diva would rather be his sex toy than ever deal with a black man. And I'm like, yo.
But he said that to me last night. Not exactly that, but something along those lines. Like, and I don't fuck with him at all. Like, I don't like him. Like, I call him names and talk shit about him. And he'll say, oh, Reese is my sex slave, dude. Like, Reese wants to fuck me so bad. Like, he'll just say weird shit like that.
And you know what? It's our fault to a degree, right? Just like it's our fault because there are a group of women who say they don't want to be with no black man. They only be with the white man. I ain't gonna mention those women names, but they say it all the time, and therefore he believe we all like that. I never slept with no white man. Never thought about it, and I don't hate black men.
I don't think there's anything wrong with sleeping with white men, but I don't see the reason. I don't see the point in worshiping any man, getting online and saying what men that you love. Like, I don't know. I don't feel that. I don't see that. I don't think black women should be saying, "Oh, well, I'm only loyal to black men. I wouldn't date out." And I don't think that they should be saying that they date white men either. Like, I just think that that's not,
I don't know what other people date, but this white man ain't gonna tell me or tell the world that I want him when I don't. When I never slept with a white man. That was my choice to sleep with a white man at my own will, because we already know, something happened when it was against my will. But yeah, I would never. So I do see your point though, but yeah, like some of us, I actually love black men. I truly love black men, but then again, I got a lot of black men in my family. I'm not saying I love every black man, but I love black men. And I don't know no white men to be loving no white man. Okay, so I don't hate them, but I definitely don't know any to be talking about I love them.
Yeah.
Well, this is what happens when folks welcome in dudes like an Imperious or something like that.
The Pearl James.
Yeah, and look, I
see what you're saying.
I get it. I mean, if we are gonna have these racial discussions and shit, maybe there are some things, and I just noticed that just listening to Clouds, there's some things that folks need to iron out, amongst each other. I prefer really not to engage in the racial shit, because I done been accused of stuff, and I'm like, you can't find none of my content downing, saying anything about black women or even white women, for example, or any race of women, because people are individuals. I know some evil ass, mean ass black women, but I know some evil, mean ass fucking white women, and some evil, mean Hispanic women, and some evil, mean Asian women, and I know great white women, that are nice, respectful. Same with black women, same with Asian women. So I couldn't even put that on any and every. I can't blanket any statements.
Yeah, but what we saying, I'm agreeing with you 100%
on an individual basis.
Yeah, I agree with you and Reese and people who say that a lot. But
I would say the same thing.
I don't see other races doing what we do. We tend to be all inclusive, which we are, and we're willing to voice it. But I'm not gonna go into no white spaces, which I do. Right, the sewing areas and a lot of them areas I'm in, those are white women spaces. There's lots of white men there too. They are never talking about where I appreciate black men and women. I see good in some good with black women and some this and that.
Right.
They don't do that, but we do that.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they may know some good black people, I'm sure they do, but they're not out voicing it like we are. So we feel like we have to say it. Even I sometimes feel like I have to say it, because I don't want to look like I'm racist, which I'm not racist. But I shouldn't have to big up no other groups of people. If we're gonna be, because I'm against the bad black men. I'm hoping that they change, right? The ones who I feel like, hey, take care of your kids, take care of your responsibility. The women too, the ones who not take care of the kids and responsibility. But I shouldn't have to go and say, hey, I know them good white people over there. Fuck that. If I'm arguing with the black man, then we argue back and forth. That don't mean I should have to point at the white man and say you should be like the white man. But I can look at the stats and say, hey, not even just the stats. I'm listening to black men be against education. I've been, and Auntie, we've been on panels where black men they really truly are against education. I would say education. Mr. Care would come up there and say, well, what's wrong with, just getting a job? And I'm like, because we in a different time. If you're able to get a certain job without the education, cool. But you ain't got to be against education for the younger boys coming up, though.
Right. It makes no sense. And that's the thing. Even if we just talking about YouTube, a lot of the shit that be going on, with the stuff that they say and shit like that, I think that's an issue too, because it transfers into the real world, obviously, but not, you're saying it online, Like, I don't know. It's just a lot of negative shit. Like, even again with the black women thing, like nobody can have a channel without mentioning black women, like at all. Black women always has to be the topic at some point. Even if it's not the topic, it's gonna come up. And about the education thing, I mean, yeah, like we know it's, I don't know.
Well, ask Bomb, have I ever done even a show with black women as the topic, Bomb? Even one show that you
No,
can remember?
you've had just regular conversation. These topics may come up, but I've never seen you have it in the title. No, I've never seen that.
I never.
And
put it in.
nothing wrong with you talking about black women, though. You're a black man. You deal with black women, right? But I guess the issues I have is not all of you, but when y'all, like the ones who start talking about y'all below, y'all uglier than this. And, but then y'all deal with us.
I don't know enough black women to talk about black women as a whole. Same way I don't know enough white women to talk about white women as a whole.
So who would even say that? Like, who would even say my people, the ones that I come from, and the ones that I'm black, but they're black too, they're this, they're the worst, they're the worst. That's stupid. Even if you feel that way, like that's just dumb. Like, I don't think that makes any sense. Like to do that about your own. I mean, I don't think black women are black men's women. But I'm just saying, like, the fact that you can say that you're black and then you're saying that they're black too, and then you're saying that they're ugly, like, you kind of look like them. So, I don't know. You sound stupid.
You know, I had told JP,
It's clickbait.
I had told JP daughter that she looked like him. And he started telling me I was calling her ugly. I'm like, what?
Well, he knows he's an ugly ass nigga. That's why.
That's crazy that he would say that, you know, because I was not calling any of his daughters ugly. But that's
Man, he
crazy.
done called his damn daughters ugly. Man, what? But that's the way it's gonna be. Like I said, it's clickbait. People will blanket those things, you know, the same way. Like I said, I've seen it in multiple spaces where, you know, dudes will put black women in the title. Women will put black men in the title or whatever, because it's clickbait. It'll bring a group of if you blanket a group of people, it'll bring more viewers to you.
I should use black men, but I don't. I use black manosphere. I am.
Yeah, I don't see anybody putting black men in the title. I don't.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe they do.
You gotta expand your algorithm. Expand it, because it's definitely there. But I mean, it's clickbait. You know
I know it is there, but
and, I mean, if you're just talking, it's one thing if you talk about one person's talking points or you critique one person. Hey, that might open you up to just that one person's algorithm. But if you incorporate an entire demographic, that's what's gonna, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna expand your algorithm and shit like that. So I know what folks are doing. It's content strategy. It's just I refuse to fall for it.
Well, I do just like the men in the space were saying black women don't cook. There's black women cooking channels, you know what I mean? There are lots of them. They'll say black women don't clean and black women don't bake from scratch, and
black women are masculine.
And they're masculine, and yet there's whole with black women doing all those things. And when I get up there and say it's not true, they got a lot of young ladies sewing, not only sewing but crocheting and doing all. Where at Bomb? I'm like, what you mean where they all honors?
Right, but then they say you hate black men too. I mean, you probably don't get that, but I get that all the time, obviously. And I mean, I probably say a little more than that, but still, like, I don't. To me, it's just like it's the lack of self-awareness, because they constantly talk about black women 24/7. Like, I don't know
what the fuck you say in the chat, but they also hear what is being said on the panel,
exactly.
And that's why they call y'all me.
But for some reason, my comments always got to be up on the screen and be mentioned. But when Uncle be streaming, be up there, nobody says nothing to him. And all he does, I mean, everything that comes out of his mouth, 18th letter, everything that comes out of his mouth. I mean, it don't matter what the topic. We all be up there chilling, and he'll come up there. Literally, Bomb. He's done it so many times. Like, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Nobody else is gonna call it out. Like, we all up here, men and women, having a conversation about whatever, and he just came up here and accused me personally of gender banging. Like, what the fuck?
They do that all the time. Even I've been up there. You was up there with us. We was having a good conversation about something else. 18 letter come up there and all of a sudden start talking about, yeah, but that woman do.
Yes.
What's going on right now?
Like, for real. Yeah, I know. I remember that. That's what I was talking about pretty much. And he does that all the time.
Yes. And so the men wanted, so this is what happened for those of us who was here for, who y'all knew her. What happened, and the men was on here talking about red pill, womenist, black womenist. Well, mostly they were saying women. That's when they was red pill all together, the manosphere. The black man started talking about the black woman. That is why the other groups separated from y'all. You can't say that black women was talking about black men, so therefore y'all start talking about us. No, black men started talking about black women, and then the women sat around for a while trying to figure out what's going on, and then they decided, we ain't got to take this shit from them. And so we started talking about you back. And so the gender war was started by men. Several times these men lost because the women like, look, it's without women, what would men be doing? I can explain what women will be doing without men. Men, y'all will not be sitting in those circles, kumbaya, and having a great time with each other if women wasn't around.
Well, actually, I've had these discussions turn arguments with dudes in these spaces, and they don't want to talk about nothing but women. They don't want to. I'm like, yo, this is weird. Like, I'm like, y'all niggas are weird. And I'm gonna tell you like this. I ain't never sat around a group of homies, cousins, hanging around with my uncles, or even, around work. Like, you telling me we not talking about like music, we not talking about politics, we not talking about sports. Y'all just want to talk about that. Like, that's weird. That's not man shit. Like, for real, I done tried to have conversations about sports. They're like, oh, nobody want to talk about that. We were talking like, fuck. What the hell kind of group of men don't even talk about sports? Like, I'm like, you niggas don't even drink beer.
These are
like,
the geeks.
Like,
these
like
are
for real. Like you niggas don't even drink beer, motherfucker. So, I mean, I can't be mad. You know what I'm saying? At dudes, y'all, they talk about whatever it is that they want to. But I'm not gonna sit here and engage in them damn discussions, because if I'm sitting out back with the homie, or I'm at the, my homie's crib or whatever, we pop a few beers open, whatever. We might jokingly discuss some topic about women, and then we gonna move the fuck on. We about to turn on the game. We about to talk about basketball, get into some debate about hip hop or a movie or some shit like that. But it's damn sure not about to be about how fucked up black women are. That's not real. Like, that's not real. So when you hear these discussions, these are not dudes that move in arenas of men. They don't. They don't. They move in this online arena of dudes. That's on the internet. But there's no group of dudes where I'm sitting out back with a cooler full of ice and beer and a bottle of liquor, and we're out here laughing and joking, and this is the topic. Bullshit.
No, I agree with you 100%. And that's how you could tell the real men from the ones who they claim they're real men. And I'm not saying they're not real men. I kind of saying they're just not manly men. Okay? They're not manly men. They wouldn't even
not real men.
Yeah, they wouldn't even know how to hang out with you, Aunt T, or my husband and other men. They wouldn't know how to even approach you. They mad about not getting successfully approached with women, but they also don't have male friends.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm like, yo, you come in my crib. I'm like, yo, you want a cold one? Grab a beer, whatever, and that's it. The game's gonna be on or whatever. We about to sit out back. We about to talk about some shit, but it damn sure ain't gonna be no. I mean, unless you going through some shit. Like, if you going through some shit and I'm your homie, you need to talk to me. I'll listen. But talking about women as a whole, like, that's weird. That's not. Come on.
They hardly know. I bet you most of the men don't know 50 black women.
But these dudes are. That's why I said, I'm like, If you want to talk to us about what you're going through or what you went through, I'll listen. But all these general statements, oh, I get it. You niggas ain't never going through no shit. Like y'all, you ain't never going through no shit. You ain't going through no shit. Nah, man. You really don't even need to be in these spaces having these conversations. You need to go outside and go get you a girlfriend or just a prospect or something. Go get your heart broken. It's okay. You'll live. And then come back and tell us what happened.
Well, people like Imperious talk about how women are so disgusting and they bleed from their vaginas, and he's voluntarily celibate for a long time because women are just disgusting. And then like the other men, I don't know. I don't think they like women don't like them, so that's why they hate women. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, no, this is what I'm gonna say. Yeah, we know that he's obviously involuntarily celibate because the next sentence he'll say he wants to fuck one of the women in the chat. So obviously all that anger comes from them not getting any women not liking them, but they don't realize it's because of them.
No,
that
yeah,
women don't like them.
That's how gay though, and I mean gay in the fact that if he don't like women because we bleed, all women gonna bleed. And if she didn't, if she not bleeding now, she at one point was, right? She older now. So that, and if he don't want to be with somebody like that, then what is he saying? Like somebody said, oh, or he want to be with, somebody who doesn't bleed. That would be the same sex for him.
He told Sharam, how does it feel to kiss a woman that's had 100 dicks or something like that? Like, and then he like basically like broke it down and said, women take other dicks and you're kissing that woman. Like, how does that feel? So it's obviously you've never had sex ever because like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, that's so weird to say. Like, women are having sex with other men and then you have sex with her at some point in life. So you're like, that's bad. You're disgusting. He was like, he says that all the time. Like, and that's another reason why he doesn't want to fuck with women. But that just doesn't make any sense.
None. Let him get a doll. And hope that it's not because they're expensive. He might buy him make sure it's brand new. He can't get no refurbished sex doll.
They got refurbished dolls, Bomb.
Oh yeah, you can buy a refurbished doll. A used doll. That black dude who O'Shea interviewed. That was some people buying refurbished dolls.
Not even brand new. Damn.
Not even brand new. She was already used by at least another man before. Well, body count was low though, I guess.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Unless you and my bad. What up, Miss Paulette? How you doing? I see Miss Paulette in the chat. I mean, look. The thing is, unless you're dating a corn star, right? And she got a 3,000 video or a catalog on the internet or some shit. How the hell you ever gonna know some woman's damn body count? And why would you want to? Like that shit is crazy. I've been and Bomb know I've been saying that shit to dudes for a while. Like why would you even want?
Yes.
That's just
like that's weird. Interview though of O'Shea interviewing that guy with the sex doll, and these black men was hyping up sex dolls.
Has played it.
That shit was crazy. And I'm the only reason that stopped them from doing that. I did an article, put it on my website, and in the article, I showed them. They had to click a link to verify of their age. I'm showing you a man having sex with a sex doll.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's pretty nasty, Bomb.
It's nasty. This thing doesn't move. It's not what the men only can visualize the shape of the doll.
Like women though. That's the thing though, Bomb. They do not like women. They just want to be able to have sex. Yeah. So that's already good enough for them.
But I mean, at the same time, let's keep it real on the flip side. Just like you got these dudes advocating for the dolls, you got these chicks on here advocating for their battery-operated buddy toys.
But that's not why though. That's not. It's not just because like they're lesbians and they just don't like men. Like, I mean, we know the stats with women not orgasming and stuff like that. But my thing is, with Imperious, like, because like I was saying, he'll say women are disgusting, that's why he don't want to fuck with women, and then he'll say he wants to fuck a woman. Like, I think he's really gay, but they obviously want to have sex, but they hate women though. Like they think women are disgusting and the scum of the earth and the bottom of the barrel, and they're jealous of women because they're obsessed with sex. And I think that's really what it is, but they don't like women.
Yeah, Miss saying it's real, right? You missing a whole zero on that 3,000. I don't know what they must be talking about a blow up doll for 3,000. They cost about 10,000 and
they're a lot.
They cost a lot. Okay,
and that's a good point that HT Bald One just I said that too. I'm like, even if a woman told you her body count, would you believe that shit? I wouldn't believe no woman like you tell me, you give me a number, I'm not going to believe you. That's why I wouldn't even want to know.
That man, that's a man who beat up his girlfriend.
I don't care where you've been. I care where you're about to be. Hopefully with me, if that's the case, I mean, where you been? If I was worried about that, I wouldn't be dealing with you now.
He asked his baby mama, who had 3 children from been with him for a while, what her body count was, and she said 30. And he passed out, beat her ass, and now he's in jail right now. First of all, I don't know what she thinking about, motherfucker telling somebody 30. I don't know what was in her mind, but maybe the truth, right? I guess they have this truthful relationship, but she thought she could tell this man 30. But what was he thinking of even asking her at this point?
That's weird. Like
she probably told him she had 2 dudes a year since she was 15 and now she's 30. And he just did some math.
No, she said I had 30. She said she even told the police. You could hear the police thing and everything, where she mentioned that he came, they was talking, and he asked her body count. I guess he probably one of these dudes online. Now he want to know body count. Now he with this woman for years, and now he gonna go ask her body count. And she said, my body count is 30 men.
Yeah, but I had told you about this guy on TikTok when I was going on those lives in the EBT sector of TikTok. This guy from his name was Lower Ninth Ward, so he was from New Orleans. But he was about 50 years old, and he looked like he was like 80. But he asked this 21-year-old girl on the panel what her body count was, and he's one of them ones that's married, but he sits up there all day talking about his hatred for women. Basically, I don't get that. Like, why would a grown man that could be her grandfather or her dad even ask her that? But why do men care? Like, obviously it's not real men. It's like, a certain group on YouTube.
It's all these old ass motherfuckers.
Well, don't get me wrong. Men care. Like, a man doesn't. You don't want to wife up a promiscuous woman that's been with a bunch of dudes, especially in the neighborhood where you might go out. You might go out and you might bump into 3 or 4 dudes and shit done screw. You don't want that, but at the same time, like it's not that big of a deal. You know, she wasn't a virgin. You know if the woman was a virgin or not when you met her. So like the number is not going to matter. But no, you don't want a promiscuous woman.
Well, I would say what you're saying is not true. Maybe in your minds, or maybe you don't. But I know some women since we were kids. These women have babies for multiple men in the community, and they still wife her up.
Yeah, no, they'll still, but that doesn't mean she's a promiscuous woman. It just means she might have been.
We all know it. Everybody knows.
Or she got with some dudes and it didn't work out. That doesn't make her a promiscuous woman. I'm just saying that's when it might mean something. Like you don't want to check the dudes is running trains and shit on her, and when you walk. You know what I'm saying? You walk through the damn mall or whatever with the chick, you getting laughed at and shit because all that stuff. So you care about that.
Maybe those women have maybe had like a train video like that had leaked out in high school or in like something like that. You don't want something like that, maybe. Or
that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't want to be with a chick that was with every damn body, any and everybody.
That's extreme,
but listen, these smaller communities, these women are going through, the men are taking their turns. And so just because she's dating him for 6 months and I guess she's not promiscuous because they were together and then they broke up and then she got with somebody else for 6 months or a year. Is that so? Why we?
That's what I'm talking about. There's a difference to that. That's why I said that. That's a stupid question.
I think it's like maybe
you know that before you get with somebody, if you even courting somebody, you should kind of know who you're dealing with.
Yeah, they know, and they marrying them.
But the thing is, it's like a lot of times a black woman, they talk about they don't want that, but then they'll get with any white woman that she can have. Like, remember, I don't know if y'all heard about that. I think, Mom, you have, that black guy that got with that white woman. He was like 30, or he was young, but she was older. She had 2 kids, and they started doing this weird dieting stuff, and basically he ended up in a coma.
Damn.
Y'all didn't remember that? But anyway, like, it's just weird. His mom told him, don't get with her. She got 2 kids. Like, this white woman with 2 kids. And then the mom, like, after the guy got sick, she was not trying to let the mom in the hospital. Like, she was hiding him from the mom. Like, and talking shit about the mom, saying the mom never raised him, and just all types of, like, crazy stuff. People was thinking that she killed him.
Look, my advice for you ladies would be this, right? Whenever these dudes on the internet, because I doubt you'll be asked that question in real life unless it's from one of these dudes on the internet. But when these dudes on the internet ask you for your body count, just say something stupid like, I have 454. Say some dumb shit like that.
Yeah, I do. I've been telling women to do that.
Like say an exact number and make sure that shit has like a high 3 digits or put a comment.
666. Say 666, baby.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, like that's somewhere between 800 and 1250. I don't know. Just to get a laugh out of this shit, because that's how stupid it is. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. When people say dumb shit to me, I say dumb shit back. For real, because it's a dumb question, and in real life, I wouldn't ask no question like that. I really wouldn't. And just like you said, they'll get with a woman. You got damn 4 kids, 3 baby daddies, whatever the fuck. And you done got out. You just got out of a relationship with a dude you ain't have no damn kids with. That's the damn case. You ain't worried. Nobody give a fuck about no goddamn body count. It's about who the hell you are now. And stuff like that.
That's
so, and this is usually a question from a lonely dude.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'm over there with Rootless, and they want to know body counts and things like that. And I'm thinking, like, you've been in prison for years, so you want to hold my body? Huh?
He's 50 and like never been married, and I don't think he wants to be.
Well, no, he said he doesn't want that. He said he's content with tricking forever. Like,
so what are you worrying about body count for then, idiot? Like,
well,
just dumb.
I mean, yeah, he wants rentals. He's not trying to purchase nothing. That's why I say women don't come with odometers. So, like, you're never gonna know. Like what they say, check the whole facts. Like
the whole facts.
They don't come with whole facts. That is what it is. You gotta kind of figure it out. Just like as a dude, like what you gonna do if a chick asks you your body count? Like that's what I would say. Like, what's your body count, nigga?
Tasty, bro.
Like, as a grown ass man,
I'm like, you've been in jail with all them men. He was in jail for 20 years. I'm like, you've been in jail for 20 years. What's your body?
I'm just saying, if I counted, I might. Well, damn, I don't even want to go there. But yeah, I might discuss my damn self. So I never counted.
And a lot of them
what my damn body count is. So what the kind of shit is that?
A lot of them online are jealous of women too, like because they don't have. I guess women would have a higher body count than them because they don't have a lot of options. Like it's just, I think it's weird the way they degrade women for having sex, like calling women whores and hoes because they think that they had sex with too many men. Like I think it's really jealousy.
It is jealousy because when they actually use the, like you said, the most ridiculous thing against us when they say something like, well, that many men ain't cheating because they ain't got the options, but the women got options. You women, you can go anywhere and find somebody to sleep with you. And although that's true, I guess to a degree, but most women not walking up to no stranger for no damn sex.
You're right.
All right, so May just found. She said the Better Love doll has 5-foot silicone sex dolls. Basic models are $3,000, and you can add extra features for additional costs.
Yeah, she so let me go look, because those she must be talking about them old dolls from way back when. That's not what these men are talking about. Let me go look though.
I thought they was like 25 something, but they probably got some new AI ones that can walk, do some laundry, cook.
Oh, no, they throw
The AI ones, you took a 30,000 plus.
They throw it back. They throw it back.
Yeah.
And not only that, now, they'll speak to you and all of that shit.
That's
what I heard. I heard.
Yeah.
Just like Chat GPT, Alexa, Siri, all of that shit will talk back to motherfuckers, man.
You can even ask it like Google questions too. I heard.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean,
So you did brains and beauty, and a freak in the sheets.
For real. Chat GPT will get you a doll. Newer ones are 5,000 and up.
So this is the doll, so the one where she mentioned like $2,000, $3,000. That's basic, and then you pay for head, eyebrows, eyelashes, $50 for the head painting. If you want gel breasts where they jiggle a little bit, that's an additional $50. If you want the fingers to we have some joints where it moves, that's $150.
So
If you
the base
want,
model.
yeah,
with
so if
nothing on it.
you want anything to move and any point, that's another $170,000. Hand, you want a hard hand instead of just some floppy hand, then that's an additional $70. The vagina, if you want it to be soft, that's an additional $70. If you want the butt to be soft, that's an additional $70. Movable toes, that's an additional $70. Stand without bolts, that's an additional $70.
Are you really reading this right now?
I'm reading it right now. I'm reading it right now. I'm reading it right. All you get, that basic $2,000 is just this thing with a face, but the head not gonna move.
You should have clicked it off and put it in your cart and see how much it is.
Right. Oh, let me put everything in the cart. Okay, let me add, because they got a special going on right now where they offering some of these things for free. They
But
saying
you gotta buy one, huh?
1,500 of those things that I mentioned is free. Okay, they got a deal going with that right now. Then you start looking at it based on which one you choose. The eye color, that's all included. Nipple types, depending on that, it could be more. And then the nail colors, how she's her auto. They got this thing called auto vagina clamping and sucking. That means if you want it to feel like it's clamping down to fit you and sucking more, that costs more. Let me see how much more. Yo, this is great. If you want to have a hymen like a virgin, that costs more.
Yeah, but how long is that going to stay there?
Well,
Like,
I think
damn.
it's just a piece of tissue
If
that
it stays there forever,
it should,
right? It should stay there forever. Yeah, it's a piece that they put there.
the fuck? That's not even lifelike. But whatever.
Well, maybe you can pop it and then put it back in. And pop it again.
That-
Thank you.
I mean, look, you remember when I ran up on Obsidian on Sister George's show when he was talking that shit about the dolls and shit like that, man. I was like, bro, come on. Hey, you
They
can't
do
be
have the AI one though. I'm sorry, but they do have the AI robot sex doll.
Yeah, they got one of them. Yeah. How much is it? You see it?
you can't be advocating for that shit, man. Like,
They was advocating big time. You remember
They got
that?
a lot of They start at like 2,800, and they have some that start at 1,400.
What site you on?
Betterlovedoll.com.
yeah, that was the one that May put in the chat.
Yeah, don't buy nothing from these people, y'all. Listen, you know.
I mean, I wouldn't buy. Look, trust me, and I've wasted some fucking money over the course of my lifetime, but that's some shit I would never pay for. And I'm just saying, I'm a degenerate, motherfucker, but I would never pay for a goddamn doll. That's fucking crazy.
Remember Lamar Odom was in there buying them on live, I think, or something.
I can understand why somebody like Lamar Odom will do it. He also smokes crack, and you know, like this dude was literally found with no fucking pulse, face down in the
that's
money
true.
range or
Yeah,
some shit.
Oh,
So
by the way,
he
these
might be
other
better off with a doll.
yeah.
so somebody sent the doll. They showed a picture. You know, they're reviewing it, and the doll is a blow up doll. By the way, if you go down all the way to the reviews, you'll see where somebody shows you that doll in a box, and it's just the frame. It looked like you got to blow it up some type of way.
Didn't you show one, Bob, that it was like, I don't know if it was you that showed it, but I swear I seen one that it was a guy, he had these 2 dolls and they were raggedy as fuck, and he dressed
Yeah,
them
that was
up.
me. Yeah.
That
I
was
got
crazy. They were
See,
blowing
they will
Yeah,
buy
that's
their
me.
doll a plane ticket, because they don't want to just pack that shit with the rest of the luggage. I've heard about they buy the doll a plane ticket.
Yeah, I had it on my article. They when they go on a vacation, they put them in a wheelchair and push them. They take them for walks with them in a wheelchair, y'all. In Asia, over there where them men don't have enough women, they living with sex dolls. That's who the market was really for them.
Yeah, it's a growing market. It's a growing market, and I think us women, we should get in on the pimping. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have no problem if they want to get in on it. I don't know why we would get in on it.
Why
I'm
not?
gonna tell you why. And this is okay. So you guys should get in on the market, because look, if I were to get in on that damn market, I'd be like, look, these dolls aren't lifelike enough. If that doll cannot be annoying as fuck from time to time, then it's nothing like a real woman.
But I think for some men, it's not about a real woman. It's not even about that, because they don't want a real woman. Clearly,
I wouldn't want
but they do want
a damn something to substitute for a woman. Like if it never talks shit,
they don't though.
Like it never talks shit, never gets annoying. I'm like, it's not a damn woman. Like,
they do want real women. They just don't know how to get them.
They don't though, because think about it. Remember that at one point they were saying, well, what do I need if I could just get a maid and I could get a this and I can get a that, because they think women are meant to cook and clean. What do I need a woman for? Like this is around this time too.
I'm not gonna lie, I like cleanly women that cook.
Yeah,
there's nothing wrong with that. But they believe
they could just get a maid, and it don't even have to be.
Right.
It could be
But
a maid.
that's not the only purpose.
They want women.
So that's what I'm saying. Like
a maid and a chef, but I'm like, she's likely gonna talk some shit too. She's gonna be a little sarcastic, understanding, listen, say some shit back. Like, I don't know, man. A doll, like a
no, but she is, because Auntie, you have regular relationships and you get along with women, but you got to think about some of these real weirdos. I'm just gonna use an example, like Edward Anderson. He would be my primary customer. I would sell that shit to him every weekend. You see what I'm saying? Because he can't. He go on a date with a woman and he start talking crazy and reckless. They gonna get up before the food is done. You see what I'm saying? And people like
interaction. They don't know how to speak to a woman.
Correct.
Doesn't mean that they don't want to speak to a woman.
They don't.
Right, but they be 40 and 50. They're 40 and 50, and it's too late.
You're gonna have disagreements. You're gonna fucking argue. She's gonna say slick shit to you from time to time. Sometimes she ain't gonna want to be bothered. Sometimes you ain't gonna want to be fucking bothered. But then there's gonna be. I mean, that's just part of being with somebody. Like that shit ain't gonna always be like okay.
But they'll call a woman masculine.
Like what the fuck? That's not real.
Yeah, because they don't know what a relationship is. Like right now, ever since my husband woke up, he didn't want to be bothered. Right downstairs looking at football, and I'm upstairs talking to y'all. We in the same household. But I don't know why people think you got to be on the couch sitting your man's hand all day.
Exactly, that's weird. That's weird to me. Like that's real weird. Like, nigga, are you serious? Like, we live together. We definitely ain't sitting up under each other all day.
Right. But I think in the beginning of my marriage, I don't know. I think that's what I was thought that we had to do. You know, like when you don't have no experience, and I'm thinking, okay, we married. He's supposed to be home, or I'm supposed to be home. He wanted me to be home, even when his ass wasn't home. It was crazy, y'all.
But that's the newlywed phase. That's the newlywed phase. Y'all gonna be attached to each other. You know, while you
Yeah, that should get old. That should get old. That should get old.
Newlywed stuff, and you know, after a while, y'all will probably be a little annoyed by each other. But that's you know, I mean, that's fucking marriage. Better for worse. You know, better or worse.
Yeah.
My fucking nerves, but I love you. So whatever. You know.
Well, let me tell y'all real quick how this came to my mind, because I'm not necessarily, I am a pervert, but it's not because I just was naturally being a pervert. I have an event rental company, right? And I rent party stuff, I rent dance floors and all kind of stuff, chairs, tables, bar stools, all kind of stuff. And one of the things I added to my inventory, because I just be shopping for like random stuff, and I thought about the baby showers. I said, oh my God, I looked, and somebody was selling like a bear. Y'all would not believe how big this bear is. He's like 11 to 12 feet tall. He's humongous. It takes 3 grown men to pick him up. He fills up a whole like king size bed. Humongous bear. And so I bought him, and I took him upstairs, and I left him upstairs because he's so big he takes up half the garage. So I put him upstairs on my queen size bed up there, and I left him there until I rented him out. And what I would do is I rent him out to baby showers. That was the idea, you know. And people are like, oh my God, look at that huge bear, you know. So I rent him out for like $75, and I was doing really good with that until one fucking day, this white man called my phone, and he said, how much does it cost for me to keep your bear for a weekend? I said, what? And I said, it's for like baby shower. It's a prop. He was like, nah, I got ideas. I wanna snuggle with him and stuff. He started talking nasty. I hung the phone up. And I realized he's like some kind of furry. You call them furries or some shit?
Oh,
no,
okay.
that furry shit is weird. No, those are those
You'll make money off
freaky motherfuckers that wear mascot heads and shit and screw each other in hotels.
They
You know,
don't
they move up-
necessarily screw each other, but they
Right,
can.
that's the furries,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, that's the furries. Yeah.
So what is this then? What is this idea of like fucking on or molesting a live big, not a live, but a stuffed animal? What is that? What is that
But
called?
he-
Those people,
and he
the
wanna
furries,
cover it.
they wear like, you know, like mascot heads and shit, and dress up like dress up like teddy bears and animals and shit, and it's like some weird orgy shit.
Yeah, but he
Okay, so that's different. I don't know what he's on there.
Yeah, no,
They
he
mention
wanted
that furry shit.
the
It's
furry
pretty,
thing would have made you some money. They don't necessarily want to have sex with the doll. With the
Well, he was asking me how soft it was, and have I ever hugged it and all this kind of stuff, and is it soft in the middle where the stomach is? Does he want to lay in the middle? I was like, whoa, dude, like that's not what I'm doing here.
Shit, you should have put a price on it. I thought you was a businesswoman. What you talking about?
Well, that's why I started thinking. I said, well, the more appropriate thing, I started thinking, well, if there's weirdos out here, I started thinking, if there's weirdos.
To rent that doll again, you'll never be able to rent that doll again. He's gonna fuck it up.
That's gonna fuck
No,
up
he's
the
not
money.
gonna mess it up. And then you charge him.
Yeah, he would.
And cleaning feet, that's what I'm saying. That shit got nasty. So that's what I'm telling y'all. When he did that, and I started thinking about it, I know that most of the people that rent it are women. But I said, if I get calls like this and stuff like that, I said, I don't think this is something I want to have in my inventory, because I really don't know what people are doing, and I don't. You know, I'm not going to do no cleaning feet weird stuff. I don't know. I'm not going to rent it to somebody weird. But I ended up selling it to one of my other friends and let her do it because she do a lot of baby showers in her center. But it made me think about the sex dolls. I said, well, damn, I do rent shit, you know. But then I started thinking about the logistics of it. Who's going to clean it? I don't want to be bothered with the, you know, biomaterial of other people. That's kind of nasty. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you going to clean it. But if you'll make money, I know these lots of men will rent it.
Yes.
So now I understand what you meant. I thought you meant we should be okay with them walking around with dolls, but now see that would be a hot business. That'll be the prostitute, and prostitution without actual prostitutes without women being, it'll be this doll.
Yeah, if they got AI dolls, I guess actual women should make money because they need y'all to build up the algorithm. That shit should act like an actual woman. She should be able to say slick shit, cut you out from time to time.
See,
Yeah.
nah, you trying to imitate a real relationship. The customers that I'm talking about are just perverts. They just want to stick something, like you said, vibrating. Would you say sucking
That's
and
the
pulling?
point. That's the point of the
Sucking and
AI
pulling.
doll. So she doesn't do
Look,
all that.
I've learned that from being in these spaces, right? These dudes, most of these dudes say they want a woman, they want to be married, they want a relationship, but women don't necessarily want them, or they don't want them first because they bitch about body counts and shit like that. So they really don't want to put the work and the time in and don't want to risk rejection. So maybe I think that's the market for the dolls and shit. This will get you what you want without you having to put the work in, but it'll actually be like a real relationship. She'll cuss your ass out from time to time. She'll make you feel like shit when you say stupid shit. She's gonna she's gonna come to you with problems that can't be fucking solved. Like all types of shit.
HT Ball gave a good idea. He said start the doll cleaning business. But back to the furry thing. That man, when he was asking those questions, he wasn't trying to have sex with that doll. We have a lot of people, women and men, who are furries. And it goes back to their childhood where, they cuddled with dolls or teddy bears. And it brings comfort. They may not have gotten comfort from their mother or father or anybody, but they got it from a doll, and it carries into their adult life. So now you had this big doll that he wanted to participate. He wasn't going to have sex with it, but he was going to snuggle with it. That's a difference between cuddling with a doll.
Whatever. That doll was about to come back. Hey, May, the questions he was asking you, that doll was about to come back sticky.
No, the questions he was asking, that's how I know it wasn't about sex. He
did ask about it soft and where can he lay on it and can it wrap his arms around him. He did ask stuff like that.
Yeah, but that's about cuddling. If he's about
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It does sound like cuddling based on what you're saying, because it was mostly about how soft it was and what does it feel like in the stomach, like the stomach. I guess he planned on laying on it a certain way. I don't know. Maybe, but
there like as if he's a big baby. So it's kind of like that furry, and there's another term for the ones who want to be babies. They want to be in pampers. Forget what they call those. And so now he can be like a child with a teddy bear. Yeah. So they got all kinds of little kinks out there.
Yeah, it's
sexual. But
I just took it like it might be sexual because the idea, I've only had women rent those things. And for him to be a man and a white man, I was like, you're weird. And I don't know what you're trying to do with this doll. He wanted to keep it for a weekend. And I just was like, I don't know what you're going to do. So no, absolutely not. I just hung up.
Women can do things with that doll too. In fact, it'll be the same thing the man do, right? Rubbing on it until he get to where he getting, and she can rub on it the same way until she get where she gets.
That's true. That's true.
But
they was gonna ruin your doll, man.
Yeah, and all
they come back with come on it.
They was gonna ruin your doll.
Yeah, the furries, they get together. They may not have no actual intercourse at all. Their sexual thing is sensuality. They just rubbing up against each other. You know what I mean? Cuddling, and that's why the animal aspect comes in, because they're cuddling with teddy bears or teddy raccoons and shit like that. So
Yeah, it's a little different, but that made me think sexual. Or maybe I'm the pervert, because it made me think it was something sexual, and that's why I was like, maybe I should rent out sex dolls. I'm in the business of renting stuff and delivering things. Maybe I should think about it. So I started looking into it, authentically, and I think there's definitely I think women, it could be a new side hustle, because these dolls are, I'm not saying they're super expensive, but $3,000 is a grip, and if I put that in some certain places, $200, dudes will be like, yeah, I can get that for $200 for the weekend. It could be good money.
Man, they about to tear that shit up. Nah, I would rather just sell the damn doll rather than rent the doll. You know what you would have to, just like somebody mentioned, cleaning it and everything else.
I mean, that's not a big deal. Maybe I don't know. If you want to, it's a
Well,
business.
like Mom said, all the parts are replaceable. You can replace the coochie, replace the mouth. They give you a little silicone repair kit.
And get it refurbished, probably.
No, what
Yeah,
you
you-
do, remember when
Uh-huh.
I mentioned the dolls, it costs another extra $100 and something to get a removable dishwasher safe vagina, which means you can remove it and put it in the dishwasher to clean it. Other than that, he going to take that big ass doll outside and with a hose.
Yeah.
You do.
Auntie, why you laughing? Why you laughing?
That's funny. That's funny. I mean, I'm just saying that's the cool thing about being with an actual woman. She keeps herself clean. Like that's what we like about women. Like y'all smell good and you.
Well, that's not what
yourself
every man
clean
don't like that.
and all of that stuff that women do.
Well, that's the good thing about the internet. We get to learn that every man does not like women, and a lot of them don't.
I wouldn't want to substitute for a woman that I gotta put in the dishwasher or take out back and hose that shit down.
It is crazy.
The next man might say, "Well, at least she doesn't bleed once a month, and she doesn't talk back." And you can ask her Google questions, because like they do have this AI doll now. Well, that's why I brought up
if she doesn't ask you questions that there is no right answer to, it's not a real woman.
Okay, Auntie, let me sell you, Auntie. Let me sell you the idea real quick. Okay, I'm just pretend. I'm a man who does not get along. I don't have social skills. I'm nervous. I have social anxiety. Women never have liked me, and I can't perform sexually. Okay, I have maybe a micro penis, and a lot of women be like, "What the fuck?" And I fuck weird. Okay, I'm off rhythm, and my shit just don't ever. Okay, I got a lot of problems, and I'm funny looking. Okay, I'm funny looking. So the thing is, I never had really a girlfriend or a woman interested in me. So I just really need to pretend and just get my rocks off. And I just want to maybe, stick it in because I'm a quick comer and it ain't gonna take me but 30 seconds or less, right? While I watch my porn. I just need, and a woman's gonna judge me. She's gonna be like, "Where's my orgasm? You're not doing anything." She's gonna be done with me. I can't deal with real women. So I need something I can put it in, little lube or whatever. It don't talk back. It don't speak English. It doesn't listen. It doesn't respond. It just gives me the 30 seconds, thing I need. And I don't have no responsibilities because I can't handle them. I can't take her out on the date because I'm broke. Now, you see what I'm saying? I'm not selling it.
But all of those things that you mentioned, with the exception of the last bunch, if a woman likes you, she'll put up with that shit.
What y'all ladies think? Y'all think we'll put up with all that?
Women put up with broke men all the time. So there's no difference.
Y'all can answer it for me. Maybe I'm wrong because y'all are women, but I'm pretty sure women deal with dudes that can't fuck. You know what I'm saying? Off rhythm, socially awkward and shit like that. Just because they like to do, they deal with that shit all the time. So I mean, how bad can it really be? Leave the house, nigga.
That's the
I think you ain't been around a lot of incels. You ain't been.
The thing is, women don't like them. I think that's what the real issue is. Like they have pride because some of these men are 50 years old.
I'm just saying, I've had enough conversation with women, and women have told me they dealt with some shit from dudes, but they like the dude, so they put up with some shit,
Yeah. Well, some of these dudes ain't likable at all. I mean, you've seen them online.
Yeah, they online. Oh, they online. Like I said, Edward Anderson, I ain't trying to throw his name out there, but the way he behaves and stuff, I can tell you right now, he's a prime candidate. If I said I'll ship this to South Carolina, wherever he is, he'd be like, "Send that shit. I need it." I can stop the drought. I can stop the drought for a lot of these men. I might mess around and end up with a whole brothel before it's over.
Well, I think the issue is they expect this from like all women, and it's like, bro, a majority of women aren't gonna like you. Like that's life, yo. That's life.
But
So
if no women don't, if not one woman likes you, maybe it's you.
yeah, no, then definitely it's you.
Mm-hmm.
If no woman likes you, definitely it's you.
Yeah. But they think it's the women, so that's why they hate the woman. Because it's her fault that she doesn't like him.
And Brownie, her comment, you're right, Brownie. That's a problem for the dishwasher. You have to get a separate dishwasher, no doubt. That's nasty.
That is nasty. Oh,
You don't have to hand wash that.
yeah, you hand wash it and then put it in the dishwater to sanitize it. Otherwise, but you know, most of these men not gonna do that. They're gonna just keep having sex because they gonna forget all the rules. They're not gonna read the paperwork, just like with the Monopoly game, and they just gonna want to have sex with this doll until one day their penis gonna be sticking to their leg, and they're gonna wonder why. They're gonna go to the doctor, and the doctor gonna be like, "You've been with some dirty women," and they're gonna be like, "No, I've been with women. I've only been with my doll," and they're gonna be like, "Well, are you cleaning the dog properly?" Huh?
Yeah, you about to get an infection.
Yeah,
Something
from
gonna
his
happen.
own shit.
Yeah, because it's just you, but you don't clean your dog. But hey, I'm just saying, like that's I can't be cleaning no coochie like
You a businessman. Cut it out. You a businessman. Cut it out. You a
No,
businessman.
you gotta do their hair, their nails. You gotta put their outfit on. These men don't consider everything they have to do with this doll. This doll don't come dressed. You gotta buy their outfits, and not only do you just buy it, but you gotta play doll with them because you gotta dress them up. One guy, I ran him off of YouTube because the dude on my channel, you may remember him, and this was a while back, but he mentioned that he would get a doll and show it off to his friends, and I said, "What?" And he said, "Yeah," and I said, "You gonna show your friends the doll that you've been having sex with, or you gonna share it with him too? Y'all gonna threesome?" Like, and it didn't make sense. And I said, "Dude, do you not understand that you gonna show this man that you did her hair and you put them clothes on her? They gonna think you crazy that you play dressed up with a goddamn doll.
I'm not gonna
That
think
you
you
didn't
crazy.
have sex
You are crazy.
Yes,
You are
yes.
crazy. You gonna bring a doll? You gonna bring a doll to the cookout?
Yeah.
And you're matching it? You're matching the doll? Y'all got matching outfits on?
He said the doll was like a fancy car. And I said, "What? You could put your boy in a car and y'all could ride. You could even let him get in the driver's seat and let him drive your car. You gonna share your doll? You gonna let him drive your doll, ride your doll?"
Well, okay, so I think Reese might have been in the clouds, or I'm sorry, she was in the chat when we were talking to the passport bro dude on Witch Doctors last week. And I'm like, I can talk to you and tell, like, you never been on any like dates where you done brought a woman to the party, to the cookout, meet the family, whatever. Like, you haven't done that. Like it's clear, it's obvious. So I don't know. Maybe it's just the day and age that we live in. A lot of people just haven't had these experiences that most of us up here are used to having just growing up. So I guess it's just a different day and age.
They have that. They say that there's some kind of study that says that there's loneliness, especially for the next generation. You know, they sit around and play video games and they're disconnected. They don't even have friends. You know what you say?
They're dying alone.
Yeah, they're gonna die alone. The Kevin Samuels put something out there, information out there. He's not the first, okay? He just was the catalyst to make it broader, wider. But these men have created exactly where they are. And I was on Witch panel yesterday explaining that they've created the women who want men with six figures. Just like 6 years ago, women was not talking about he need to make six figures. She was just like, he just need to be able to, provide for the family. Now the women are saying six figures. Some of these these men have been saying they're not giving no marriage. And now women are saying, well, then if you're not giving me marriage, then here, you want these goodies, give me some money. Help me pay. You don't want to live with me, I don't want to live with you. Give me your money. They help me pay my rent if you want some of these goodies. This is what I was warning people we were gonna go to. I kept telling the men they better stop. You don't know what you're saying. You don't see what you're saying. The women are listening. So what would be if men are not giving marriage, ladies? What would be the benefit of us being with them?
Right.
They
My son would never bring a damn doll home.
Huh?
Nah, I was like, my son would never bring a doll home. I met his girlfriend and all of that. He would never, ever.
But Auntie, I think a lot of them do that. I think the ultimate like weirdo is gonna try to infuse that into family stuff. You know, I'm gonna bring this doll and introduce it like it's a person. Only a weirdo would do that. But I think a lot of them have dolls, but they're these weird type dudes. They got dolls, but they keep it secret. They don't brag about it, maybe, or they're in like secret groups or something, Discord. But they probably don't take that thing around like to the grocery store and stuff. Those are some weirdos.
Well, I don't know about the doll so much, but they may have like a penis pump. I bought this thing called Immer Lips, which was like a suction thing shaped like lips for the men. At the events that I was doing, I used to sell toys, and so they may have a lot of young men, which I recommend. Like, people was mad when I recommended it for the women. I recommended sex toys for the men, and everybody was okay with it. I recommended it to the women, and they be
Women
mad.
definitely should have sex toys.
Huh?
Women definitely should have sex toys.
Yes, they should. And but they was mad. Even some of the women was mad. No, I wouldn't let my daughter have a sex toy. What? So she learning about her body, and you don't want her to be going with these strange men. So what you wanted to do? I mean, you ain't got the.
If I've ever dated a woman that had a sex toy, I didn't know about it.
That's right.
I
I'll
guess
let
she
you know
didn't
we got
need
her.
it when I was around. But
We got her, baby.
I wouldn't trip. Yeah, fuck, whatever.
Even if she don't have a sex toy, she has the shower head. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Let me tell you something real quick.
I guess some dudes would take shit personally.
I don't know why.
Let me tell you something real quick, Auntie. You don't have to have like a rose or something that's manufactured. For anybody who's listening, you go to Walmart and for $4.99, they have a toothbrush that has a rotating head. A friend told me about it. You know what I mean? A friend told me about that, and that motherfucker is good. That's what she said. I'm just saying.
Oh my God.
$4. That's my price range. Go ahead, Reese. What you saying?
I mean, I don't know about the rose, but like other toys, I'm not like a dildo fan, but the ones that just go on top, like for the clit or whatever. I mean, I think everybody should have that.
Yeah.
At the minimum. So I mean, the toothbrush, I guess, is okay. Like.
Yeah, that's the vibrations.
That thing ain't okay. That thing is good. I don't know. I mean, that's what my friend said.
That's crazy.
Ball saying the ghetto sex toys.
I mean, hey, if y'all feel like that, then you can't get mad at these dudes for having dolls.
No, we're not mad at them. They just weird. Because they make a man's doll, but you don't see women talking about, we're gonna replace you with men's dolls.
Right.
Men have always had toys.
Mm-hmm.
It's just when you start putting it in a woman's form when you don't like women. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna explain to Sat Passe. The reason why women don't get clowned for having them is because they get horny so damn often.
Who gets horny so often?
Women.
Okay.
That's true. I don't know why people think that women don't have a high sex drive. Women, I think we have a very high sex drive. Most of us, I think.
And that's what I'm saying, man. And most dudes, especially when we turn a certain age, most of these niggas will drop dead trying to keep up.
Yeah.
So you be glad that your woman got a toy or can handle herself from time to time. Real shit.
I heard when you get older, it goes up. Cause like honestly, I don't think I have a super duper high sex drive. Like I'm definitely not comparable to a man. And then when I hear women say that, I'll be like, I can't relate to that. I don't think that women have want to have sex as much as men, but maybe when the older you get, you might want to.
No, it's just different people. Because I've been wanting to have sex more than men since I was sexually active.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Was able to handle and keep up. Okay.
I think it's usually like that. You'll probably like for women that have that high sex drive, you'll probably be with a dude that can barely keep up with you. That shit is just common.
But here's the thing.
But not every woman
like
has
men.
that high sex drive like that. Where
But
they
this is the thing, though. Women aren't built like men. So even if you have sex, a few times a day or whatever, women get swollen and sore after so much sex. So that's why
No, we don't get swollen and sore. No. Listen. So those who enjoy
vagina does not get. So okay.
I've never had sex.
So you have a lot of sex. Your vagina wouldn't get swollen.
No, not if you have an enjoyable sex. It would if it's hurting and painful and and he just beating it up and you're not really into it. But for me, I know I make it sound funny, but I was doing backflips on dicks. Like we used to do all kinds. I had the stripper pole in my room, the sex swing, you name it, I had it. Look,
and afterward it's fine.
Yeah, I was ready for some more. Like I at one point I thought I was a sex maniac, a sex addict or nympho, but I realized I wasn't nympho because it wasn't like I wanted to have sex with just any and everybody. It wasn't like I needed, but I did feel like I needed it. At times my stomach would start cramping up if I went a couple of days without sex. It would feel like I'm in withdrawal.
Yeah, I don't think every man is super high sex drive, but most men are, and I don't think most women are like that.
Yeah, I don't think most men are high sexual drive. I think it depends on.
I think a lot of them are.
A lot of dudes. I would think that a lot of dudes they think they have that until they
run into me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They think about sex all the time now.
This is.
Yeah, I want to have sex all the time in the car. Yeah, look, I am the one who he driving, and I'm thinking, how could I? While he driving, how could I sit on it? Like, how could we figure it out? Let's go in the park and yes.
That's the cool thing about having having a woman or having the right woman. She's gonna make sure that you straight and you prepared to handle that shit, man. Make sure that you eating your green vegetables and you eat your fruit and all of that stuff. You got good food to eat. You relaxed and all of that shit, so you ready to handle business. Like she's gonna make sure that you prepared for that shit. She ain't gonna have
you baby,
pissed off, hating her and shit. She gonna make sure that you ready to give her what she needs. So that's what I mean. That's the cool thing about being with a woman that wants to be with you.
Yeah, so that's different. So it's not.
I just think there is a thing of a lot of sex. I don't know, because what I'm saying is, okay, we're on here. We hear a lot of topics go to sex. I don't hear women doing that. Sometimes we'll talk talk about sex, but every conversation the response is not about sex.
Yeah, but we don't, because we can have it as much as we want and are. But when I'm with my girlfriends, men may not talk about sex with their guys, but we as women, we do talk about sex with our girlfriends. We'll even talk about, him and them gray pants. That's how that gray sweatpants thing came about, through women mentioning shit like that. We are very sexual. We just say it differently, and it's acceptable when we do it. If men spoke the way labeled,
it is not acceptable when women do it. It's acceptable when men do it because they want to call women whores. Men are not called anything.
I've had to cover my ears in offices full of women before.
Women, hell yeah, we would sexually. To be honest, a group of women together will sexually harass a nice looking man. If we want him, we would have no problem approaching him, asking, is he got a girlfriend? We do that. But when men do it to us, But women have now classified this man as sexually harassing them.
Reese, you don't got no Reese. You don't have no nasty girlfriends. You ain't got no nasty friends that talk nasty. You don't got that.
I have nasty friends, right? But no, we don't talk about sex 24/7.
Oh, now I'm saying 24/7. No, not 24/7.
No, I don't. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, I think like there's like a line. Like, yeah, like everybody likes sex. Like, who, like, you know what I mean? But I think there's like a line between liking sex and then like, I don't know, being maybe, just being like I don't even know. I don't want to say y'all are. I'm not even saying y'all are obsessed with sex. But I'm saying like some of these conversations. Like, I'm not necessarily talking about Imperious, but like he's somebody that whatever conversation you're having, his response is sex. Like a lot of these conversations go into sex.
Are you talking about online? Online, okay.
For 30 years online, where I would be, people claimed that every conversation I had was about sex, right? Because I don't mind talking about sex. I'm openly talking about sex. So I was the one that'd be like, Mom, you make everything sexual. But when with the men though, we okay with the men who we find to be attractive and nice to us and sweet. We okay when he throw in your windows. But if we don't care for the guy and shit like that, we call it creepy. And that's some of the things the men say, but they are true. It's true. The guy who hit on us at work who's fine and shit, even though you okay with it. But if he was creepy and you didn't like him, we would complain about it.
I think that's a stupid complaint though. Like, because like, yeah, of course, I don't want you to do it. That's why. But I like him. So I mean, because like I do hear him say that.
Right, but what I'm from our perspective, right? The woman, we saying, yeah, we like him and we cool with him and we know he's just joking or we take it as a joke. But when he do the same thing, he could do exactly the way he said it. We don't like him, but we then take it to the point where we complain, where he may lose his job for doing the same exact thing this man did.
Yeah, well, he shouldn't be doing stuff like that at work.
Right.
It's men we know better, and we know there's going to be a double standard. So, and I get where Bomb is saying, like, it's not fair.
Neither one of them should do it at work.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I think there's a time and place for everything. Like, everything doesn't have to be about sex. Like,
I've worked in the offices, and yeah, just like she said, the sexual harassment, all of that. I done been grabbed. You know what I'm saying? I done been, fucked with. It'd be all types of innuendo. You know, I done been pretty much begged to go out after work, and then, like all of that shit, like all of that shit. And I know I could, the other way around. I'm risking my damn job. Like if higher ups hear that or the wrong person hear that shit, I know it can go somewhere else. But we accept that there's a double standard. Women can get away with saying things in the workplace that dudes can't. Like that just kind of.
But they're also gonna call her a whore and not you. So that's
that doesn't. But that doesn't matter. That's the court of public opinion.
But even that's not true, right?
But that's a double standard too.
The men who like me and shit like that, and I'm nice with, they not gonna call me no whores. But this the ones who can't get me. You know what I mean? Because maybe he may call me a whore, but the ones who they do the same thing we do. I ain't never been called a whore, and I know damn well I'd have been the type.
Right.
I want a man, like my husband. We had sex the first date, and I was the one. Like he came in the room.
I don't see a problem with that.
Yeah. So and that's because we are forward with it. But he ain't never called me a whore, and nobody else I've ever been with called me.
But check this out. Like I was having this conversation on a panel a couple weeks ago, and I guess a dude said like, okay, it's usually men that have to approach women for sex, and I'm like, nah. I mean, a lot of like women, when they want something, they can be extremely aggressive and straightforward and to the point with that shit. And he's like, no, that's not the case that's not the case most of the time. I'm like, well, maybe not for you.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe not for you, but he's like, well, that's not most men. I'm like, you'd be amazed how it is for most men. You're not most men. Like real. Like I understand that. Chances are, I mean, just because women don't enjoy screwing you, or you don't have that type of sexual energy, does not mean other dudes don't. Stop trying to blanket that shit for most men, because a lot of men get approached first.
Yeah, and
You
them
know?
men just don't read the signs, right? Even the woman who said, "Well, I never approach a man." Yeah, you may never directly approach him, like walked up to him and say you want to fuck, but you looking at him a certain way, smiling at him a certain way, because you interested in him. He read those signs, but a lot of men don't know how to read those signs, and that's why they fail. And then there's a lot of men who not getting those signs. But if he got them, he wouldn't even know he getting those. What we call choosing signs. I think that's the term that these men
That they be using. Yeah.
Look at
Choosing
Mella.
signals.
Yeah, choosing. So they don't.
I'm just saying. I guess when dudes hear me say things like that, they kind of get it confused. They try to make it seem like I'm saying every woman would approach me or whatever. I'm like, nah. Of course, I don't get approached by every woman, but a woman that's interested in me will approach me, and likely did.
Right.
I didn't have to do any approaching.
Well, personally, me, I don't approach men like I wouldn't approach a man like for the first time. Like if we had a relationship, of course, but I would like if I've never done that, and I think men should approach women personally. I mean, what y'all think?
No, I mean, if a man wants, no, I mean, if you're interested in a woman, yeah, you should approach her. But I would say the same thing for women. If you're interested in the dude, don't hesitate to approach him. And I'm gonna speak from the perspective of a man. We can be stupid like that. Like sometimes we just don't see you because we just dumb like that. So even the fucking signs, like we just don't notice. And
Is
it's
it
not.
not traditional though for a woman to approach a man like, or we're not really being traditional?
Nah, women don't have to be embarrassed by that. I just say like, look, the finish line is never gonna cross you. So if you want something, go get it.
Yeah, I
Just
don't do that.
just because you like it,
women
just 'cause you think you're giving him signals, doesn't mean he gonna notice them. And I know a lot of women, they're like, I'm giving him signs, he's not reciprocating, he must not like me. No, he's just a dude, and he's not paying attention.
Right.
Sometimes we're dudes. Sometimes we just dumb like that and don't notice shit.
I feel like if he doesn't like you, then it's just not meant to happen then.
No, I think that, when we back to that meant to happen, but suppose you really like him, right? Based on what you see and everything. But he just busy. He don't even see you, right? He don't even see you. So walk over and say hi. Because if
that's all I'm saying. Sometimes we don't notice, but as soon as you come and you say something, now we notice.
Yeah, now you know.
It's like, okay.
I mean, I think that's cool, like, regular casual talk, but things like, okay, so we saw like women proposing to men, like that's extreme, but I kind of like that kind of stuff is like that. I don't think that should really be happening. I don't think women should be proposing to men.
Okay, Reese, let me say this to you. Let me say this to you. You as a woman, you can't.
It's not for me.
No, what is it?
I said it's not for me. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, not for you. But what I'm thinking is this: like, when you talk about approaching, I don't want it to seem like, when you say approaching, it's like a woman going over and being masculine. Like, yeah, brother, I was watching you across the room and I was looking at how your teeth was sparkling. What's your number? That's not what we mean by approaching. When I think of approaching as a woman, that just means I get closer in proximity. And like what Auntie was saying, I help you notice me. I help you notice me as a woman. You know what I'm saying?
I don't see a problem with that, but I don't even see it as like an extreme to what you just said. But as far as like a woman being masculine, but I see it as like, I don't know, like she has to. Okay, hey, can I get your number? Like I don't know, y'all. Maybe I'm being like, but I don't know, because then it's like let me give an example. Like Chrissy from Love and Hip Hop with Jim Jones. Like they're together and everything. They've been together for a long time, and she ended up having to propose to him. Like, and it seemed like that whole relationship, she's trying to chase him to do something, and I don't think they're married now. like that's the kind of relationship it seems like it might be if you got to do all the chasing as a woman.
That's different though. A proposal for marriage. If a dude wants to marry you, he will.
Yeah, that was crazy right there.
Yeah, I mean that's different. I think what May is talking about is just like that the icebreakers, like because sometimes we just be in the shit and we don't be paying attention. Like I'm just being real. Like and you know I'll disagree with you a lot of the shit you say about men, but sometimes we just be dumb like that and stubborn.
I think if you approach a man like and you know you are friendly and talk to him and stuff, I think he'll probably get it. He probably will, you know, try to approach you or whatever, like in that way. And I don't see a problem with that. But you know, being desperate, I think there's like a line.
But especially
as
like
far as the proposing, that's
with
different. They
dudes that
lived
don't
together for
necessarily-
years. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well,
What you say?
you're dealing with dudes that don't necessarily have that, you know, like experience with women or whatever. You know, they're not even gonna notice. Like they're not gonna notice certain signals or things like that. Like you might be a little friendly, but he's not gonna. He can't tell the difference between a woman that's just a friendly woman and somebody that's actually interested.
Well, it seems like most men think that. I mean, and I could like say this is kind of true. Like when you're nice to men, they think you like them.
That's what I'm saying. And but a dude that like most of the dudes that we talk to on in these spaces on the internet, they're not gonna notice the fucking difference.
Right. Remember they said that. I think Mela may remember a while back. These men were saying if we looked at them and smiled, then we wanted them. And then women had to, you know, we have to tone that down. But my husband was with a whole nother woman, right? We went on a double date. It was a group of us went on a date. We was in separate cars, and when I walked in the theater to sit down, I looked over and I saw him, and he was sitting with this other woman. And I looked at him, but the way he looked at me, I was like, "Oh shit!" And you know, I was like, he looked at me certain yeah. And I looked back at him that way, and even though we were two different people, and that I noticed it. But he noticed me before I noticed him because he told me he remembered me before, and I was like, I probably just didn't notice it, you know, because I was dealing with other men at the time. I was dealing with other motherfuckers.
Shout out to the lie detector. Let me read this super chat.
Yeah, what do you say?
He said it's like 8-1, and you want to play old fashioned. Meanwhile, there's a woman in the group looking to get the man, and she will. Your advertisement sucks. Shout out to the lie detector.
I'm not advertising anything. Y'all do what y'all want. I haven't made.
No, like okay, so I've been in that situation before, right? Where
I'm not opposed to men.
You know, I go to a you know what I'm saying? It's like a family friend get together, whatever. You know, we're chilling, you know, playing cards, relaxing, and you know, one woman is pretty damn aggressive. You know, pretty aggressive, and you know, we end up leaving and you know, ducking off. You know, we kind of finish the evening together. But then, you know, I guess a couple of weeks later, you know, somebody tells me what happened with the other one. She really liked you. I was like, well, she didn't say anything. I just, you know, kind of, you know, I just reciprocated the energy I got. So that's who I ended up, you know, with, you know, spending the evening with. But these two women are friends, so I can understand what the lie detector said. It's like, yo, if you don't go after what you want, some other woman will.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. And I can say this about Aunt T. I can tell Aunt T he doesn't have the problem like vibing with women. It's like I can just tell. He can be in a social space in the real world, and women will be attracted to his energy, his confidence, and that's why he's not thirsty. You know, some dudes, they eyes be darting around, they looking at every single woman. Is she feeling me? Is she feeling me? You know, there's a thirst, and he don't have that thirst. I can just tell he don't have that thirst. So it would be easy for him. He's not stressed like, is a woman looking at me? You might just be socializing, you know, so you just don't notice. I've seen that. I mean, my husband was like that, and I had to actually, you know, be a little bit aggressive. I'm not gonna lie. But I also live, and I told y'all that before, I live in Atlanta. In Atlanta, there's so many women. And you can play cute and sit over there and hope that he'll come over out of 200 women, but you might end up not getting nobody. That's just Atlanta, though. That's my thought.
A lot of people like places like that. But
That's what I mean. Like it wasn't like, oh, I like her and I don't like her. It's like, yo, this one was pretty damn aggressive.
That's
like,
cool, but I think a lot of these men.
She's coming up. She's making conversation. So when I go make a drink, here she come right behind me. You know, she putting them things all up in my damn face and everything else, making all that small talk. It's like this other chick just sitting on the damn couch. So why the hell am I gonna start a conversation with you just sitting on the couch mean mugging?
Right, while the other one doing the talking. So, but Auntie though, I believe Auntie would be remarried if he wanted to. He would get off this internet because he does have the personality that a lot of women would like, right? But for some reason, your ass is stuck on here. Okay,
but I think a lot of these males on here.
It's gonna change, Bob. This is a year where I do have to get out more.
Yeah,
so
because I see you with a woman. I see you with a woman. Y'all doing well. You treat women good. You believe a lot of things. Like my husband believes in a lot of shit that we women disagree with. But that's just y'all men. Nothing wrong with that. But
thank you.
You have the energy that women would like.
I'm not supposed to see things through the lens of a woman. But I understand.
Okay, Anthony, what? But hold on, can I say something real quick? I think a lot of these males, like possibly the lie detector, want to be the bitches, like the bad bitches. Not calling him a bitch or anything, but they want women to approach them. They want women to do all these things, and then I'm not talking about him or anything, but and in the same breath they'll call certain women masculine. And me, I don't see, if I don't know if you're feeling somebody and they're feeling you and like you're whatever, like assertive or whatever, like I don't see that being masculine. But yeah, I don't know. Like I think I don't see anything wrong with men approaching women and you wanting a man to approach you and not wanting to approach. Like and then again, like if y'all are feeling each other, fine, but I don't see it. Like I don't personally think like me as a woman, I don't want to approach a man like the same way that I see men approach women.
No, we do it differently. We'll go and make small talk. Like he over there by the punch bowl. Yeah. I walk by.
Just like that. Yeah, like what I was saying earlier. I'm like, yo, like this chick. If I'm going to make a drink, now she making one too. Like that is what it is. She's just gonna finish hers extra quick and come over there and make one. But at the same time, it's not that I want women to. If I see something I want, I'm going to approach. If you don't approach me first, I'm over there. Whatever. I'm gonna make my presence known. But just like May said, usually I personally don't have to in a social setting because I got a personality that kind of it stands out a little bit. So I'm just naturally gonna be noticed. But as far as just meeting up and talking to women and having that, those conversations and shit, just conversation starters. Yeah. Sometimes they'll approach. I've had women approach me, but I don't have a problem approaching a woman. If you're just sitting over there, not doing anything.
That's what I want to get to.
I will do it. But I wouldn't have a problem if a woman approaches me, and I damn sure wouldn't use a word like masculine to describe her. Because look, first of all, you'll never hear me call a woman masculine. I don't think.
Yeah, me neither.
I believe
that's not cool.
Masculinity is a trait reserved for men. Just like no matter what, a man can put on a dress, wear high heels, all that shit. He can never be feminine. So there's nothing you as women can do to make you masculine.
What is it that attracts you to a woman that's just minding her own business off in the cut, as opposed to being approached by other women? Like you're being approached by other women in this event or gathering, but there's something about that woman over there in the cut that catches your eye. What are the attributes that catches your eye?
It depends. Different women are gonna have different,
like her clothing, her body shape, her hair.
It could. I mean, it could be anything. I mean, different things will catch my attention.
You got all these women approaching you, but there's this one woman in the cut that you got your eyes on?
I
What
never
is it
said
that
all these
Never
women
said that.
approach me. But I have.
No,
I've probably
apologize for the.
I've been approached more than I've had to approach. I'll be honest.
I guess what I'm interested in specifying is, do you have a type?
Nah.
Yeah, so she asking, because maybe the one who's sitting down, she may have caught your attention before she even sat down. But she's asking, maybe you like the type who's quiet because that's your type. You know what I mean? So
It
see what
it all depends on.
Or you just like that other girl because you like the way she looks over there, but she's not
That's what I'm saying.
paying
It could
attention.
it could be the way she looks, or maybe there was some kind of small talk here or there, or whatever. You know, it all depends. Like, you know, people emit like different pheromones, you know, and different type of energy. Like it's deeper than just looks. You know, these are conversations I have with these dudes in these spaces when they try to narrow everything down to just looks and shit. I'm like, come on, there's more to people than that. There's
Yeah.
more to people than that. So, you know, like you can look good, be pretty and gorgeous, but that doesn't mean like I'm gonna approach you just because of that.
But Vaughn, I can relate to the look that you said with your husband, because like you said, he gave you a look, you gave him a look. Like I that's like the kind of thing I could understand. Like you get that vibe, you know, you get the vibe. You made eye contact and you felt it, and you see that he probably felt it too. That's, you know, some type of chemistry, some type of something going on. I don't see anything wrong with that. Like, and again, women don't approach men the way men do. Like, I don't see anything wrong with like making small talk, like talking, joking.
Yeah.
But
With my first husband, he did something corny that got my attention. Of course, there are those among us that have been approached, but this one did something that was shockingly different.
What did you
And you know, we both have the same career field in the Air Force. This is my first husband. We both have the same career field or similar career fields in the Air Force. So he had access to approach me, right? And he put his hands over my eyes, you know, invading my space. I turned around, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And he was just like, I was just joking. And so then I saw him later at the you know, they call it the BX on military installations, right? They so he's watching me buy all my, you know, beauty products and stuff, and he was like, I knew you was somebody that took good care of your skin. It was like he was stalking me or some shit, right? It's like everywhere I go, there he is. And I think if I didn't know any better looking back on it, I think it was because he made himself ever present to impose himself is what caught my attention. That's what happened.
It was called the BX.
Every time I turn around, you in my face. Like, what's up?
I think this comment right here is for Reese, right? He said the problem is when it comes to your life, who cares about what others think? Get out of your head and make yourself known. He'll do the rest.
no, I don't do that. Sorry, I don't do that. But I like what Mela said. Yeah, like he made himself assertive. He made himself known that he wanted to be, you know, around. Right. And the thing is, and like that's what I like too. I like a man that was just coming.
And he was just doing all kinds of corny shit. Like every time I turn around, he there doing corny shit.
And the men that I like, I think like that, like the men that I have liked, like me. So I didn't have to like go out of my way to go talk to them and exert myself. But again, I don't know. I don't think I would do that, and I don't really care what others think. That's just my, you know, preference. But yeah, like again, I like that. I like that when Mela said, like, she making himself.
I like that corniness.
I was about to say you like that because I would.
I like that corniness.
I was a little too assertive for a nigga to put his hands on my body and cover my eyes.
Yeah, I think that's kind of weird. Is putting your hands on
weird. I was just like, you know what?
I've never done
like,
that.
you taking a big risk, brother. What's wrong with you?
Like unless
No, this comment was really good though. This comment says, "Who cares what others think? Get out of your head and make yourself known. He'll do the rest." I think that's kind of like we got to give some attention to that comment because I do think, and I'm not talking about anybody in particular, but I think a lot of women we do that. We say we're liberated and or we're modern and we have fought for all these rights, but then when it comes to certain stuff, we be like, oh, I can't do that because I can't do it because I'm a woman. Why do we put those limitations on ourselves? I'm just asking.
The whole relentless
I don't think. I think women can do what they want. I think women can do
relentless
exactly what they want to
pursuit.
do.
And because to be honest, there were more men that I was interested in than him. But the relentless pursuit, my God, it was like at some point, it was. I had to give him credit for cleverness. It's like he's relentlessly pursuing me without it being considered harassment. So I just eventually just entertained the brother.
I don't know, Mella. What you just described might be like borderline.
It was stalking.
But did he have a weird vibe though? Did he have a strange vibe with him?
It turned out, of course, I've said the story online many times as to what resulted in him being crazy. But I didn't look at him as crazy at the time that he was pursuing me. But trust and believe, this is a PSA moment. If someone is relentlessly pursuing you, they are crazy. That's my PSA.
Yeah. Popping up at places that you didn't even tell them you were going. That is crazy.
Yeah, he was.
Was it that kind of thing?
But I was too young to understand that. He's just like everywhere I go, there you are type of nigga, and it's like it's like everywhere you go, there you are.
was doing it sneakily, Mella. He probably be at the
I
club.
learned later he crazy.
But y'all do know, like, we're attracted, like, men are attracted to a lot of the same things that women are attracted to. I'm not gonna say all of the same things, but some of the, like, ambition. And I'm not saying this for all men because I can't speak for all men, but I know ambition. That's an attractive quality, in a woman. A woman that'll go get what she wants. Yeah, that's extremely attractive to me.
Yeah,
wow.
I get it. Like,
why? Because you want to harness
women
it.
say that, like, nah, they don't want to come on too strong or be too aggressive because that might push him away. But nah,
that's a different dynamic with men because and call me prejudiced, but it seems to me that men are opportunistic, and as soon as they find a woman whose talent, skills, and abilities they can harness, they are focused on her.
Yeah, well,
not all men, but they're the men like my husband. He wouldn't wanted a woman who didn't have nothing going on for herself. So we would have been okay with that. But if a man said no, I saw her potential. I saw that she wasn't gonna be just sitting around doing nothing, and I enjoyed that about her. And then we called him opportunist. So you can
I'm sorry. I just want to say.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just want to say real quick because of that comment. Yeah, I just think women should do whatever they want, like how they want to go about dating. They should, like, because everything's not for everybody. What works for you works for you.
No,
So, and and people have different personalities too.
Right. Because if you would have asked me back when I was younger, especially, I'd be like, nah, he got to come to me. But that wasn't, he got to come to me, but I gave him signs,
Right.
I was giving him signs. I was looking at him and acting like I wasn't looking at him at times and smiling when our eyes caught. And if he walked over, then boom. But I wasn't going to walk over to him if he didn't walk over to me. But I'm not against that. As I got older, I realized women may miss out on an opportunity because there will be a more, we would call more, I wouldn't want to say aggressive, that's the wrong word. She's just more, more assertive. So while I'm sitting there looking
I
on
would use
TV,
the term aggressive.
okay. I'm sitting over there, look, Auntie, you sitting over there and I'm looking at you looking at me, but she looking at you too, right? You looking at her, you see two of us watching, and I'm thinking, I'm hoping you're going to come over and buy me a drink, but her dumb ass then got the fuck up and walked over to you and offered to buy you a drink. You know what I mean? You may take up on it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't
Why
know.
wouldn't he?
Huh?
Why he would, right? Why wouldn't he, right?
Yeah, and he should. I wouldn't even say that he's wrong for doing it. I would kick myself and say, "Damn!" Like,
Yeah.
if I was interested in him, maybe I should have went and walked over to him. He's a person just like I am. Take some of that.
Right.
You
Right.
know, nothing wrong with taking a little bit off his shoulders, and you know.
I definitely agree. I don't think you should, if you see something that you want, I don't think you should sit there and be like, well, he got to come to me. Like, I definitely don't think that.
That's all I'm saying. If you want something, go get it. But if you're not going to, you can't be mad when it leaves with somebody
Right.
else.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
I know for me, I was 26 years old and I was 25 going on 26. And I had already been through one marriage and I was like, I got to get it right this time. And I want to get married before I'm 30. So at this point, you know, I got to be pretty serious with myself, you know, because I have particular goals. Not all women have that goal, but before 30, I wanted to be married. So, you know, I had to be aggressive. I sashayed my ass right on over there. And I got in my husband's face and I was like, hi. And I had small conversation and I tried to hold the conversation as long as I could. And I was giving him all the energy to make sure he knows, but he was not a thirsty man. You know, he was not thirsty. So like how Auntie was saying, just playing it cool, he was kind of playing it cool. And I was like, okay, this is not going to work, because I went away and I stood around and was talking and socializing. And he just went on to a new conversation. I was like, well, that's not how that's supposed to go. So let me try again. And so I had wrote my name on a piece of paper and I walked over to him and I was going to exit early, like let him watch me walk away. And I just handed him, you know how people, like the old people hand you $1 in your hand, real quiet and secretive. I slipped my number right in his hand. And I said, it was nice meeting you. And I really enjoyed the conversation. And I want to talk to you and get to know you. And so here's my number, and I don't call men, so you can call me. And I walked off. That was the best shot I had. I shot my shot.
And it worked out. And even
I'm married 20 years now. Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with it. Look,
I don't see nothing wrong with that.
People weigh different ways, and everybody.
Yeah, different. Everybody's different. Yeah.
So it's okay, and that's all. I think our message is all of us as women and the man who's up here is that, hey, do it the way you feel more comfortable, but don't let shit just pass you by, just because because some societal rules say, ladies, you gotta always let him approach you. Or
That's right, Bob. And that's the thing, like if I do, like when I have and seeing someone I like I have flirted with them, talked to them, like I will, like I guess approach them, talk to them, joke with them, but I never approach them in a way like, oh, I like you. Like I guess it's more so like once I approach them, joke with them, talk with them, they so somewhat get that hint, I guess, and they approach me in that way.
Yeah, you gave them the choosing seat. You let them know that, hey, I like that you like them in a way,
Right, saying, yeah, exactly, but just not explicitly saying that.
Right.
I have a question for Mela, real quick. Mela, you said something about Idris can get it. You said Idris can get it. What you talking about?
Oh, Idris Elba?
Yeah.
Have you seen him?
Oh, okay. You talking about, okay, gotcha. Okay.
Idris Elba, baby.
You say he's edible.
Just ask where you want to get this down. Like, the Idris Elba is the man that I would cheat on my husband with. He is. No questions asked.
Okay, he's very basic.
Clip
like
that shit, because I mean it.
Some women think he's real fine, and then some women think he's just like regular.
Oh no, he's just magical. I'm sorry.
Mama, you a mess. Magical.
I stopped pouring myself a drink. My bad.
Do y'all like him?
It's okay, Mela. I'm not mad at you.
I think he's cute. I mean, But when people said that he's a little bit like regular, I could understand that. He just has like, I don't know. He's alright though. He has like a nice body and stuff.
Now, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not so enamored that I would wash his dirty drawers and care for him when he's snotty sick. And I'm not. I'm talking
No,
about a
he
fantasy.
like a
There's a
celebrity
difference.
crush.
He's a fantasy. He's not somebody that I could actually envision living day to day with. So there's a difference.
He's like a celebrity
But
crush. I
as
get
far
it.
as the fantasy goes, oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, look, it's just me. I personally am extremely attracted to ambition. So an ambitious woman that'll go after what she wants, and not even just a dude. Like, if you like me, you came after me. But like, what do you do over the course of a day? Like, for real, are you out here really like trying to get it? Are you like just like May said, a dude that can kind of work the room? Like, that dude was kind of working the room. And
So really,
and
your
he was standing
attraction.
out. So a woman that can work the room, like, that's extremely attractive to me.
Oh, I
Like,
see.
she can stick, her personality sticks out in a room full of personalities.
She's got spunk,
And even
and
it
she
could
can
be a
monetize
woman.
that spunk.
No, but it could be a woman that's in the corner not saying anything. Sometimes you just have that type of energy that, hey,
Right.
you own the room without having to say a word.
People are just different. Like it's like a So yeah.
And
In
it's
a
not
world
just
where a lot of men want
pretty.
women to
Not-
just
yeah.
speak when they're
No.
spoken to, how do you let's say hypothetically you get into a relation with women or a woman that has spunk, the ambition that you speak of. Any event that you get in a relationship with a woman like that, are you going to insist you navigate it, or are you just gonna let her be herself?
Well,
Well,
before
they
I
all aren't
before I go to
compatible.
Uda, because I just got Uda on the panel. I know Uda's about to drop a gem, but no, it really it really just depends. Like, I'm an outspoken person, and I know I can be extremely passionate, like when I speak. So, like, a woman that's, number one, not intimidated by that, also pretty outspoken, and has no problem just saying what's on her mind. Like, that's going to be attractive to me.
Somebody that rolls from the soul.
It's funny
As
because
they
I'm
say,
outspoken,
off the
but
dome, as they say. Somebody that rolls from the soul. No matter what situation, circumstance, or location she's in, she can communicate effectively and be noticed for it.
Yeah, she can
Right.
work the way.
So my
Like,
question is, are you anticipating building off that, or are you going to accept her as she is?
of course, I would never expect anybody to change, because if that's not natural, you can't fake that.
I'm
That's
talking
something
about
that you have
building
to
well,
have.
if that's
where
what
you
why
start
would
making
you change that?
suggestions like,
Oh, I
you could
get
get
it.
a monetized YouTube channel. You should do something with your oratory skill. You can actually talk to people and they could pay you. Like, are you going to start suggesting that she does something outside of what she does?
I mean, not unless she wants that, unless she wants or asks me for that type of advice. Chances are I'm gonna be cool with whoever you are, how you are.
Oh, I
Um,
see.
I'm not gonna expect anybody to be determined to make somebody change, because I wouldn't want
Because
anybody.
there are men that will suggest that a woman accentuates her gifts toward monetary gain when she's just being herself.
That's not the type of ambition I'm talking about.
All right.
How you say that name, Uda?
Yeah, what up, Uda? Shout out to Uda, One Community. You know?
Uda.
Hey, Uda.
You got the floor, big dog. You on mute too.
What's good? What's good? Salute, y'all. How y'all doing?
Chilling, man.
Uda.
Just having a Sunday evening combo. About to change that background.
Good conversation. Can't lie.
I done went from coffee to beer, so it's all good.
Oh yeah, good transition. Good
Hi, Uda.
Cherry, what's up, baby? How you feeling, Queen?
Happy New Year's in case I'm not sure if I told you that already.
Happy New Year's to everybody too as well, man. You know, Happy New Year's to all y'all. I hope y'all all enjoying so far. You know,
Are you the type of man that can swoon a woman, like make her see things your way? Or do you have talking skills that make women think that it's okay to see things your way?
I think I
Because
do.
that's the gift.
I would think I do. I would think I do.
Really? Do you have examples where you made a woman who was just content being her, sitting on the couch eating bonbon self, get off her ass?
Why you putting him on trial? He just got up here. He ain't got a chance to say his ideas. Putting him on trial.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
I just wanted to rev it up in case he got some place.
I'm just saying. I give you many examples actually, but see, I'm actually a talented person, so I know how to do a lot of things talent wise. So for me, you know, being a talented person, I've seen that. I've learned that another thing is to be able to see the talent in another person. That's also a talent. You feel me? So sometimes I look for those things in people, and sometimes I see those things in a woman. You know what I'm saying? You might see that, like you were saying, like she might be able to talk and like, yo, you need to start a little channel, pop your thing, do what you need to do, da-da-da-da. Like maybe my son's mom, you know what I mean? Maybe she was dancing, you know what I mean? Maybe she was a dancer. She used to take classes and stuff like that. She was trained in all of that as well. But as far as her building her dance school, you know what I'm saying? Like she was going to these classes, going to check these people. Yes, she was going to LA. They was flying to different places to dance and stuff like that. But it's like, yo, you could take this into your own thing. You could build your own class and people start coming in your class instead of you going to people shit. You know what I'm saying?
That's
So
that shit that gets on my nerves.
just
You
in
know
turn,
why?
building her class and she started doing
You know why? Because, like, I'm not going to talk about your personal example. What I'm going to indicate is that there are men that enjoy the cooking of a woman that they've developed a relationship with. They enjoy her cooking to the point where they eventually start suggesting she should have a catering business. And what are your visions 5 years from now about having a restaurant? Like, she wasn't thinking about that. All she wanted to do was feed your ass, right? That's all she wanted to do.
She was
But
just
no, here comes this man that is ambitious of himself. And that's what I wanted, quite frankly, to distinguish, that when a man is looking for ambition in a woman, is it possible that he's looking for someone to accentuate his own ambition? Think
it
about
could be vice versa. It could
And
be
this goes back to the opportunistic statement I made. Some people look at somebody that clearly has, as they say, potential, you know, talent, skills, and abilities in whatever endeavor that could be commercialized. And next thing you know, they jumping on it. Well, you
Yeah,
know,
but I think it
you
comes
could be a caterer.
to
You
shine.
could be this. You could be that. You know, it's like, I'm just minding my own business, bro.
Yeah, but I think it comes down to some people want people to shine. Some people are scared of your shine. Some people are scared of your light. You know what I mean? Some people are scared of that. If you shine or you do something else and you might win in it, they might feel like, where do I come in?
He just wants to mind home business.
Some people will hold you back. You know what I'm saying? And not tell you about things that you shining in or not show you and highlight things in you because they scared of their own insecurities, most likely. But they're scared
No.
of letting you fly or, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes a lot of insecurities. And I think that's
And these are words that are projected onto a young woman who's minding her own business. Like, are you too insecure to have your own business? Are you too insecure to be,
person that's
you
doing
know, presenting things
woman.
that will monetize you? You know, it's like there are some people in this world that actually want to keep their talents to themselves. It's like I take, not me, but I'm just saying there are people that want to take pleasure in what they do, and they consider it a quote unquote hobby. But here comes some man that sees dollar signs in their hobby, and they start, you know, pushing them out there. And next thing you know, they stressed out and they're a different woman than what you met. They become different. Like when you start stressing a woman
What's
to
about
pursue your perceived
gauge money?
um
The difference.
potential, that stresses her out.
That's money though. You're going into money. That's something else now. You can relate.
That's what I mean. That's something
And
totally
there it is.
different.
There it is.
But just like Mel said, like, look,
No, boy,
like we might say, like, hey, man, that meal was banging. You could sell that shit. That's just a compliment right there. Man, I'm not gonna tell you should just be a caterer because you need to monetize it. If you just enjoy feeding me, I appreciate it. I'll keep all of this good food to my damn self. I appreciate the meals. Appreciate it.
Uh-huh.
No.
Okay. All right.
But if you coming home every day complaining about how you hate your job, you hate your job, as a receptionist or some shit like that, or a dental assistant, and you get all this damn good food. So for me, I might suggest catering because you hate the job and profession that you're in.
Yeah, I'm not talking about broke women. That's a different story. Like broke women, you got to get it how you live, But I'm talking about women that are just really content to mind their own business and sustain at a level of income that they're generating. And here comes some guy that's in love with some talent that's otherwise known as a hobby, and he's suggesting you could do more. You could do more, and that should, that's a trip. It's like I'm literally all right.
But would you not want to tell you that
you want me to stress myself out to become this damn millionaire? What's up with that?
To tell you that you can do more in life, just a friend, anybody in life, would you want somebody to tell you can do more or limit it you and tell you that you can't do shit? Which one of those people in life, man, woman, or dog, would you like to tell you? What do you want a person to be?
How much? Okay, when is more enough? That's what I'm saying. Like, say for instance, a woman is making $120,000 a year, and she has hobbies where her new man comes into the picture saying, you know what, you can actually make $1 million, and she was like, I'm cool with my 120.
That's a whole other different situation, though.
That's the situation I'm talking about.
That's just the question about. I mean, if you're making 120, but yet you're coming home complaining to me every day about how you hate your job, then yeah, maybe I'll suggest monetizing a hobby. But if
everybody hates their job, Auntie.
But if you love the job,
I don't know anybody that loves
the job that you have, and believe it or not, a lot of people do love their job.
I guess some people may do though.
A lot of people.
What type of job is this?
I know, right?
I can't wait for it to work. I just love it.
Of course, but okay, there's people that don't hate their job though, where they dread going every single day and don't want to be there and on the verge of quitting daily.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. If you're gonna come home and complain to me,
I'm just talking about they
just to me about that every single damn night, then yeah, I'm probably gonna give a suggestion here or there.
Now that's a good point,
how you can replace this income.
That's a good point, Auntie. Some people are addicted to complaining. Yeah. Like they have nothing to complain about, but they're addicted to complaining. That's another aspect in a person's personality that should be examined. It's like, are you like, by all accounts, when I offer you options to change from what you're complaining about, you're like, oh no. So you're just addicted to complaining, and you want me to be a shoulder to cry on. That needs to be examined, because at some point you got to tell us, like, unless you want to quit for real, stop rubbing your addiction to complain on my shoulder. Stop doing that. Because as a man, men are problem solvers. And if she's presenting a problem on a
Men
regular
are problem
basis.
solvers. I only hit this is on red pill talking point. Men are problem solvers. They are
Every man I've ever had in my life,
Just in life, men be more
every man I've ever had in my life, whenever I would complain, their attempt was to solve the problem. That's why I say that. I didn't mean to generalize. I apologize for that. What I'm indicating based on my quote unquote anecdotal experience is
What
under
about
the
the
assumption.
men? Any of the women in your life?
You know
They
what,
have
Bomb? It would take you to interrupt me.
About the women, what?
You got it, Bomb. You got it.
I'm asking you a question here because you said men are problem solvers.
Yeah.
You didn't say the men.
Did
You
I
know.
just explain why I said that?
I'm asking. Yeah, I got that one. I'm asking you. Any woman in your family when you had a complaint, did they
My
ever try?
family? I'm not talking about my family.
You mentioned the men in your family. You said that.
I'm talking about problem solvers according to the men that I've experienced in my life. I
Okay,
didn't say
the men in your
nothing
life.
about family. Nothing.
The men in your life. Lord have
So,
mercy.
so what's this reaching
How
stuff?
about the women in your life then? The women in your life have any of
You know
them
what,
ever solve a problem?
You be trying it.
Be nice, Mella. It's Sunday.
Oh, what's
It's
wrong with her?
2026, Mella.
She want to fight though. We could do it. She was pushing all these questions on to Buddha and others, and I'm
But
just asking. Just not
But Mom, I would actually
Ask
agree.
somebody else, not
I
Bomb.
would agree. I would agree with Mella. When she says like a lot of men are problem solvers, which is probably a big problem amongst a lot of men because we be trying to solve problems that have no damn solution. Most problems can't be solved.
Yeah,
especially
because
when
women just
women
want to
come
talk.
with them.
So are
They
we
can
saying
only-
the men
they
are
can
Like
only
problem
Bomb, for instance, just want to
Of
talk.
every man that we
Just
know
want to
they
say stuff. Just to be saying.
And every man is not a problem solver because first, in order to solve a problem, you got to be able to identify the problem first. So not every problem can be solved. Most of them can only be simplified. So a lot of times, you women come home complaining. All you can really do is listen. Just listen and listen to understand, not listen to respond or any of that shit.
Is
And that's
it a
where a lot
man's
of dudes-
nature to do that?
to,
Is
I
it
mean,
a man's
it
nature
could
to
be.
just listen to someone blathering about something they'll forget when they wake up in the morning?
The words blathering, these words are associated with women. So we understand that she's red pilling right now, or mammying, right? And it's okay. And
You
I
can
understand why the
tag
men would
whatever
do
you
it
want
because
to,
she
Mom.
is red pilling and mammying.
Tag away, baby. Tag away. The hell?
Nothing wrong with
Who
mammying.
you think you playing with?
What you get.
Ain't nobody falling for your tactics.
If you got a sucker, strange men's,
Ain't nobody falling for your
when the
tactics.
men do it and I say they suck it,
Nobody.
the women be doing it too. But in this
Nobody.
case, you
You
stop
have
slapping on
faltered
it now,
in your
like falling
efforts
on the top.
to progress in your tactics, Bomb.
Okay.
Where's the new shit? Where's the new, baby? Where is it?
Buddha got up here and you was asking me
These are the same
Nobody
tactics.
complained. I asked you a question and now you're complaining.
Do you realize how many people are getting off on you and me arguing? Is that what you want? You want to entertain the audience right now? That's
I'm
what you
okay
want to
with
do?
being entertaining, but I'm not doing it to
Yeah,
entertain.
is that what you want to do though?
Yes, I'm okay with. Listen.
Okay, okay, let's do it then. Let's do it. Let's highlight Auntie's channel with the Bomb and Melody.
I would say this much, right? Because I've been in this situation before, and I'll be honest, like how I had to learn, and this is probably like rather recently for me in life, and I say rather recently because this is like, after previous relationships and stuff. Like a woman had to show me that, like sometimes it's just good to just listen. And I learned that because that's all she did was just listen to me. So every problem can't be solved. So until I ask her, what do you think? She didn't give me an opinion. She just listened, let me vent about what the hell I'm going through at work or, in life or whatever conundrum I'm dealing with or whatever. So I think, you know, more men should probably take a page out of that playbook and just listen to your woman. Don't try to solve every problem, because every problem can't be solved, you know. And sometimes that is just simplifying it. Just listen, and until she asks you for a response, don't give one. Just let her know you understand. Maybe
I can
repeat
agree.
something she said here or there or whatever, to let her know that you are actually listening. You didn't tune it out.
Is that a man's
But,
nature?
I mean, I can't speak for all men, but it should be, because knowledge, wisdom, and understanding should be in the nature of men.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so
Oh, what about women? They don't have those things in their nature. Understand?
the right woman for a certain man would, but no,
Oh,
that's
so
not in
all
the
the men all have it, but only the right woman.
No, I
has
said it should be in a man's nature. It's not in every man's nature, and he's not going to do that. Like I say, I had to learn that from a woman that showed me that. Like, sometimes, hey, you know, do for her what the hell she's doing for you. Sometimes, just like she listened to me, I'm gonna have to listen to her sometimes, because just like I'm going through shit, she's going through shit, and all she did was listen. You know, she didn't judge. You know, she didn't try to solve my problems or any of that shit. She actually listened, which helped me to be able to solve my own damn problems.
Right. Sometimes you just say it out loud, right? And you hear yourself, and then you be like, "Oh, yeah, that's true." I guess I just because what I find that a lot of men don't open up to their woman. We open up to our men, and it's called blabbering or
being emotional.
Yeah, yeah. While we just talking to our men about our day, but the men don't do it with us. And then by the time you do, though, the issue could be so much larger than, you know, you could have solved it earlier with the help of your mate. From a woman's perspective, especially when you're working with women. Like my husband, finally one day he decides to tell me what's going on at work, and the answer was right there, because I'm telling him these women are competing with you. These women are not there to help you be the best boss, right? Nah, they want your position. But men, for some reason, because y'all think women don't have like I say, that we don't have the goals. We're not trying to be better, because y'all the problem solvers. Y'all this, y'all that. So when you look at the women, like she just there to be your support, and you find out that nah, she there to take your spot. I had to let him know them women is there to take your spot, and I had to tell him how to move forward. So
Yeah, that's good
go on continuing that we just not problem solvers, that we ain't nothing, that we just there to be your helper.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that, because a lot of times that is solving the problem. Sometimes somebody just needs somebody to listen to them. That's not gender specific, you know, at all. But sometimes you just gotta wait until somebody says, "Look, what do you think?" Like, what do you think? And then, you know, your opinion might be all they need.
You know,
I would say that to men and women.
problem solvers are valuable. Sometimes there's a blind side that we aren't witnessing, like how Bomb was kind enough to advise her husband of something he didn't conceive was possible. Like maybe he just didn't understand that, hey, people want to take your place with this position. This is why they're not cooperating with your authority. And I'm glad that she pointed that out to him. You know, he didn't ask, I would imagine, but that's why a marriage works, because she can pick up on
that he don't see.
Yeah, she can pick up on what he doesn't see. So that's a good marriage. That really is.
I mean, that's the way it's supposed to be. Yeah.
I think I'm kind of like a problem solver type. When people tell me stuff, I kind of like try to look for some type of solution. I mean, I hear what y'all, I get what y'all are saying though. Like, and people probably don't always want that, but I'm like, and I probably shouldn't assume it, but I just assume like you're coming to me because you want some type of input. But maybe that's not the case all the time, right?
What do you mean, Reese? What do you mean?
Like somebody
People
tells me
coming to
something
you
that they're going through that.
dating or online or what?
No, I mean in my real life, like in general. Like somebody might tell me something and I might offer them, even if it's just like verbal advice, like
oh.
But like y'all were saying, like sometimes people just want to vent. I usually tend to think people want some type of input when they are venting. But
oh, okay. That's a good point. How do you discern when somebody just needs to say something out loud so they can hear themselves talk versus seeking a resolution? That's a good point.
Right, exactly.
Like I say, if you listen, like if you're actually listening to understand rather than listening to respond, usually you'll figure that out. You know, that's not even part of
That sounds like magic. People, you gotta ask the people, you know, like ask them, hey, you looking for my response or you just
yeah,
need
and that too. Sometimes you just got. Now, I would agree with that. Sometimes you just gotta ask, hey, you know, like would you like a suggestion for me or whatever? Like it's a way to go about that. You know, I know I've tried to date, you know, women before that tried to solve every damn problem. Like they've always got this extra input, and then sometimes that can come off as condescending or on some know-it-all shit. Like, come on, you know what I'm saying? If it was that easy that I could just speak to you for 15 minutes and you would just have all the answers,
You
I
just
would
got the answer. Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? So like I just like I'm just getting some shit off of my chest, and you can just listen. But then it's a way to go about it. Like hey, would you like my opinion? You know, and then you give it. Like people are a little more receptive when you ask, hey, would you, just like Bomb said, would you like my opinion? Or, I mean, me personally, in some cases, yeah, I'll just listen until somebody asks me for a response or a solution. What do you think? What do you think I should do? You know, other than that, I'm just gonna listen, and I might say little things here and there to let them know that I'm listening, because I know a lot of times that's all somebody wants, is to know that somebody just heard them. Because more often than not, you know, that's the problem they're coming to you with, is that they had this problem elsewhere or in another situation and ain't nobody listening to them.
But isn't that weird? Like, so just now, you said they having a problem. Let's say at work. You're having a problem at work, nobody listening. So you want to come home to me and make me listen to the shit that's going on at your work, and you don't even want me to respond. You just want me to.
Right. Like you just dumping your shit on me and draining me for my energy.
And I don't even get to respond. And that's
Yeah,
what
no, that's a medium too. Like, I never even made that a secret. Like, I ended a damn relationship because of a woman that every single day, and it was like this for months. Like every day, she would either come by or call me with some shit from work, and just she wouldn't stop. No matter how the conversation started, 5 minutes
That's
into
their
it,
habit shit.
go into
Yeah,
complaining.
I work with a big guy like that.
I know all of your coworkers' names. You can't stand this about them. I know all of this shit, and it's
That's
like,
draining.
damn.
That was disgusting, literally. Like I worked with somebody like that I had to avoid, because it doesn't even matter like what the conversation was. It was just like they could never stop talking ever. Like you couldn't get a word in. It was real draining.
Yeah. And the
And
woman
I
you
got
were
to
dealing
the
with,
point where I told her, I'm like, look, if you hate your job that much, why don't you just quit?
no, she loved her job, but she's a gossip, and you, instead of her getting girlfriends to do that with, she was doing that with her man. And so
Yeah,
it makes you
you
would
right now.
you could have told her, like, you don't have a girlfriend to talk to this stuff about?
I didn't mind it at first, but once it got to the point where it was like months and every fucking day, every day, no matter what the conversation would start about. It could start about something on TV. It could start
Yeah, you were
about
coddling her,
something basic.
unfortunately.
We could be, but it would always pivot into the same shit, what you went through at work and how much you hated and how annoyed you are by it. I'm like, yeah, I gotta go.
Well, maybe that's what you should have offered her a solution.
I'm about to get in the shower and get.
I'm sorry you went through that. That's so disrespectful, man.
But maybe you could have offered a solution though at that point instead of just listening.
Yeah, he
But
should
that,
have.
that was the solution. Like, why don't you just quit or start your own damn business or some shit? I don't know.
No, you should have said, "Hey, I'm your man, and I'm not your girlfriend. Don't you have some girlfriends? Talk to her, because
Tell her
she
you-
probably no, she didn't know that she was making you feel that way.
Right. Or even like if it's fine for her to talk to you about it, but you don't want to hear it 24/7.
Yeah, that's it. It was just every day, and it's like, yo, like I got a stressful job too, but at the same time, I don't come to you about the shit every damn day. Like
Right.
I don't, I'm not going to, because that's kind of why I'm with you. You're my escape from that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you should have informed her, because it's hard to be in relationships, and if they don't know, she thinking you supposed to be a man, her best friend, and she thinking maybe she could talk to you about that. But it's up to you to say, hey, you got some girlfriends to talk to this stuff about, and what you just told us makes sense. Like when you said, hey, I'm your man to escape from that type of I'm with you to escape from my work, so don't bring your work to me unless it's very important, like you need me. You know what I mean?
Well, like I said, I didn't mind it, but it was just like it was the same thing every day, over and over again, the same day.
Yeah.
It was like a broken record. I'm like, nah. Like I'm trying to relax and come down from the bullshit and the stress from work.
I can see me being, when I was younger, getting with hubby, married, wanting to try to talk to him about everything, because that's what I thought I should be doing, Yeah. And instead of him letting me know, I started hearing shit like the old ball and chain bullshit,
Yeah.
But he could have said, I don't like that, or don't bring that to me. Or he could have said, I'm not your girlfriend. I should talk. I tell him shit that me and my girlfriends used to talk about. But now we married, so he don't want me to really be around the single girlfriends. So I started telling him, you men are confusing at times. When we're young, when we older, now we done figured out y'all asses to a degree, right? Or we figured out that y'all don't even know what y'all want. But when we younger, we just we thinking that we married. We should be talking, and y'all didn't have it's nothing to talk about. She telling you how day at work was.
Yeah.
I'm not saying she was right or wrong, but what I am saying, if it was bothering you, it's up to you to let her know.
Yeah.
Y'all see what I'm saying? I hope I'm saying it right, because I'm not saying
You are saying it right. You're saying it very clearly, and it makes sense. And it takes a lot for me to give you a claim. So,
thank you, Mella.
No problem.
I'm just trying to make sure, because I'm not blaming him and I'm not blaming her. I'm just saying I can see from a younger perspective.
You're being diplomatic, and to be honest, you are a diplomatic person until somebody pisses you off.
Yeah, you are. We all.
And what I'm offering Auntie in that situation, in case he ruminates about it, is that she didn't understand how to communicate with you. It's not where you didn't have, a lot of people blame themselves for why a relationship failed. There's nothing you could have done differently. That just wasn't the time, man. It just wasn't the time. Maybe now you could get back together and things would be different. But at that time, you all just didn't have the communication skills. That's all. It doesn't have to be anything other than that. It's about communication Just telling somebody, why are you asking me this? Or why are you telling me that? And that gives the cue for them to examine. Oh, maybe I'm rambling. Maybe I'm just making up shit to talk to you about because I don't know what else to talk about. It could be something as simple as that. And I don't know if you got along with her so well outside of the communication that you could get back together, but we all look forward to you announcing a happy relationship and eventual marriage. Auntie,
I wouldn't announce it, but thanks. I wouldn't announce it.
You wouldn't brag. You brag about everything else. I want to hear brag, man. I want to
you'd
hear
be
brag.
amazed. No, I really
Like,
don't.
hey, Auntie's getting married. I thought you knew.
I wouldn't do that, and I wouldn't recommend anybody else on here do that.
Really?
Keep your personal shit
Why
to
not? I mean, you could tell that you're married. You don't have to like confirm
Well,
the
misery loves company. So you got a lot of miserable folks in these spaces. So
Yeah, I was
if
talking
I
about my
were to
personal
tell
life.
somebody I'm married or I'm getting married, I'm pretty sure my fiance or wife or girlfriend is going to be contacted and harassed by some people on here.
You think so?
That's
Absolutely.
crazy. That's because of the sector.
Not if you not if you keep her separate from it.
Yeah, and you keep her separate from this
Nobody's
shit.
harassing my family that I'm aware of.
Right, me neither. But
I
yeah,
can
like
talk about the trust and believe. That tactic is a concentrated effort by me. It is important that I'm not hearing people saying somebody from YouTube told me they know you as Mella.
these worlds don't collide, right? Like you don't mix the two worlds. Me neither.
Hell no, I come on here to frolic and good
If I were to come
conversations.
on tomorrow or whatever, and
That's
say
it.
I'm engaged to be married or some shit, people gonna start digging. Random people on here gonna start being harassed.
Paranoid.
Well, maybe it's like he be doxing people.
Nobody
That's
has
what I'm
your
saying.
personal phone number where you would be okay. I can see the concern. I can understand that. I doubt if someone is saying, Auntie just announced he's engaged. Let me dig into his IP address and try to search out his private phone number of a woman that he's contacting amongst all these other women that have co-hosted The Purge. And, they got to dig deep. Like, that takes an immense effort.
Yeah,
to
and people will go through
investigate
trial and error until
who
they
you
find
are personally attached to, Auntie. In the meantime, you got an audience, brother, that wants to hear good news from you.
and people in front of the
You gonna
curtain
let your paranoia,
behind it.
interfere with announcing good news? That's what we mean to you? Okay.
Yeah, if you want to keep it good news, people would prefer to hear bad news than good news.
Okay, we're dealing with a cynical, you all.
I'm being honest.
He's cynical.
I
He
would
is
say the same
grounded
thing
in
to anybody else
cynicism
on
on
here.
YouTube. That's what he
Personal
does.
Keep your personal shit to yourself.
Yeah.
If you meet somebody, or you about to be married, or you're expecting or whatever, keep that shit to your damn self. These people do not need to know this shit. Because they're more likely to try to fuck it up than they are to help.
I think you've witnessed too many.
Kind of true. That's kind of true.
Yeah, he's witnessed a whole lot of gotcha videos. Oh, what do they call those videos when they expose people? Yeah, he's witnessed too many exposed videos, and he's concerned. And I get it. They've been extreme. I've seen some very extreme exposed videos, and I'm just like, damn. So I understand your caution. I do. It's just that you have an audience, brother, and we look forward to your happiness.
Well, this is what I think. I think that y'all shouldn't dox each other. And I mean, karma is just karma. So
That's
I
the
mean, that's
word.
the problem.
That's the word. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but Ann has doxed people or attempted to or whatever. So I mean, I think that's more the reason why he, is trying to be careful or whatever. But
He's afraid of his karma.
yeah.
Number one, I haven't doxed anybody.
Well, you doxed
yeah.
Kai.
No, I didn't. We don't know any of Kai's government information or anything. And if you do know it, you didn't hear it from me. I didn't dox anybody.
I'm gonna just leave it there. We moving past it, 2026. But
No, let's
mean,
get
that's
into
just a
it.
better
Reese.
anyway.
Let's get into it.
Hey,
Is a fascinating concept that a content creator, based on their past efforts, are concerned with what it would look like. It's kind of like how white people are afraid of black people because they don't want to experience what black people went through. So, Auntie, you don't want to experience what you put people through.
I haven't put people
So you
through
want to
any
keep your
goddamn thing.
personal shit to yourself because
I
you don't
told
want to
people, I
experience what you
told
put
people to
people
leave
through,
me the
man.
fuck alone, and they didn't want to do it. So that's it. Hey, how many warnings you got to give before they ain't warnings no more?
This is interesting.
No, but no, that really has nothing to do with it. I would keep personal business like that. Just off.
No, Reese it just made sense to me. It doesn't make sense that
But as far as fear,
you elicit others to expose themselves, but you want to keep everything to yourself. What type
actually
of
no.
hypocrisy is that?
I've just recommended that everybody on here keep your shit to yourself.
Nah. You
Not
practice
necessarily.
exposing the hypocrisy that people practice, and now you're practicing hypocrisy.
If that's what you want to call it, because motherfucker ain't gonna just open up personal shit. If I were to be in some new relationship or some old relationship that's new to you motherfuckers, and I choose not to share the particulars of it with you, you call it whatever you want. Hypocrisy, karma, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna call it none of your damn business. Okay.
Well, that is your choice. That is in this world known as Earth. That is your choice.
For real, you know what I'm saying? So if y'all would want that information, you're gonna have to dig for it. I'm not giving you nothing. That's my point. So I understand how a lot of people, in these spaces go, it's like, damn, you're not just gonna publicly claim somebody and you're not gonna tell them what's up. What, you ashamed? You ashamed or something? Hey, I don't give a fuck what the fuck these people think. Leave me alone. Stay out of my personal life. I'll stay out of yours.
Yeah, I just I was just wondering about a milestone.
Mm-hmm.
A milestone. That's all.
Hey, Trinity. It's not that I don't want to claim you, Trinity. It's that I'm trying to spare these people, because if they fuck with you, you're gonna hurt feelings, and we don't want that, Trinity. You say Aunt don't want to claim her now.
Well, shout out to Trinity and that new music release.
Nah, because chances are, like, let's say, for example, if I were to be engaged or in some long-term relationship or whatever, if I were to announce that and people in these spaces would fuck with that person, it's gonna be a tough life for you. It's gonna be tough. So I'm doing these folks a favor. And I'm like, y'all think I'm bad. Any woman that I end up with is likely going to be 10 times worse. Ain't no weak links in my chain. All right. So I usually wouldn't compare anybody new to anybody old, but I can tell you this much. Any woman that I've ever dealt with or been with, yeah, she's likely way more ruthless and unforgiving than I am. See, people gonna start digging now. Everybody done went on mute. All right. So on that note, A-Bomb, you gonna go live? Cause I'm about to end this one.
I don't know. She stepped away.
It's all good. I'll sit up for another minute or so. But nah, you know, on some real shit, like just like you mentioned, trust me, I get it. Nobody has been in this space for any length of time without getting they hands a little dirty. You know, that's just what it is. This space is messy, so you know what I'm saying. You're gonna have a few stains on you if you've been in here for a minute, but whatever. Whatever. I would still recommend, you know, that anybody just keep your shit to yourself. I would recommend it for, you know, the dudes, you know, and the women. I don't see how putting like your personal relationship shit, you know, like just making that shit available to the public. I don't see how that's gonna help your channel, your brand, or anything that you're trying to build on here. I haven't seen it help anybody. Like, unless you're in a couple sector, it's likely going to do more damage than it's going to do good.
There's a couple sector?
Yeah, there are a couple sectors.
Wow.
I'm hoping that Bomb goes live because I really want to talk about this JP's stream last night. I mean, you know, it's kind of like same shit, different day, but it was interesting.
Yeah, I saw they were live for a while. You know, over there they had, you know, black women in the title and shit like that. I think it's pretty yeah, same shit, different day. And it's a shame that folks got to start a new year, you know, doing the same shit that they always do.
Definitely.
You know, but, I mean that's JP. So I mean, if people wonder why he doesn't offer the space more than just bullshit like that, it's because he's not really capable. I'm assuming he's not capable, and that would be my challenge to people like Jay Prince in 2026. Bro, show us that there's more to you than the same old bullshit.
Right.
You know, and I'm not saying that he can't do, you know, more. I'm saying that he can. I just want to see it.
Right.
I think he's more than capable. I think he's talented. I think he's charismatic, and I'm being honest right there. But you know, that same old bullshit. You know, well these black women and all of this other thing. Fuck all that, man. Show us what else you got. Like what else you got to offer? You know, these spaces. You know, because I think he can do more about just because I mean. I said the same thing about other creators in this space, like all of the anti-woman rhetoric and content. I'm like, bro, you done been through shit in life. You've been through shit in life. Some of them done went through, you know, divorces. They're still, you know, good fathers. Their children have grown up. You know, they're adults now. They're productive members of society. You know what I'm saying? They're not, you know, they're not broke. They didn't get cleaned out in child support court or getting banged for alimony. Like, life is good. So I'm like, why are you sitting here pandering to a bunch of incels? That's not your life. So I know we talk a lot of shit about Jay Prince, but I'm like, bro, you ain't, what the fuck are you pandering to a bunch of fucking incels for? That's not your issue, bro.
Right. Yeah, I don't get it either. Because, like, even with the way that, like, he always talks about how black women are pretty much the only ones that help him besides the white man, I don't understand what the issue is either, like, at all.
Yeah. I'm like, bro, let's keep it real, man. Like outside of the whole EBT shit and all of that, which I think that's a troll. But I'm like, come on, bro. Life is good, bro. You're a father. You're a father. You got a couple of baby mamas. Life ain't that bad. You ain't getting dragged through fucking court. Ain't no black woman fucked you over. With
At
the exception
all.
of what he claimed Flora did. To him, he said the allegations were false. Whatever. That's
No
between.
comment.
I'm not gonna get into that. But I'm
Yeah.
like, bro, what the fuck is this anti-black woman shit, bro? That's not your life. Like,
And it makes no sense that you have 3 little future black women right there. Like, I don't really understand that. Like, that's what pisses me off the most. Like, what's the goal here?
Well, yeah, I would say that too. Like, you'll hear me talk a lot of shit, a lot of shit about, my son's mother and everything. But at the end of the day, I'm saying, she still gave me the greatest damn gift that a woman can ever give a man.
Right.
It's my firstborn son. Like, come on. So I can still only say but so much bad shit about her. I can only say but so much. So I mean that kind of is what it is. So I'm like, a couple of black women gave you the greatest gifts that any woman can give a man, which is children. So man, chill the fuck out with that shit. It's not necessary, bro. And life ain't that bad. And I'm pretty sure you still got a few prospects, that you'll deal with, like pandering to a bunch of incels. You can't relate,
Yeah, really.
Like you can't relate. Now I would say the same thing to a lot of dudes, but I don't know if it's content strategy or whatever. But I can't make folks stop doing what it is that they do. I just choose not to do it.
Right.
That's it. All right. But we're gonna get them final thoughts out. Sun done came up, no went down. I'd have been up here all day. Get this banner up. You give your final thoughts, Reese, and if you off mute, you can go after Reese, and then we out of here.
Good stream. I don't have too much. I don't know if you're listening, Bomb, but yeah, are you going live? Please do if you have time. And I know for a fact that Monopoly Man had a monocle, and it's the Bears.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, Rishi said the Monopoly Man had a monocle. She's sure of it. No.
I'm sure of it too. I agree with you. And thank you for having me, Auntie. I had a great time up here with you.
I appreciate y'all hanging out all day. Thank you.
Yeah. You do this on Sundays, right?
Fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Every Sunday.
Yeah. I woke up to you already on my TV. Hubby must have already popped you up.
Okay,
And you was in my dream, and I woke up. I was like, "Oh shit!" Okay.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it was because of
That
TV.
happens to me all the time. Like, it'll pop on my TV, and I'll be dreaming about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I had a great time. And I guess I will go live if you end it. If you're not, we can talk about it over here if you want. It's up to
Yeah,
you.
no, I'm ending it right now. I got to get off of here. Get ready for the week. Get ready for the week. Schedule some stuff for the week. Handle some edits, and just get ready for the work week. I got some shit to do.
Okay. I think RZA up here.
Yeah, he's got. So I'm gonna mute him, and I'll let him get his final thoughts in a second. But no, I really do appreciate you. It was a lot of stuff that was mentioned. We almost went 9 hours, for this one. Yeah, Riaz just dropped down. But no, man, shout out to Riaz. I know you just had a birthday too. Happy birthday, young Riaz.
Happy birthday, Riaz. Oh, he's back.
All right, thank you, Reese. I appreciate everyone. This one's a good stream, though. I had a good time. I actually gave good advice as well when it came to the YouTube thing, though, I appreciate that, Might take some of the ideas I actually gave into consideration, though, Might take into consideration when to apply. So basically, though, my final thought is everyone else, please leave a like, comment, share, connect to the host, and basically support all the creators, and we're out.
All right. Hey, appreciate that. Thanks everybody for coming through. I'm about to get all the way up out of here. Y'all go over to Bombs. I'm sure she'll schedule something. Bomb Cherry Juice. You know, I think she's at Bomb Cherry Juice 2000. You know, definitely a pleasure. Y'all have a wonderful day. Enjoy your Sunday. You know, I know Sunday night football is about to pop off. I'm gonna be checking that out. You know, but nah, man. On that note, you know, it was fun. Y'all, hey, it'll be more edits from the Purge, but hey, as far as that's concerned, it was fun. That was a cool week. But hey, we glad it's over. So 2026 is definitely going to be a prosperous year. You know, it's going to be ups, it's going to be downs, just like it is every single year. But we're going to get through it. We're going to end the year with a bow, and we got a lot of content for everybody. Also, make sure you guys hit the notification bell. We'll be simulcasting at both the home of the official YT Purge, as well as Auntie's The Boiler Room for tomorrow night. Body camera breakdowns and reactions. Myself, my lovely co-host, Just My 5 Cents, who all of this shit would fall apart without her. You know, she is the brains of the operation. So what the fuck would we do without her? And shout out to everybody that donated, supported. Shout out to Candy Cane, you know, the Lie Detector 1, Gabe A, Sot Passe, Elaine, the new members, Flip Mode Action, you know, AC Shakura, you know, everybody that got the gifted memberships, as well as We On Lock Nation, man. We really do appreciate everybody's support and help. Shout out to, you know, Reese coming up, Bomb Cherry Juice, May the Alchemist, Young Riaz, Mela, Uda, you know what I'm saying? We appreciate everything. But till next time, y'all have a wonderful night. State of the Space address coming up soon, likely on Tuesday night. So y'all hit the notification bell for that.